last night when we hosted a group of distinguished colleagues when we had the fourth meeting of the Gulf Pituitary Forum. So that was an excellent platform to kickstart what I'm hoping and what I'm sure is going to be one of the very prominent meetings ever we had. On behalf of my colleagues, the President and the Board of Directors, officers and members, I would like to welcome the first speaker, who is very well known actually in the field. Indeed, he's an authority, Professor Antoine Tabarin. Professor Antoine Tabarin, or Antoine Tabara, actually, is Professor of Endocrinology in Department of Endocrinology at Bordeaux in southern France. He qualified 1985, and then he went to be trained actually, in Bordeaux, and following his sort of certification as an endocrinologist, he went to do a PhD actually in Bordeaux, followed by another Master of Biology in Paris. And then he went to do a postdoctoral fellowship in Lund, Sweden. And following that, he held several posts, including assistant professor, then associate professor, and now he is professor in Bordeaux. Antoine is very well versed in the field of neuroendocrinology, especially adrenal disorders, and in particular, actually, he has a special interest in Cushing disease. He's considered as one of the actually authorities in our heyday now in Cushing disease. He has published widely, around 280 papers, and he has actually, participated in few meetings. This is the third time when he comes actually to the Gulf. We were very blessed to have him actually under 1 month ago when he came to Qatar, and he spent a couple of days with us. So with no further ado, I would like just to welcome Professor Antoine Tabarin to kickstart this meeting with what I hope is going to be one of the landmark keynote lectures. Antoine.
Thank you, Tariq, for this introduction, very kind introduction. Too kind introduction, I would say. So I'm very pleased to be with you, to be at this Congress. I had the opportunity, as mentioned, Tariq, 2 times, and so I'm very pleased and very honored to be invited by this prestigious audience. So the scientific committee asked me to talk about this entity called MAX, which is still a very hot and also debatable issue. So I have no specific disclosure for this topic. So I will rely mainly on the recommendation of the European Society for Endocrinology to the guidelines that we published, guideline headed by my friend Martin Fasnacht, that we published some time ago. So you can have a look at it. And also, if you want to go deeper in the topic, you can go into this companion paper, also published in the European Journal of Endocrinology, which summarizes all the evidence from the literature, and this is the basis for the recommendation. So I will talk today only about MAX and not about all the etiologies of adrenal incidentalomas. So what is MAX? So of course you think about MAX when you found incidentally an adrenal tumor, as shown here. And the concept is that there is a kind of a continuum from the non-functioning adenoma towards cortisol, the full cortisol circulating adenoma responsible for Cushing syndrome. And probably MAX is something in between. And the main characteristic of this tumor is that they produce autonomously cortisol. So this is the autonomous cortisol production. So you have to make the distinction between autonomy and intensity of secretion. The tumor can be autonomous, meaning it doesn't need a CTH to work to produce cortisol, but it can produce cortisol at various intensity, sometimes intense production of cortisol. This is responsible for the typical Cushing syndrome. And here, with MAX, we talk about a minimally excessive production of cortisol that is produced continuously and independently of a CTH. So how do we screen for and how do we diagnose this MAX? So actually it is recommended to screen it in all benign incidentalomas, but also in the malignant. And the cornerstone tool is the 1 milligram DEX test. So it is acknowledged that the cutoff that we may use, also it's a point we may discuss, is a cutoff of 50 nanomole per liter. So if cortisol post-DEX is below 50 nanomole per liter, there is no evidence for MAX. On the opposite, if cortisol is above this threshold, it may be MAX. So with the recommendation, you have to look clinically for overt feature of Cushing syndrome because, of course, it can be also an overt Cushing syndrome, although usually it's not the way that Cushing syndrome is diagnosed. It's not by the way of adrenal incidentalomas. Usually it's on clinical ground. So assuming that you don't have overt features of Cushing syndrome, you would think it's probably MAX. And then the idea was to minimize the number of tests and the number of investigation. So at this step, you only have a suspicion of MAX, and you will look for comorbidities potentially attributable to cortisol. So does this MAX, this putative MAX, have an impact on body health? So you will look for hypertension, you will look for obesity, you will look for diabetes, you will look for osteoporosis. And if there is no comorbidities, then the guidelines suggest to do nothing more, just to follow clinically your patient. Again, in order to minimize investigation. On the opposite, if there are comorbidities potentially attributable to cortisol, then you might go a little bit further. And the next step is to confirm MAX. So confirm MAX means first doing a second 1 milligram DEX test to ensure that cortisol is still non-suppressible, and then, of course, to measure morning CTH, morning plasma CTH, to make sure that a CTH is suppressed. And then, if you have a confirmation of MAX associated with comorbidities potentially attributable to cortisol, you may then think about specific treatments. And this is what we will discuss now. So according to this definition and to the literature, you have here the distribution of the etiologies of adrenal incidentalomas. This is what we call in France a camembert. So as you know, the majority of tumors are benign tumors, adenomas. And you can see here that MAX may represent approximately 1/3 of adrenal incidentalomas. So it's a quite frequent problem. So why do we have to consider MAX? This is the analysis of the literature performed by the guidelines. And this slide compares the prevalence of diabetes, hypertension, dyslipidemia, and vertebral fracture between patients within patients that have adrenal incidentalomas and between patients with MAX versus patients with non-functioning adrenal incidentalomas. And you can see here that there have been a number of studies and a number of patients studied, and that the risk, the prevalence of diabetes, hypertension, and dyslipidemia is increased in MAX as compared to patients with non-functioning adenomas. And also, there have been some studies about mortality. And here again, you can see in this meta-analysis that mortality is increased in patients with MAX as compared to those with non-functioning adrenal incidentalomas. So for all these reasons, we have to consider this entity. However, which treatment should we propose for MAX? So unfortunately, and you know that these are translational studies, so observational studies, transversal study cannot prove causality. And of course, interventional studies are of key importance to make sure that MAX is fully responsible for these comorbidities. And so observational studies and randomized trials to date only suggest an improvement in hypertension, glucometabolic control, and dyslipidemia following adrenalectomy. I'm talking about, of course, unilateral adrenalectomy for unilateral incidental MAS with MAX. And what we stated in the guideline is that the limited sample size of study, the heterogeneous definition of outcome measurement, selective reporting, retrospective design of most studies result in a low quality of evidence. So to date, the recommendation for surgery are very conservative. And we say that treatment has to be individualized according to the age of the patient, the symptoms, the intensity of biological abnormalities, the wish of the patient, etc., etc. And usually when you say that the treatment has to be individualized, it means that you don't know what to do. Let's look for blood pressure. So this is also the meta-analysis of hypertension, comparing the result of surgery in patients with MAX that have been operated versus those that have not been operated, conservatively treated. And you can see that overall, the results of the meta-analysis are in favor of surgery. Surgery improves blood pressure better than doing nothing. But also, this is what I mentioned previously. Consider the number of studies with a small number of patients. And here, at that time of the guidelines, we had two randomized trials. So meaning that most of the studies were retrospective with their inherent selection bias. So before our last paper that I will give you into details, here are the three prospective studies that were published about surgery and hypertension in MAX. So only these two ones, the most recent one, use the MAX criteria, the actual MAX criteria. You can see that the follow-up was rather limited in one study. The criteria for improvement were some composite criteria about improvement in blood pressure, change in hypertension class, or treatment changes. So quite a heterogeneous and composite criteria. And overall, the result of these three studies is that surgery was improving hypertension, as you can see here, in 68 to 79% of cases, while it improved only in a minority of patients treated conservatively. But again, there are some methodological flaws in these studies. Consider the limited number of patients either operated or treated medically, and more importantly, blood pressure was measured usually at the hospital or at the office with an armband. And we know that it's not the best way, of course, to assess hypertension. There may be the white coat effect that everybody knows. And also, and even most importantly, there was no standardization of hypertensive treatment. Once patients were operated or non-operated, they were sent back to the endocrinologist, and well, doctors did even try to decrease the drug treatment or increase, but it was not standardized. So this really prevent any good scientific evaluation of the treatment. So this is why we stated that more methodologically robust randomized trials are needed to evaluate the potential benefit of surgery in patients with MAX, including defined surrogate endpoints that can be well controlled with standardized treatment regimen throughout the study. And this is in this context that we started some years ago a study that we call SHIRA-SIC. It has nothing to see with our previous president, Jacques Chirac. I may explain you this acronym later on. So it was a prospective study, randomized surgery versus conservative treatment for unilateral incidental MAS with MAX and hypertension. And the main methodological improvements of this study that it was performed with a standardization of medical treatment and an accurate evaluation of the blood pressure endpoints. So all patients in this study had an incidentalometer of more than 2 centimeters, and they have the diagnostic criteria that I mentioned previously. Let me go into the methodology of this study. First, there was a run-in phase that lasted for 2 to 13 months, depending on patient. The goals of this run-in phase was to confirm hypertension with ambulatory home blood pressure. So we gave to the patients this home run device to measure blood pressure at home. And most importantly, we stopped their antihypertensive treatment to prove that they had hypertension. In the second time, we control blood pressure in each patient with a standardized stepwise predefined algorithm as shown here and according to the recommendation of the European Society for Hypertension. So all patients receive the same treatment gradually until blood pressure was considered as control. And then at the end of this run-in phase, we control the persistence of max biologically with again a 1 milligram dextrose and again several CTH measurement. Following this run-in phase, there was then the randomization, and some patients went into the adrenalectomy groups, while others were constantly treated, and they were followed for 13 months. And what we did during this second phase is that we performed systematic attempts to stepwise decrease the treatment in both groups. And of course, as you understand, our hypothesis, our working hypothesis, was that in patient operated with MAX, we would be able to decrease antihypertensive treatment while maintaining controlled blood pressure, while we expected that in patient non-operated, decreasing the drug treatment will induce reappearance of hypertension. So our primary endpoint was the possibility to reduce the antihypertensive treatment while maintaining adequate blood pressure. And then we, of course, analyzed a number of secondary endpoints, like the number of patients cured. We did also 24-hour ambulatory blood pressure and look at body weight, diabetes, and dyslipidemia. So this is what happened in the study. I won't go into all this data. I just want to point two things. The first one is that during the run-in period, we had 11 patients that went out because they were not hypertensive following the withdrawal of treatment. So 11 of 78 recruited patients had probably white coat hypertension. They were already treated with antihypertensive drug, but they did not need it. And then at the end of the run-in evaluation, we had 5 patients that when they were retested biochemically didn't have max. Their 1 milligram dextrose was normal at the second evaluation. So at the end, we had 52 patients randomized, and in per protocol, we had 23 patients operated and 25 patients in the control group. So I will go rapidly into the characteristics of this patient. I just want to show you that they are middle-aged patients with the majority of female. The diameter of the incidentaloma was around 3 centimeters. You can see here that only in the two groups, adrenalectomy in red and conservative management in gray, we will always have these same colors. Only 17 and 12% of patients had only one drug, one antihypertensive treatment, step 1. So meaning that all patients had quite severe hypertension requiring more than 2 antihypertensive drugs. And also you can see here that the majority of patients had diabetes mellitus or glucose intolerance. And of course, we had more than half of patients obese. And if we consider overweight, it was 80% of patients, and almost all patients had dyslipidemia. So this is a characteristic picture of MAX with a number of metabolic comorbidities. So importantly, we perform in all these patients a 24 UFC evaluation. And you can see that 24 UFC was normal. So we are sure that this patient didn't have true Cushing syndrome. It was max. UFC was normal. Then you can see here that cortisol following the 1 milligram test, 1 milligram dex test was above 50 in the two groups. And their morning CTH was low, as mentioned. This was our criteria of inclusion. And following surgery, UFC was still normal in the two groups. Of course, in patient operated, they regain cortisol suppressibility following the 1 milligram dex test, and a CTH, morning CTH, increase in patient treated. So, in summary, surgery cured the max, and in patient non-operated, they still had max at the end of the follow-up. So what happened in terms of hypertension? You can see here the value of systolic and diastolic blood pressure in the two groups at randomization. So as you can see here, patients were well controlled and had equivalent blood pressure following the run-in phase. At the end of the study, the two groups of patients also had controlled blood pressure and equivalent blood pressure. But what happened to antihypertensive treatment? So at randomization, it was also equivalent with a median of 3 antihypertensive drugs in the two groups. And this is what happened at the end of the study. We were able, as you can see here, to remove a number of antihypertensive drugs in patient operated. So this is also another way to show the changes in the steps of antihypertensive treatment. As you can see in the adrenalectomy group, most patients have a decrease in their antihypertensive treatment. Even some patients had 0 treatment at the end of the study, while in the conservative treatment group, of course, there were some patients with an improvement in blood pressure, but the majority had a sustained hypertension or even needed an increase in their antihypertensive drug treatment. So another way to graph this, if we look at systolic home blood pressure, we can see that in the operated patient, we were able to cure hypertension in roughly half of patients. 21 of patients still needed antihypertensive drugs, but they had a decrease in their drug regimen, and 27% of patients had no change. And among patients non-operated, we had only 16 patients with an improvement in their blood pressure, meaning a decrease in the number of antihypertensive steps, but in the majority of patients, it did not change. If we look at systolic blood pressure measured by 24 ambulatory blood pressure measurement, the results are less obvious, but still very significant. And we have, with this more strict criteria, we have 35% of patients that are cured of hypertension. So overall, this is exactly almost the same results that we observe when we operate a patient of cone adenoma, unilateral adenoma responsible for primary hyperaldosteronism. And it is interesting to note that the evolution of body weight was not significantly different between the two groups of patients, although there was a tendency toward more body weight loss in the operated group, meaning that the positive effect on hypertension was not due to body weight reduction. It was a specific effect, not an effect due to body weight loss. So our study did not have the power and was not designed to assess predictive criteria of success. But we had a look at this, and we examined a number of criteria between patients that were cured of hypertension and those that had persistent of hypertension treatment. And there was no difference, no evident difference in age, body weight, presence of diabetes at start, biochemical parameter, intensity of the previous treatment. The only parameter that we found that looks significant, and that also is something that has been described in primary hyperaldosteronism, is that in the duration, the assumed duration of hypertension was lower in patient in normal patient, 24 months median versus 77. So it seems to work more, or there's more chance to cure patient if hypertension is not so long lasting. Let's have a look rapidly at the other comorbidities. So this is what happened in terms of body weight. I showed you this is the decrease, the evolution of body weight and also of fat mass that was measured by DEXA. So there is a tendency toward more decrease in operated patients, but this is not statistically significant. And in terms of body weight, if we consider the criteria of body weight less of more than 5%, it's not significant. We have only 21% of patients in the operated group versus 5% in the conservative treatment group that lost more than 5% of body weight. Studies about glycometabolic control, retrospective studies published to date also show a tendency toward an improvement of glycometabolic control following surgery. But again, these are retrospective studies with a limited number of patients. And if we look at the prospective study prior to the SHARA-6 study that look at the evolution of glycometabolism, you can see also that there is very small number of patients studied. Again, here, some composite criteria about criteria of improvement. But overall, this study shows that there was an improvement also, same tendency toward an improvement with surgery as compared to conservative treatment. So our study, we were not able to standardize both the anti-hypertensive treatment and also the anti-diabetic treatment. So we have the same methodological bias in this study. But what we observe, so we had an increased number of patients as compared to this study, because as you can see here, we had 16 operated patients with glucose intolerance or diabetes versus 18 unoperated. You can see here that the patients were well equilibrated, I would say, with HbA1c that were below 7% in all groups, both at randomization and at the end. Our criteria of improvement was either a decrease of 0.5% in HbA1c or a stable HbA1c with a 50% decrease in the anti-diabetic drug daily dose. And again, here we had no significant improvement following surgery. The improvement was observed of diabetes using this criteria, were observed in 44% of operated patients versus 33% of conservatively treated patients. Let's look finally at dyslipidemia. As I mentioned to you previously, almost all patients had dyslipidemia. The majority had cholesterol hypercholesterolemia or hypercholesterolemia associated with hypertriglyceridemia, and 17% had isolated hypertriglyceridemia. Here are the changes in triglyceride, the changes in LDL cholesterol, and you can see by eyeball analysis that there is no evident difference between the two groups. And again, with the criteria of either keeping normal lipids with a daily drug decrease or stable lipid with a 50% decrease in the anti-dyslipidemia drug daily dose, you can see here that we have only 20% improvement in the operated group versus 0% in the conservatively treated. And this is not statistically significant. So overall, if we look at results of SHARA-6 study, so in this specific group of patients with adrenaline above 2 centimeters, max with low CTH, to achieve one case of improvement, it would be necessary to operate almost 6 obese patients to obtain a weight loss above 5%, 4 diabetic patients to have a decrease of HbA1c above 0.45%, but only 1.6 hypertensive patients to have a decrease in their anti-hypertensive treatment. So with the limit of this study, it seems to show that adrenalectomy is more profitable for the cure or improvement of hypertension than other comorbidities. So the first conclusion is I think that at least from a physiopathological standpoint, this study shows that MAX is the cause of endocrine hypertension, that surgery is beneficial for the majority of hypertensive patients, especially if hypertension is recent. Of course, we need a complementary study to refine the predictive parameters on the success of surgery in order to select who are the good patients to send to the surgeon. And of course, hypertension is only cardiovascular risk factor, and we need to have study showing the benefit of surgery on events, on heart cardiovascular endpoints. My second conclusion is more question than conclusion, is that we have talked about unilateral adrenal insulin telomeres. It's a much more tricky question, what to do when you have patients with bilateral tumors, adenomas associated with MAGs. So no study to date. The recommendation said again that treatment has to be individualized. Very important to assess comorbidities. We don't operate numbers. We don't operate biochemical numbers. We operate patients with comorbidities. Should we perform unilateral adrenalectomy? Should we give medical treatment? Which medical treatment? Steroids inhibitors, glucocorticoid receptor blockers? We don't know. We need study for that. But the only thing that we can say, that we can recommend to date, is we suggest again bilateral adrenalectomy with patients with MAGs, contrary to what we do in patients with Cushing. And now with this, I thank you for your attention. And I show you two pictures of Bordeaux, the 18th century plaza of Bordeaux, and then the vineyards. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Stay here. This is very fantastic. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Professor Tabarin. Thank you. This is a plenary section, so Professor Tabara will be available for any questions during the break. It's a great pleasure to get the colleague to introduce the next speaker.
Thanks, Dr. Tariq and Professor Tabarin. Our next speaker is Prof. Perkins. He's a professor of medicine and endocrinology from University of Toronto, and he has more than 300 publications. His research in diabetes field mainly include complication and biomarkers and mechanism of complication of diabetes, as well as add-on therapy for diabetes, including kidney disease. He is also author and co-author many trials, including DCCT trial, and he will present the rapidly expanding use of GLP-1 agonist, receptor agonist. Welcome, Prof. Perkins.
Thank you so much for a kind introduction, and it is really a pleasure to be in this stunningly beautiful city with my Gulf colleagues. My task is to speak around these rapidly expanding uses for GLP-1 medicines, which is actually a very complicated area for a number of reasons, and my goal is to simplify this a little bit. So first, the majority of my funding comes from public foundations, but I do have some relationships with industry. I'm showing them here. And I do have patents around renal and cardio protection in SGLT inhibition, but not in GLP-1 medicines. So I'm hoping in these 30 minutes, you'll be able to identify key findings from GLP-1 medicine studies that are meant to overcome key limitations in diabetes and obesity care, explain putative mechanisms. I'm going to focus a bit around kidney and liver protection from GLP-1 medicines, and appreciate emerging lines of research, including in cognition, as well as in type 1 diabetes, kind of the focus of my own research. And I'm going to cover it in these 5 steps, but let me begin with context. You know, it's just over 100 years ago that these folks, Banting and Best in my city, discovered insulin along with their team. And there have been enormous innovations in diabetes care since then, like phenomenal innovations. But if they were to come to modern times, they would be disappointed in a number of gaps. The first reality is that people with diabetes, they do feel isolated. They fear hypoglycemia owing to the use of insulin-providing agents. They fear complications like cardiovascular disease, and some complications they fear even more than death itself, like amputations. They carry a huge amount of day-to-day self-management burden. And you know, at the end of the day, our evidence-based targets for metabolic control are not met by everyone. So fortunately, there have been huge innovations in new classes like SGLT inhibition and GLP-1. And down the hall from me is Dan Drucker, who's been a real leader along with others like Jens Holtz and Joel Habener in pushing this area forward. He should be giving this talk, but I'm delighted that I am. I'm hoping that I can simplify a number of aspects of it. So the first key thing is that we can't go any further unless we understand this fundamental incretin effect. You know, the incretin effect was observed in the 60s, and it was a simple observation that if you give glucose by mouth or a similar amount of glucose intravenously, that there's a totally different insulinotropic effect. That orally there's a very rapid first phase insulin release that's invoked, whereas if you give it intravenously and then it's only up to the plasma circulating glucose to stimulate the beta cell, that it's much less insulin production. That's what we're seeing here on the left. And then the second observation is that in people with type 2 diabetes, there's a huge blunting of that incretin effect. We now know it's from a number of hormones produced by different gut cells that actually are released on stimulation of nutrients to now give a heads up to the pancreas, to the islet cells, to begin production of insulin. They also have an effect on, a number of effects actually on suppressing hunger or improving satiety. So these two simple little factors, a glucose-dependent insulinotropic effect and a little suppression of hunger, are really derived by these two agents. They're related, or at least GLP-1 is related to glucagon in terms of its gene expression, that's GLP-1. And then, of course, there's the glucose-dependent insulinotropic peptide, or GIP. So these two little effects somehow in modern society have such a metabolic and other impact that their indications have exploded. It's unbelievable. This whole field has exploded like the expansion of our universe from those simple observations, in part because there are many different agents that we're using, other interacting receptor agonists and antagonists, and also the number of different relevant outcomes to someone dealing with diabetes or with obesity. And so I'd like to simplify all of that today. So the first thing to understand is that the GLP-1 receptor, so it's a G protein receptor, is found on the beta cells and it's found in the brain, but it has expression in so many other organ systems, the heart, the peripheral vasculature, the kidneys, etc. That's the first thing. The second is that it has mechanistic interactions with a whole other group of receptors and hormones. So we've mentioned GLP-1. And it turns out that agonism or augmentation of the GIP receptor, or actually it looks like in research antagonism of it, either situation helps amplify the effect of GLP-1. And we've now known that you can amplify the effect of the glucagon receptor, or you can actually antagonize the effect of the glucagon receptor. And in either situation, you can amplify the effect of GLP-1. And there's other receptors and hormones. We're learning about apelin, around activin, amylin, which I'll talk to briefly, neuropeptide Y, and glucagon-like peptide 2, which you may know is already a therapy for short gut syndrome because of its trophic effects on gut maturation and growth. So what are the established indications? And I'm saying in my little sidebar, established impact, because the efficacy studies have now gone to effectiveness studies and real-world data that really mirror what we see in efficacy studies. We see huge metabolic effects on glycemic control and other measures. We see an impressive amount on weight. In people with type 2 diabetes, 10% from GLP effect alone, but more like 15% of GLP alone in obese patients. And with a dual agent with GIP agonism, like tirzepatide, more like 20%. or a triple agent like retatrutide that also has the glucagon agonism, we can see even 25%, approaching or actually well within the average effect from bariatric surgery. And then we know about cardiovascular disease. So our first wave of clinical evidence, which I could spend hours discussing but won't, in people with type 2, we know about glycemic control, weight, major adverse cardiovascular events. And here, I think it's important to recognize that this class of drugs, the GLP-1 medicines, seem to have this particular effect on stroke reduction, which we don't see with the other cardioprotective antihyperglycemics like SGLT inhibition. We know about reduced kidney disease and also impressive evidence on heart failure, in particular evidence from the combined GLP-1 GIP agonists. And in people without diabetes, similarly, weight even more so, and those with obesity, reduced MACE and also heart failure. So let's talk about some of the newer indications. So here we would need to identify kidney, obstructive sleep apnea in those with obesity, and liver disease. Here, the metabolic dysfunction associated steatotic liver disease. So let's talk first to kidney. And if you don't mind, I'll speak a little bit mechanistically around kidneys. We do know that kidney disease in diabetes is really driven by renal hemodynamics, metabolic, and also inflammation and fibrosis. But I'm just going to focus on renal hemodynamics because this aspect, even though the GLP-1 medicines we know have huge metabolic effect that may be salutary, they also have a number of putative mechanisms that are anti-inflammatory and may actually influence fibrotic processes. But the key thing that we have good preclinical data and clinical outcomes on would be renal hemodynamics. So if you'll remember the glomerulus, we have a million of these. We have a source of blood, the afferent arteriole, and then the exit of blood, the efferent arteriole. We know in diabetes there's a number of mechanisms that lead to efferent vasoconstriction abnormally, and that alone increases intraglomerular pressure. But also we've learned, especially in the era of the SGLT inhibitors, of which my group has made some contributions, we understand about the abnormal dilatation of the afferent arteriole. So it turns out GLP-1 has direct mechanisms around influencing the efferent arteriole vasoconstriction to normalize that through endothelin-1, decrease in reactive oxygen species, and also affect directly on the RAS system, the renin-angiotensin-aldosterone system, through angiotensin 2. But interestingly, there's also mechanisms of nitric oxide, HO natriuretic peptide in the afferent arteriole. But you'll remember the afferent arteriole is dilated in those with diabetes because of increased glucosuria, which now drives greater glucose uptake from the SGLTs, the sodium glucose link transporters, which also recovers more sodium. And so that leads to a decrease in distal sodium delivery, which activates the macula densa to expand the afferent arteriole, because the hyperglycemia is mimicking hypovolemia, a situation where the kidney would want to increase renal blood flow. But there isn't this hypovolemia, so instead there's an increase in intraglomerular pressure. So it turns out GLP-1 receptor agonists have a number of mechanisms that actually influence to decrease the upregulation of SGLTs, the upregulation of their numbers and their activity. So in a sense, the GLP-1 has a bit of an SGLT inhibitor effect in the kidney. So with this hypothesis, this drug, semaglutide, a GLP-1 receptor agonist, there was a major investment in understanding its kidney effect. That's the FLOW trial. I am sure that Imad will talk about it in an hour or two. Here, over 3,500 people with type 2 diabetes and lower eGFRs with different degrees of albuminuria. So, for example, a GFR 25 to 50 with A2, A3 albuminuria, which is micro or macroalbuminuria, or 50 to 75 with A3 macroalbuminuria, were randomized to semaglutide 1 milligram per week or placebo. And you can see a beautiful hazard rate reduction of about 24% invoked by that. That would kind of, a back of the envelope calculation would be a number needed to treat of 20 people for a few years to prevent a composite end-stage or advanced kidney outcome. And it also had secondary endpoints around MACE and even death, and including all-cause mortality. And there's other GLP-1 medicine trials. Tirzepatide, the combined GLP-1 GIP, has a SURPASS program. It's been explored in phase 2, and it has substantial, maybe even greater hazard rate reduction. And there'll be a dedicated kidney trial. And retatrutide, that's the triple agent, has the TRIUMPH outcomes trial of obesity and cardiovascular disease and chronic kidney disease. For most of these, for example, semaglutide, the investment has been in looking at diabetic kidney disease, not kidney disease and obesity. So again, I apologize, Ahmad, you're probably talking to this, but of the whole armamentarium of amazing things we can do to reduce the residual risk of kidney disease in the diabetes population. For those with type 1 or type 2, we can do RAS inhibitors. They have a nice hazard rate reduction on the doubling of creatinine, and they bring the residual risk down to 30% or so for a 3-year risk of an advanced kidney event. And if we add an SGLT inhibitor, they bring the hazard down even further. This we can do in those with type 2, and they bring a residual risk down to likely 15%. And a non-steroidal mineralocorticoid receptor antagonist does a similar amount, and a GLP-1 we now know does the same. We don't really know about combining all of those, but we know combining 3 of 4 that we're getting to under 10% residual risk, and that's by using a non-steroidal mineralocorticoid receptor antagonist. And I mentioned already the GLP-1 focus has mostly been in diabetic, not non-diabetic kidney disease, like in the SGLTs. So that's kidney. The second thing, that was a little bit too long, maybe around sleep apnea. Sleep apnea is a bit complicated. A large part of it is about fat mass in the airways, the tongue, the soft palate, and the uvula. You can see they can create obstruction, but it's not quite as simple as that. There are central respiratory drive reflexes and neuromodulation. And I won't get into all of the hypothesized mechanism, but I will say that for the dual agent tirzepatide, there was a dedicated study for obstructive sleep apnea in those with obesity. Actually, it was a set of 2 trials with and without use of positive airway pressure, added to nearly 500 people. And the primary outcome was like a key outcome in obstructive sleep apnea, and that's the apnea hypopnea index through a laboratory polysomnography. And here you can see there was a huge change in baseline events. Number of events per hour in placebo reduced to 5 events per hour, but down to 20 fewer events per hour. And also similar in the second trial. These are associated with a very big degree of weight loss. And so this is likely related to weight loss, but there are currently mediation analyses to see whether above and beyond weight, there may be influence of this class of drugs on those neuromodulations and central respiratory drive. And the FDA has approved tirzepatide for obstructive sleep apnea and those with obesity. And, interestingly, where I'm from in Canada, Health Canada has, even for all the GLP-1s, including semaglutide, obstructive sleep apnea as an eligible obesity comorbidity. So when we talk about indication, it's not always so important that we extend the indication itself, but that at least there's an emphasis on their use in certain populations. So I feel that this drug will be used in people with diabetes and with obesity for obstructive sleep apnea. So then on the liver, so GLP-1 and metabolic dysfunction-associated steatohepatitis, which is a version of steatotic liver disease, MASH, where you have excess fat plus signs of inflammation. These are likely indirect mechanisms because hepatic cells actually lack the GLP-1 receptor antagonist, GLP-1 receptor itself. So there's mechanisms through insulin resistance on metabolism. There's effects on inflammation, mechanisms of apoptosis, cell death, and also fibrosis through GLP-1. And in a target trial emulation, so using observational data, there was a substantial decrease in the risk of cirrhosis and end-stage liver events. So an amazing finding around liver disease. So this has actually been studied for semaglutide in MASH in those with type 2 diabetes or with obesity. Both were accrued into the study, 1,200 people. They needed biopsy-defined MASH with at least moderate level fibrosis. And they were randomized to a fixed allocation, 2-to-1 to semaglutide versus placebo. And there's an interim analysis that's occurred at 72 weeks in 800 people, and it shows a beautiful resolution of steatohepatitis as well as liver fibrosis, and in each situation without worsening of the other parameter. So we worry about fat and fibrosis, so an improvement in fat or fibrosis without a worsening in the other. And tirzepatide has a phase 2 study with similar findings and is investing further in this area. And there's an agent, which is a glucagon and GLP-1 co-agonist called survodutide that has a phase 2 publication, and its whole development is focusing specifically on MASH. And there's actually other dual glucagon GLP-1 agonists. So in the US, the FDA, Food and Drug Administration, they did accelerated approval for this drug in MASH, as long as along with another agent called resmetirom, which is a thyroid hormone receptor beta agonist in the liver, so really relevant to us as endocrinologists. That study with resmetirom had a very similar design, biopsy, et cetera. And even though the biopsy is a surrogate, not a clinical outcome, it received what's called accelerated approval to allow these trials to complete follow-up. And as long as they can be confirmed by clinical outcome, they maintain their approval. And so both of these trials will continue for 5 years, including cirrhosis-related outcomes as well as death. All right, so then our emerging indications, we've got peripheral vascular or peripheral arterial disease and knee osteoarthritis, a number of mechanisms around inflammation, endothelial function, angiogenesis, and plaque stability for peripheral arterial disease. And the mechanisms around knee osteoarthritis relates to offloading of weight to decrease bone erosion, remodeling, cartilage destruction, as well as osteophyte formation, but also mechanisms of decreased inflammation from GLP-1 agonism in the synovial fluid and the synovium itself. So around peripheral arterial disease, there's actually a fairly large-scale trial called the STRIDE trial of semaglutide in those with type 2 and peripheral arterial disease, about 800 people with claudication after 200 meters walking on a flat. The primary outcome was a distance at 2 miles per hour on a 12% inclination on a treadmill. And just for you to know, when you go to the gym, that's when you put it at the treadmill at the maximum. Like, this is a major inclination, 12%. And they found that there was an increase by over 10% in the distance that people could walk on that incline, as well as the distance they could walk pain-free. And so that translated to 87 more feet at that steep incline and 45 more feet at that steep incline. So that would mean that people are more likely to be able to run errands, get around their neighborhood, park and get to a mall. This is a major finding. And the decision is pending by regulatory agencies now. And then there's the STEP 9 trial in knee osteoarthritis, which actually looked at a thing called the Western Ontario and McMaster University's Osteoarthritis Index that looks at aspects of pain, stiffness, and physical function. And there was actually a large decrease in these, a score decrease of 14, where 8 or more is considered to be clinically very relevant. It's likely in large part due to the offloading of weight because of a major weight reduction. And that is being considered for regulatory approval around knee osteoarthritis. And I'll finish with the new trial priorities. These really, to me, are so fascinating around neuroprotection and type 1 diabetes. So in neuroprotection, we know that diabetes has a number of metabolic processes that can lead to cerebral and substantia nigra degeneration leading to dementia and Parkinsonism. And we know that in the pathogenesis, other than these metabolic processors, there's accumulation of these proteins, amyloid beta and tau. And the focus so far has been on dementia, Alzheimer's, and or vascular dementia. And the mechanisms around these are really interesting in the preclinical data. The neuron itself has a GLP-1 receptor, and there's mechanisms that lead directly to decreasing tau phosphorylation and therefore its accumulation, but also mitochondrial function, oxidative stress, and apoptosis. But interesting, the microglia, which is the resident inflammatory cell in the brain, also has a GLP-1 receptor. And it leads to processes that change the inflammatory environment. And there's been a number of positive outcomes preclinically, but even clinically, there's some signal on learning memory. And also we know about the decrease in stroke risk. And actually looking at the trials for lira and semaglutide in cardiovascular outcome trials, as an exploratory outcome, they found a substantial decrease in dementia. So there's something really important here about GLP-1 medicines and the brain. And so for semaglutide, Novo Nordisk is pursuing the EVOKE program, which is taking over 3,500 people with Alzheimer's, and in the second trial, EVOKE Plus, including those with some vascular dementia findings, and randomizing them to oral semaglutide, which apparently has greater stability day by day. They need to have an amyloid pattern by positron emission tomography or cerebrospinal fluid amyloid. And in fact, they have in hand as of this fall, their primary endpoints at 104 weeks. We may be hearing about this in the next few months, but in a year, they'll do the follow-up for durability. And the outcome is around a clinical dementia scale called the CDR-SB. So in type 1 diabetes, there's a lot going on. We have automated insulin delivery. We have prediction and immunomodulation that I'll be talking about this afternoon. We have stem cell-derived islet transplantation and islet transplantation itself. But adjunct insulin therapy has a huge wave of research and even clinical use in type 1 diabetes. So for example, as an investigator and having leadership roles with the Diabetes Control and Complications Trial in EDIC, we have these amazing emerging findings that are actually going to sound like what I've already been talking to you about in type 2 diabetes and obesity. We know that now, as we're studying people in their average 60s and beyond, there's an interaction with age and cognition. We know that the type 1 population in North America, 60% are overweight or obese, and we see impaired fitness by cardiopulmonary exercise testing in EDIC. We see a fair amount of liver disease by ultrasound elastography or FibroScan, and we also see what look like shockingly high rates of obstructive sleep apnea that we're hoping to confirm in the next cycle of study. So the first thing, though, is the metabolic control. Liraglutide had a large program in type 1 diabetes. We see this nice, not dramatic, but nice A1C improvement, as well as a weight advantage, insulin reduction advantage, and also amazingly, even though these people had longer duration type 1 diabetes, somehow a C-peptide advantage. And actually, around C-peptide, I'll assume that means I have 5 minutes, which I think I do. What's amazing around C-peptide is that Paresh Dandona in New York State in the US just did a case series where he took new onset type 1 diabetes, exposed them to fairly low dose semaglutide, and found that there was a C-peptide preservation. Most were not requiring insulin at the end of a year, and of those who did require insulin, it was only basal insulin. And it compared to the A1C improvements that we see in these fancy new onset type 1 diabetes immunomodulation trials. So this is leading to further research of this class of drugs in type 1. And we see in combination with automated insulin delivery, we've contributed some research in this area, beautiful improvements in metabolic control. And in fact, based on these, there's already been a consensus report really promoting the use of GLP-1 medicines as add-on to automated insulin delivery in type 1 diabetes. But I'll just give you the trial landscape for the dual agent tirzepatide. There's announcement of the Surpass T1D program, which will be a phase 3 RCT for overweight adults with higher A1C on glycemic impact. We know about the Remodel T1D study, which technically is a mechanistic study looking at bold MRI, but will have a pathway towards approval of these drugs for kidney disease and type 1. And finally, a number of studies that are looking into the effect on maintaining beta cell mass, including in preclinical diabetes, as well as in islet transplantation. So you can see that this simple drug around an insulinotropic effect and some suppression of hunger can have a myriad of effects. And on top of that, we have so many different agents that influence this. So if I summarize this, we know that there's GLP-1 receptor agonists and a number of that are expressed on a number of organs, but also a number of interacting receptors. The new term that seems to be using is this concept of, rather than GLP-1 and the related receptors, would be the nutrient-stimulated hormone or NUSH-based therapies. We've heard of existing clinical indications, metabolic weight, and cardiovascular disease, but these have been expanded in some countries to include kidney, liver, and obstructive sleep apnea. I then told you about emerging clinical indications, peripheral arterial disease, as well as knee osteoarthritis, and the research priorities that will have data coming very soon around cognition and programs in type 1 diabetes. But actually, I could have talked on and on. There's emerging research in addiction, alcohol and smoking, neuroplasticity and schizophrenia, allergic airway disease, psoriasis, and also in particular with the combined GLP-1 amylin receptor agonist, painful diabetic neuropathy. So with that, I hope this gave you a reasonable overview of this rapid expanding universe of GLP-1 medicines. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this unique session in the program for the GAED Congress. The medal lecture has been created by the Board of Directors to recognize the contributions of a physician or a clinical researcher or clinical scientist in the field of diabetes and endocrinology in the region, and has been running and has been received over the last decade or so by the top researchers in the area of diabetes and endocrinology. And the recipient of this year is not far from that, and he's Professor Abdel Nasser or Nasser Al-Daghri. He is currently a full-time professor of biochemistry at the King Saud University in Riyadh. And he has been the former dean for 5 years. He's currently also the director of chair of biomarkers of chronic diseases. Also, beyond Saudi Arabia, he's in addition to his role, vice president of the academic affairs in King Saud University, is also a research fellow in the University of Warwick, Coventry, UK, and a member of the WHO Collaborating Center for Public Health Aspects of Musculoskeletal Diseases and Aging, and also a WHO expert working group on bone health. Nasser is a multi-awarded scientist. He has published over 700 published contributions. It has attracted more than 24,000 citations. In 2024, just last year, he was named as the world's most prolific and influential researcher in the area of vitamin D and obesity. And his particular interest has been in clinical biochemistry, metabolism, and vitamin D. Please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اسمحوا لي بس مقدمتكم بالعربي بعدين we'll start my lecture in English. في البداية أقدم بجزيل الشكر والعرفان للجنة المنظمة واللجنة العلمية على سماحي بالوقوف أمامكم لشرح لكم تجربتي مع زملائي في المملكة العربية السعودية وفي كلية العلوم وقسم الكيمياء الحيوية وفي كرسي المؤشرات الحيوية في السنوات الماضية. هذا النجاح اللي تحقق لم يتحقق بمجهود ناصر الداغري فقط، إنما بمجهود مجموعة من الشباب والزملاء والطلاب والأعضاء في كرسي المؤشرات الحيوية. فاسمحوا لي أن أتكلم في النصف الساعة القادمة عن رحلتي مع هؤلاء الزملاء وكيف تم التعاون معهم بإذن الله تعالى، وإن شاء الله ما أطول عليكم ونبدأ. First of all, I start my slide only 20. When I give it to my colleagues to revise it, it becomes almost 60. So I stop asking anybody advice. So I will try my best to explain my journey with my colleagues in the next 30 minutes. And I hope I didn't miss anybody. And I hope also I would apologize if I didn't mention anybody. This is my colleague and who is contribute in this succeed. And I hope I didn't miss anybody. Maybe the female's photograph is not there, so I do apologize for them. This is shown by production. I didn't have any conflict of interest. I start my work in the lab. We call our lab last time is Diabetes and Endocrine Lab with Professor Omar Al-Attas. And we have some collaboration with the College of Medicine. And I did my master degree in College of Medicine in King Khalid Hospital and King Abdulaziz Medical, also in Diabetic Center with Dr. Rubayaan. When I finished my master, that time I was able to publish one paper. This is my best paper. But this is the first paper we did it with a group. And that time I started to realize what is the meaning of working with a group. So I start working with the first group, which is Dr. Omar Al-Attas, Dr. Rubayaan, Dr. Naeem, and the epidemiological study in Saudi Arabia. And that one was our lab calling Diabetes and Endocrine Lab. And in this study, we was able, don't be surprised that we collect 120,000 samples from all the region of Riyadh, of Saudi Arabia, 19 regions. So this is, and before that, we have experience with iodine projects deficiency in Jazan with Dr. Omar Al-Attas. So this is the reason why the other group in College of Medicine chose us to do this project, which is a national study on the prevalence of diabetes from the project. And then we did so many national survey with Professor Mansour Al-Nizha and coronary artery disease project. And from that one, I start learning what is the meaning of epidemiological study. We take the first course of epidemiological course and first course of statistics. That time is called SAS and STAT, and the second version or third version of SPSS. Then I start my journey in Birmingham University. And in this university, I realized what the meaning of a group. And I know the definition of working with the group and the rules for each person in the group and for the project. Also, when I went there, I didn't know what the meaning of publication papers, to be honest. I have almost 6 papers published when I start my PhD, but I didn't realize what's the meaning of published paper when I go to Birmingham University. Then we start several epidemiological study after I came from that one, which is when I came, I thought I need some data bank to start my work, to start my ideas, which I bring from my PhD to complete my PhD. And we start the first screening and diabetes implications in child health with also Professor Amar Attas and Dr. Khalid and Dr. Naeem. And then also we did our own biomarker screening in our lab in 2008, and we finished in 2010. This is the year where we changed our mission, and the year of the father of DNA visit our lab, which is Professor Watson. And Professor Watson, they called me by phone. They told me, Professor Watson is coming to university after 2 weeks. If you have any plan, because he is biochemist and we are biochemists. He graduated from biochemistry department and working biochemistry department. I told them, yes, we need him to visit our lab to see what are we doing, and we take his advice. Then when he came, he stayed 3 days. And his schedule was very heavy. And the last day, I said maybe he will not come. But at 1 o'clock, I received another call. They told me he's coming. Because Watson is almost 90, then I asked my colleagues to go quickly to bring a wheelchair from King Khalid Hospital so we can bring him to our lab. So I take the wheelchair downstairs near the car. But when I saw the guys, he's younger than me. He's walking from the car to the gates quickly. So I tried to move this wheelchair so nobody will see him. And I didn't want him to see the wheelchair, so maybe he will be upset from me. So then we go up to my lab. My colleague was there. And he was also going fast doing the holes. And also, I couldn't catch him. Then he said, only you have 15 minutes to give me a round. And I told him, no, I'm not going to do any round unless you told me how you'll be active in 90. I'm still in 50. I couldn't catch you. And he said, I will answer your question at the end of the visit. We take him around in the lab. We show him our project. We show him our study. Also, he meets my colleagues in the lab. He gives some advice and suggestion. And when he decided to leave, I told him he didn't answer my question. You're very active. You are running, and you are faster than me. And there is almost 25 years difference between me and you. Then he told me, if you want to do something in this country, try to do something about vitamin D. You have sunshine in this country, but vitamin D deficiency is very high in this country. I don't know where he get the information from that one. But then we start our mission. I met with my colleagues that in the lab. And we start to think about it and to see whether we can do something and whether it's true or not. So to do this one, we make several screening in the beginning. First of all, we make questionnaire. We ask all the physician and the GP in the whether they are using vitamin D or not, and whether this is true or not. And in the meantime, we have data bank from our screening in Riyadh. We collect 17,000 samples. We ordered kits, and then we start analyzing the kits. And when we get the result from the kit, from the screening, yes, he's right. It's almost 90% of all the applications have severe deficiency of vitamin D. Also, when I ask when we bring the questionnaire and make the analysis for the questionnaire, we found this almost 95 from the GB, they never prescribed vitamin D. And also the endocrinologists in that time, 2008, 50%, they didn't prescribe it, real, maybe 85% they didn't describe vitamin D. And when we asked the pharmacists, 50% of vitamin D tablets, they return to the store. So we start now, do another strategy to our lab and to our chair. We write to the university that I'm Professor Al-Uthman, and he agreed to change our lab names from Diabetes Endocrine Lab to Biomarker Center. And for that, in that year, in 2010, we also, by chance, organizing the 4th conference of biomarker. And we, with my colleagues, Professor Al-Attas and Dr. Yusuf Saleh and Dr. Naji, start to found a way and writing proposals to do some study in vitamin D. To do that, there is some initiatives in the university. You can collaborate with highly cited people. So we search for some of the people who may help us in our proposals. And we found that Axel Ehrlich was highly cited, and he got the Kingfisher Prize. And Professor Mario Claricchi, George Crosses, and Gilberto Nicola, and Jaco Domont, they also agreed to join our group in King's University. We also write with them some proposal. We send it to CAUS, we send it to CAST, we send it to also King's University, and we get some projects approved from that one. And in that year, 2010, only 75 papers published in the past 26 years about vitamin D. Some of these papers from my colleagues in the biochemistry department, they have projects from CAST, and that time Professor Sedran and his group, and they published 6. And from that papers, and I think it's 90 something, and the first follow-up paper I read in our department. By that time, we was able to publish so many papers from that time until now. From the screening we did, we found that severe hypovitamin deficiency is more separate in our subjects, especially in diabetics. And it's common, it's common in non-diabetic than in diabetes. As you see from here, the males 71%, and moderate, severe is 25.4%. And in the female, 76, moderate, and severe, 28. So it's almost 90 in total. But in diabetics, it's less, found in less. So we organized so many workshops, so many vitamin D, so many conferences with our colleagues in the Osteoporosis Society, and we try to found the factors affecting that one, and how can we improve it, and how can we educate the people for the useful vitamin D. This is one of the biomarker screening I told you before. We use it to answer the question, the prevalence of vitamin D deficiency in Riyadh. Also, we did another one study, which is the other part of vitamin D study, which we want to do the follow-up study. In this study, we divide the schools to 8 groups. Each group has one group for vitamin D supplementation, and one group for diet, one group for sunshine, and all the other groups, we divide them according to the milk. We believe the milk, there is a vitamin D in the milk because there is about 4 types of, we choose four popular type of milk in the market. And after 6 months, we did some statistic analysis on that one. And to be honest, all the type of vitamin D milk, I mean, all the type of milk we use was not increasing significantly, or there is none. So we write the Saudi FDA about it, and they also write to the company and improve the vitamin D in these milks. The only group we found that is high vitamin D, it is in the supplementation group first, and then the sunshine group. Even the vitamin D, the group of the dietary vitamin D, we didn't find any increase after 6 months. Also, we have a registry for vitamin D with the collaboration with King Salman University and King Khalid also, and also King Fahd Medical City. We was able to collect until now almost 2,000 record having with the blood samples having osteoporosis. Also with my colleagues, after we was able to get this Kingswood University Award of Scientific Excellence, also Professor Ramdas in 2018 and again in 2013. And we start to publish the papers from this screening, from this follow-up study about vitamin D supplementation and the effect on vitamin D and type 2 diabetes. And we found there's association between vitamin D increasing and HOMA and insulin sensitivity and insulin resistance. Also, we found there is association between vitamin D and metabolic syndrome. We can follow up with them until 12 months. And because maybe we found that 6 months is not enough, so we increase the follow-up to 12 months. Then we increase it to 18 months. Also, because of vitamin D supplementation in the first 6 months, only 2,000 units. Then we 1,000 units. Then we increase it 2,000 units with the advice of my colleague, suggestion with consultant Professor Yusuf Saleh. So after 12 months, we found there's association between increasing of vitamin D and metabolic syndrome. After 6 months, one of the interesting study, which is after 6 months, but there is a lifestyle modification, increasing sunlight exposure, maybe improve vitamin D. It's not significant, not reach 59 or more, but there is association and there is improvement in vitamin D concentration level in this subject. Also, we published another paper from that study, vitamin D supplementation, the serum level, and magnesium and selenium, and there is association between improving of this of magnesium and selenium with vitamin D. Also, this is all this paper is published from the same follow-up study. There is even with a different dose of vitamin D, there is improving in that one. I will, because there's so many slides, I will pass this study and I will go to one of the interesting study, which is we do it with collaboration with Southampton's about Protamix, because we found from different study published in that year that there's a association between vitamin D and different disease. And so we want to see what type of disease true is associated with that, with the vitamin D. So we did a very interesting study about Protamix. We collect two groups. One is severe vitamin D, less than 20 nanomole, and one group with a high vitamin D over 50 nanomole. And we studied the Protamix of this one with a collaboration with Southampton University. And we found that there are increasing, this is the two group. Group 1, male and female, and group 2 also the same account of subject. And we found there is a total of 2,140 serum protein, which is 240, except we measured 2,142 proteins from this Protamix, and we found that 240 protein except significant different expression vitamin D. So there is 2,100 protein. There are some of them increasing, some of them decreasing when the vitamin D changing in this one. So these proteins of known function belong to the following pathways, like bastardol function, lipid metabolism, vitamin D function, cardiovascular physiology, and also immunity. So then we start another journey to study these proteins and to see whether we is true or not. So we did some ELISA study to see the different BSN6 and vitamin D status. So the quantitative serum Protamix approach used in this study revealed a sexual demographic effect of vitamin D status, correction, and on protein participating in blood coagulations among overweight. Sex-mediated vitamin D effect should be factored in the design and interruption of vitamin D observation and inferential study distinct cardiometabolic outcome. So this is the main finding we found from the Protamix study. So vitamin study school, we use then another dose of vitamin D. We have 50,000 units was given weekly for the first 2 months to make a good correction twice, and then we make it twice a month. Then for the next 2 months, followed by daily 1,000 units. And the participants were categorized based on the response and not response achieving serum. The responder achieved serum 25 more than 50 nanomole, and the non-responder is less than 25 less than 50 nanomole. So we measure so many proteins like complementary proteins and also apolipoproteins and this two group, and we found there is significant difference between this protein the baseline and 6 months. As you see from the figure, the ApoB, there's improving in the ApoB, improving the ApoC also, and ApoA. All the protein is improving, and after 6 months, after we correct the vitamin D and this subject. Also, from the span and last month, we did measure the IGF and HB binding proteins, and we found that IGF-1 and IGF-BB change appear to be mediated by vitamin D supplementation, suggesting that IgF and IGF-BB3 ratio may serve as a sensitive marker of vitamin D response in solid subjects. This is also another from the Protamix study. We found there is a difference, the association between IGF-1 and IGF-BB3, and we published this one in 2018. And also, this is another study we published it in Nature Diabetes in 2018. From this, also, we make screening for all the publications in Saudi Arabia about vitamin D, and we found this 81% overall prevalence of vitamin D deficiency in KSC and large scale of study in that time. From 2000. Sorry. Yeah, from 2011 to 2016, we could look at all this, and we found this 81% the overall the prevalence of vitamin D study. So the operation definition of that, so that's deficiency will be less than 50 nanomole, sufficiency more than or equal 50 nanomole, adequacy will be almost 75 nanomole. This is one of the highest top-cited paper we published to my colleagues in archive osteoporosis, and there is so many professors from King Faisal Nobel Prize visiting the lab. One of them is Olson. He visited us in March 2004 and 19, and also really we get benefit from him and from his idea he provided to our colleagues and to our lab. And we submit some proposal together to the CAPS. Almost 59 scientists have been visit our chair and our CBCD the last 30 years. And really, I would like to thank them all for agreeing to visit the lab, agreeing to collaborate with us, and also are agreeing to publish paper with us. We improve too much really from their visit, from their collaboration, and I do apologize if I miss anyone. I didn't write it here. I do my best with my colleagues and so on to put all their names in this slide. And this is the university we collaborate with them during the past 25 years together. So I'd like to thank all the people who's collaborated. There's so many additional slides I want to mention here, but because of the short of the time, I do apologize with my colleagues who put these slides. I don't have to talk about it all. And this is the vitamin deficiency. There is improving of the vitamin deficiency in the last 3 years after the campaign, after the work we did together with my friend. So also we now nominated to have office in WHO organization, our university. And hopefully we can, all of you can collaborate with this office once we start our work next year. So, and this is our group in bone health experts working group. We published so many paper with them in osteoporosis and in vitamin D. So in 2025, we're more involved with those will keep in the farm burning in vitamin D and osteoporosis. So I'd like to thank you again, all of you, and thank you very much for listening to me. And I do apologize if I am late, and I do apologize if I missed something not mentioned this one. So what began as a personal guest to understand vitamin D becomes a bridge from Saudi Arabia to the world. Science known no border, only shared light and purpose. So my advice to all of you that if you don't have wonderful group like me. I think this is the mark of succeed, and I would like to thank them again, all of them, for agreeing to collaborate with our chair and our center in the lab. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Nasser, and you really honored the medal. And on behalf of the board, I'm very delighted to invite the president to hand you the medal, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق خلق الإنسان من علق اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم كلا إن الإنسان ليطغى أن رآه استغنى إن إلى ربك الرجعى أرأيت الذي ينهى عبدا إذا صلى أرأيت إن كان على الهدى أو أمر بالتقوى أرأيت إن كذب وتولى ألم يعلم بأن الله يرى كلا لئن لم ينته لنسفعا بالناصية ناصية كاذبة خاطئة فليدع ناديه سندع الزبانية كلا لا تطعه واسجد واقترب.
Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellency, Dr. Ahmed Ibrahim bin Kaplan, the advisor for the regulation sector at the DHA, Your Excellency, Dr. Omniat Al-Hajri, the Executive Director for the Community Health Division in Abu Dhabi, dear colleagues, distinguished guests and speakers, a wonderful morning to you all. As a president, I'd like to as a president, it's my great pleasure to honor you and to stand here today before you and extend a very warm welcome to all of you attending our Congress of the Gulf Association of Endocrinology and Diabetes. It's the leading Congress in the Gulf countries, and actually it's a symbol of our unity in our region that reflects our shared commitment and collective responsibilities for our communities. The scientific committee put together a very comprehensive and credit-rich program addressing the recent advancement in the field, which will be discoursed by the best speakers in the field. Our sincere wishes for a productive and fruitful Congress to all of you. I'm very grateful to many experts who came all the way to share their knowledge and to all the sponsors who made it possible. Ladies and gentlemen, today I will not stand here and promise you what's going to happen in the next year. I will not go into the rhetoric of promises and the poetry of future ambitions. Instead, I will invite you to look at what we have already accomplished together. So today we will speak only in the language of accomplishment. My talk will be divided into two parts. The first one will be a historic perspective of the association, which is very important for all members to know. And the second part will be the state of the association for the past year. So years ago, specifically in 2011, it was nothing more than a thought. Why do we have to travel all the way to the West, to the States, once or twice every year to get a CME? And if you recall, in 2011, most communities and most countries started implementing the continuous medical education certification to renew your license. And we had travel restrictions, we have visa issues, we have cost issues. So the thought is, why not do something similar to what the West had? Now, the difficulty was in doing a new endocrine society, Gulf Society, for instance, where you don't have members, you don't have any bylaws, you don't have anything to start with. So here comes the idea that we should do something that is well established. And I had the privilege of working in ACE as part of the committee during my fellowship. I also had the privilege of having my mentors and teachers in the United States that I contacted, and I started working on this issue from 2011. It took some time, it took so much effort, and there were so many obstacles, but at the end, we received the approval in June 2012. This is the birth certificate of this association, and it was approved for 6 countries, which was not easy. I did not really want to do it for Bahrain or Qatar or one country. It's supposed to be connecting all of us across the Gulf countries. So we started working from June 2012. Immediately we started planning for our annual business meeting, the first one for the election. We started working on the logo, and finally, after approval of the board of directors, this is the final logo that we had. I registered the acegulf.com and acegulf.org, and we started working on the website, and this is the final capture of the website at that time. So we have the access to all the members, and we send an email asking for people who would like to nominate themselves for the upcoming election day. And you can see those ballots. The first one is Dr. Ahmed Hassoun. This is the actual one. He applied to be a president. And the second one is Dr. Ali Khalil. He applied to be the vice president. And those are just examples, but the list is very long. This is what we have in terms of president nominees. We had 4 people. We had 2 people applied as a nominees for vice president, 2 people for secretary and treasurer, which was 1 position, not separate like now. And we have 15 people applying for board of directors. And that's a testament of how people were interested to form such a society. So we did very well, and we are starting to work on the plan to meet in one of the hotels and do the election. Now, this is the signage of the meeting, and it was a paper signage. I still have it at home, and I took a picture of it just 2 days ago. And it has so many stories, and I'd like to give you a couple of stories of that. Now, why did we choose October 12th? Years ago, when we started this, I wanted more than the KOLs and all the leaders in the community. I wanted somebody who's a figure to come and attend and give it more credibility. So I was calling my teachers and mentors to see if one of the board members of ACE can come. And I was not lucky. But then I was told that the president of ACE is visiting Dubai. And when? It was on the 11th October to the 13th of October. So I kept emailing them and no answer. So I called the secretary multiple times and I begged her if I can have him just come and attend. I wanted somebody who's powerful, credible to attend this launching meeting. And he approved. He said, okay, after 5 o'clock, I can come on 12th October. So that's why we decided to do it on the 12th October. At that time, Dr. Salim Bishia had given me a room in Abu Dhabi for the Excellence in Diabetes, which was a free room to do this election day. But then I decided, since the president is going to be in Dubai, I will do it in the same hotel, Grand Hyatt, at the 12th of October. Now, something that most of you don't know, that until now, all the expenses were out of pocket, personal expenses, all of it. So we don't have any bank account, we don't have anything to have a room in this hotel, Grand Hyatt, Dubai. You can imagine how expensive it is, and zero budget, zero money supported from anyone. So luckily, this is God's plan. Luckily, one day when I was trying to figure out what to do, I got a call from Dubai. And it was a medical director of a pharma company telling me that in the States, they heard a group of people are gathering to do a society or association for the Gulf countries, and this has been our dream to do it and support. So that's great. You have money to rent a hall for me? He said, absolutely. So they gave us this hall, and I chose this hotel on that date, and it was covered by this company, and they had, if you remember, the refreshment and the snacks and the audio visuals, and they brought me actually a support group to organize the event. So this is what happened at that day. We had a lot of people came in. This is at the end. Not all of them were in the picture, and you can see some of the familiar faces to you after the election. Now, what we did is we went over the bylaws, and it was approved by the majority, and then we started doing the election. This is the president there, and this is a few of the people reading the list of the nominees and working on the election. It was done, and those are the winners of the election. And what could be best than having the ballots actually counted by the president of the American Association of Endocrinologists? Let's give it the credibility that it was supervised, verified, very strong, transparent, and democratic election in the Arab world, which is oxymoron. So those are the people. Dr. Ahmed Hassoun won the president. Dr. Ali Khalil won the vice president. Dr. Salim from Emirates was a board member. Dr. Juma Al-Kaabi, a board member. Dr. Muhammad Lamki from Oman as a board member. And Dr. Zar'i was also a board member. And then the selection of Dr. Ahmed was to fill the gap of Saudi Arabia, and Dr. Ali Zahrani joined. And the year after, Dr. Ali got Kuwait, so we were complete representing the 6 countries. So forward, we had this board of directors, and we started meeting regularly to organize the event of the year in 2013. And those are just pictures of the first board of directors and the second board of directors. And we wanted something big. We didn't want to do any activity that is looking like all the other activities. And we wanted to be 6 times more than the national regional one, because this represents 6 countries. So this what happened. We elected Abu Dhabi to be the starting point, and this is a program for the first clinical congress of the association in 2013. That was also October. So October seems to be a lucky month for all of us. So it was a successful meeting. And you would think we had low budget, zero finances, that we would get only local speakers. No, we got people from Europe, we got people from UK, we got American speakers attending. We have a whole list of excellent speakers attending. And you would think that we had very limited sponsors because nobody knows us. We had 14 companies sponsoring us. In the first meeting, 14 companies. And the package was between $40,000 to $80,000, and they all paid it. Now, I have to tell you, this is the first meeting, zero money, and at the end, we had almost 2 million dirhams from registrations and from sponsors. Now, 1,000.5 went to the conference and the cost and the honorarium and all the costs, so we left with a surplus of 500,000 dirham. Now, I see people smiling, but this is not for profit. We took zero money, no honorarium. All this work was done for free. Also, we had a lot of abstracts that were submitted to the first meeting, and it was published as the first clinical congress abstract book in Ibn Sina journal by Dr. Salim Bishayr. So moving on, fast forward several years, and during the midst of the coughing disease, the COVID era, and working hard to make a platform and learning how to do a virtual meeting in 2020, we get a notification by ACE that they will no longer support the chapters. So as I said here, so we were head to the MVSI, and that was the thing at that time. But we did very well, actually. Those are some of the correspondence about the stopping of the chapter, and those were the board of directors at that time. I did leave for many years, and then I came back as I was elected to be a board member. So we did very well. We changed the logo to the new logo, Gulf Association of Endocrinology. The name was Gulf Chapter. It became the Gulf Association of Endocrinology and Diabetes, and the bylaws continued the same, and the board of directors continue the same, and we continue doing the congress and the webinars as is without any changes. So that's the story. And the point I want to say is that there's a lot of work that has been done over the years. And I think the members right now should really work hard to keep up with the achievement that was done by all the presidents and the members of the association of the last 13 years. And I think this was built with a lot of passion, and there was a purpose for doing it. And we should all protect it, preserve it, and let it stand taller than ever. That's my message to the members right now. Now, the other thing is, I want to clarify, one of the main reasons I said that is to differentiate between ACE-MENA and the Gulf Association. Now, we are the Gulf chapter, and we started it, and we built it, and we became the most successful Gulf Association. But we had to change the name because of the cancellation of the chapter. So we are the Gulf chapter. ACE-MENA is something totally different. They are not our adversaries, but they are totally different. They just started a few years ago, and we have history back to 13 years from the start. And we are a true Gulf association because we started in Abu Dhabi, then Dubai, and then Oman, then Saudi Arabia, and then Oman again, and then Abu Dhabi and Dubai. So this is a true Gulf association. When you look at ACE MENA, it's been in Dubai all the time, every year, had not moved out of Dubai. We do a lot of work for the community. We do webinars, we do courses, we do workshops throughout the year. We do the endocrine board review, which gives us nothing in terms of return. It's out of our budget that we do endocrine board review to educate the fellows and the young endocrinologists. So we do a lot compared to what ACE MENA does for the community. And remember, at one day, there was an order to cancel all the chapters, and there were 40 chapters around the world, and they were all canceled in one day. So this ACE MENA might even not last, but we are here for generations to come. Now, moving on to the next part of my talk, which is the state of the association. This started when I took office, October last year, and we sat down and put some strategic goals for this year. We looked at the weaknesses we have, which is basically visibility and lack of exposure, and we wanted to do a lot of things to improve the image and have more visibility across the online and in the community. So we worked on the website. We changed it to a more dynamic, interactive website. We changed the color. We made it more friendly with the menu drops. And we added a lot of things to the website. The website took 4 to 5 months of working from the month I took office, October, until almost March when we finished it. And it was a weekly meetings to finish the website. Now we added the medal lecture. This is the honorary site of all those top researchers of the Gulf countries, and you can see from the start. We started in 2013 with Dr. Hussein Saadi, and we ended last year with Eba, and this morning Dr. Nasser. So this is the top researchers. They should be honored. They should be put on the website for everybody to see them and know them. We also did the bylaws, made it more friendly to read for all the members. You can read it. And it's also good for even the board members to read. You know, last April we had an issue with a question about the committees and the authority. And we put the bylaws, and it was very clear that the authority was correct and the committees were all done correctly. Now we also have all the meetings, and you do not find any association that has all the meetings for free, for everybody, whether you're a member or not. We have the annual Congress for 4 years, all the videos. We have the endocrine review courses for the last 4 years. We have other courses. We have a lipid course, we have osteoporosis course, and we have pituitary course. And you can attend all of them for free by using those videos. And again, no association does that to give you all those accesses for free. This is a rich encyclopedia of endocrinology. You can become the best endocrinologist just sitting there and seeing all those videos. Moving on to the social media, we felt there was a gap. We wanted more members. We wanted more followers. So we focused on the Instagram, the Facebook, LinkedIn, X, and we started boosting our new guidelines, international ones, and putting all the related news to the physicians to recruit more members and followers. So this is just an example of what was done. And we do have a committee that works on the social media posts, and we do have a team by the company, The Choice, that works with us and to get those posts ready. We also worked on the webinars. We had 8 total webinars this year, the best topics that really of clinical relevance to all the physicians in the area. We also started doing more and more endorsement to other local and regional activities, universities, hospitals, where they use our logo as a testament of the excellence and the privilege that they have by giving them our logo. Those are some of the endorsements that we have done. Not only we did in the region, we also moved to Egypt. We had a joint meeting with Egypt, and we sent one of the members to attend and present us with a lecture. We also had worked with publication. The president of South Asian Federation of Endocrinology, Dr. Sanjay, had contacted us, and we did together an expert consensus, and it was endorsed by our society, which was published already. And now we're working in nutrition and metabolic health consensus as well, which is submitted to BMC, the endocrine disorders. Dr. Salim and Dr. Safar are working in CAH pediatrics survey to be published, inshallah, even with African colleagues. We have also an international consensus coming on hyperparathyroidism, and they ask us to endorse them. And we have a meeting of the Gulf Obesity, and they ask us to endorse them in December. So there's plenty of activities that we have done to increase our visibility and exposure of our association. This is the paper of the consensus in advanced therapy, and this is our association name with other associations. Now, we also did another thing. We did a partnership. We signed a contract with the Endocrine Society, and this is part of the Global Endocrine Leadership Coalition. We get a lot of benefits to our members and to the association. And there's a paper that we just finished, which was sent to JCAM for publication with our society. Another one, which is tougher actually than the Endocrine Society, was the European Society for Endocrinology. They had to review the bylaws. They had to do so many questions and back and forth. And during the board meeting, they actually approved us, and we are affiliate officially now with the European Society of Endocrinology. Last but not least, we always had an advisory board. Every 2 years we had to change, and it was a tough decision, whom to add and whom to remove. And I recall in 2024, they did not have any meeting. So I said, okay, we will not do this anymore. I cannot take some and leave some. Some of them, they have this advisory board membership many times, and some of them had it once. Some of them, they have never experienced our association. So what I did is I collectively added all the president, the past president, to honor them, to give them membership for life, and to use their collective wisdom and leadership for the future leadership of our association. So this is my last slide. I just want to mention that the endocrine review course would be held between the 6th and 8th of November. If you are a fellow, a resident, a junior endocrinologist, a senior endocrinologist, you will benefit so much from this review. I'd like to thank my team, each and everyone, for the support and for dedication and hard work over the year, and thank them for the respect that they gave me over the year. And I'd like also to thank Rafat specifically for being a patient. I used to call him every day, night, weekend, every time, 24/7, and his excellent team, and they are our partners in success. I'd like to thank all the sponsors for making this possible. And at the end, I'd like to thank all of you for participating in making our communities a healthier one. So this is my end of the talk, and tomorrow marks the end of my presidency, and I get my life back. So thank you so much.
Isn't being published yet. And of course, the ongoing randomized study that Novo Nordisk are running, which is the FOCUS study, which is semaglutide against placebo over 5 years. And again, primary completion for that is going to be the 25th of December, 2026. Then we have actually not diabetic retinopathy, but something, I don't know, maybe you guys had heard of it before. I mean, I do a lot of research in eyes, but I must say, when I read it, I thought, what the hell's NION, right? Non-arthritic ischemic optic neuropathy. So what is NION? Well, it is, as the acronym says, non-arthritic anterior ischemic optic neuropathy. And it actually has an annual incidence, reported incidence in the population, anything from 2 to 82 per 100,000. It is, in essence, ischemia of the optic nerve, but it's not because of arthritis. What are the risk factors? Well, the risk factors are actually older age, hypertension, obesity, diabetes, and smoking. All the risk factors that you'd expect a patient with type 2 diabetes to go on GLP-1 therapy. So they already have an increased risk of developing this. And in addition, actually, we also ought to be aware that there have been drugs previously that have shown increased risk, and this includes antihypertensives, particularly if you give them at night, amiodarone, triptans, and PDE5 inhibitors. They actually carry, some would say, maybe an equivalent risk to what has been seen with semaglutide. So the presentation is very different from diabetic retinopathy in that you get changes of the optic disc and you get loss of vision in one eye. Where are we in terms of the evidence for NION? Well, this is a recent analysis from the Trinitex database, 185,000 patients on GLP-1. What does it show in terms of retinopathy and NION? So in the entire cohort, this is people with and without diabetic retinopathy, but with diabetes. You see that actually being on a GLP-1 receptor agonist increases your risk of diabetic retinopathy, does not significantly increase your risk of NION, but nevertheless, there is this trend for movement over. Whereas, and then so people then kind of said, well, you know what, if you've got pre-existing diabetic retinopathy, we shouldn't put people on GLP-1 receptor agonists. But actually, if you look at people who already had pre-existing diabetic retinopathy, actually now you can see they have, they have lesser chance, it's not significant, and NION is not increased, and the things that really matter, like vitreous hemorrhage, laser photocoagulation, they're all actually better in terms of outcomes. So doesn't seem like from these uncontrolled studies that there is this increased risk. But there is more recent data now from over 37 million people with type 2 diabetes, just published in JAMA Ophthalmology, which shows that the NION risk may be increased, and this is significant for semaglutide and for exenatide, compared to people not on semaglutide or exenatide. For dulaglutide, empagliflozin, sitagliptin, and glipizide, no increased risk. So what about diabetic nephropathy? I know Imad's going to talk about it. I know Bruce talked about it, so I'll be very quick. Theoretically, GLP-1 receptor agonists, beyond improving glycemic control and body weight, and Bruce talked about changes in terms of intraglomerular pressures, there are these other purported benefits in terms of oxidative stress and inflammation. So the evidence that it might be beneficial was there. Multiple randomized studies that show about a 13% reduction in hard renal outcomes if you're on a GLP-1 receptor agonist. But you can see the data isn't kind of, it's the kind of some studies yes, some studies no. But overall, there is a benefit. And of course, there is the FLOW study, which took people with an EGFR of 46 and given semaglutide, actually maximally treated, you can see, with an ACE or an ARB, and even had SGLT2 inhibitors on board. They got a blood pressure reduction, they got body weight reduction, and HbA1c improvement. What did it show? Well, in terms of albuminuria, you can see, as is seen with the SGLT2 inhibitors, placebo group gets worse faster, whereas the semaglutide group does get worse over time, but has I would say, delayed trajectory. And of course, the hard renal outcomes, which is dialysis transplantation, greater than 50% reduction in EGFR, kidney rate of CV death, was lower in the semaglutide group. Then I come on to my favorite subject, which is diabetic neuropathy. So, somebody doesn't like diabetic neuropathy. Here we go. So, we actually did a study in the Gulf region to look at the risk factors for both peripheral neuropathy and neuropathic pain. 3,000 patients, and what did we show? Actually, we showed that poor glycemic control, hyperlipidemia, hypertension, obesity, all were major risk factors for diabetic neuropathy. So therefore, you would think if you give a GLP-1 receptor agonist, which of course works on poor glycemic control, hyperlipidemia, hypertension, obesity, it should be beneficial for people with diabetic neuropathy. In addition, there is also now recognized from experimental data, multiple potential benefits that could be derived from GLP-1 receptor agonism for nerve damage itself. So what's the evidence that it might be beneficial? Well, actually, the first evidence came from a sub-analysis of the LEADER trial, which was a trial, cardiovascular outcome trial with liraglutide, but actually showed that there was a reduction in amputation rate in people who were on liraglutide as opposed to in the non-liraglutide group. So there was a less amputation, not incidence of foot ulceration, but less significant risk of amputation. So where are we today? Well, now actually we have data from the SOUL study, which of course was a cardiovascular outcome trial, but what they are showing is that there is, apart from the reduction in major adverse cardiovascular events, which everybody focuses on, there is also a signal which occurs around 24 months for about a 30% reduction in hospitalization for acute or chronic limb ischemia. So again, there appears to be a signal with the GLP-1 receptor agonist that this could be benefiting maybe, well, actually this indicates that it could be through the vasculature. And there is a real-world analysis of the effects of tirzepatide on major adverse limb events. Amputation and reintervention. And reintervention, they're talking about the need for revascularization, angioplasty, etc. What they show is that if you're on tirzepatide, you have a lower risk, significantly lower risk of amputation or reintervention. And Bruce presented this data. There is a study now that's been published in the Lancet, the STRIDE study, which actually shows that maybe the benefits of GLP-1 therapy could be through an improvement in the vasculature. So the STRIDE study is people, they're not overweight, 81 kilograms, glycated hemoglobin pretty well controlled. And what did they, and they actually had, I would say, moderate to severe peripheral vascular disease. These are patients with type 2 diabetes. Maximum walking distance, 185 meters. Normal should be about 600 to 800 meters. What do they show? Well, of course, reduction in body weight, improvement in hemoglobin A1C, but in addition, improvement in quality of life, vascular quality of life, increased pain-free walking distance, and ankle brachial index also significantly improved. So if you see, maximum walking distance improved at 52 weeks, but also at 57 weeks, when they'd stopped the therapy, there was still continuing benefit. And we've seen this earlier on, the median maximum walking distance and the median maximum walking distance at week 57 was improved. And starting increasing doses of cilostazol or pentoxifylline and or endovascular or open surgical revascularization, which is basically the need for revascularization, was significantly better in people on semaglutide compared to placebo. What about neuropathy? Well, actually, the neuropathy story is crazy, right? Because I remember Nigel Calcutt, who is a friend of mine from San Diego, calling me up and saying to me, Riaz, we've seen this interesting signal in mice where we give GLP-1 and their nerves are starting to repair. Their intraepidermal nerve fiber density is increased. But what's the most interesting thing about this is the animal model wasn't a type 2. It was actually a STZ type 1 model. So independent of the effect on weight, you're seeing this improvement. And actually, we in Qatar have done a study with once weekly exenatide, where we show that and basal bolus insulin, using the technique of corneal confocal microscopy, where we are able to identify nerve regeneration and repair. We took a cohort of people with type 2 diabetes, poorly controlled, randomized them to exenatide and pioglitazone or basal bolus insulin. And you can see they improved their glycemic control, but they actually gained weight. However, when we looked at their corneal nerves, which we can do using this technique, what you see is increase in 3 different nerve parameters: nerve fiber density, branch density, and length, which indicates regeneration of nerve fibers with these therapies. And there is a study from Australia, which has actually looked at other markers of potential improvement in diabetic neuropathy with a GLP-1 receptor agonist. Small study, some on semaglutide, some on dulaglutide, but essentially shows a signal for improvement in clinical neurological examination, which is the Toronto Neuropathy Score, the modified Toronto clinical score. No change in tibial and sural nerve conduction in 3 months. However, an increase in sural nerve amplitude and something that they measure, which is actually edema of the peripheral nerve, which we know you get an increase in terms of fascicular area, you can see improved over 3 months if people are on GLP-1 therapy. Next, I have one case. So this is a VVIP I got referred. 37-year-old male diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, May 2023. Weight, as you'd expect, but he wanted cure. He said, "Doctor, cure me." I said, "Okay, I'll try my best." But at that time, actually, he was on metformin, sitagliptin, Lantus. I did all his tests. I thought, you know what? He's still type 2. He needs tirzepatide. And what did we find? Actually, you could see, this pointer's not working well, but top weight, you can see he went from 108 kilograms to 95 kilograms. HbA1c fell from 10.5 to 5.3. His CGM, somebody move it forward, please. Now, CGM, you can see 100% in range, and not just CGM, but CCM. What we're able to now show over 12 months is there was this repair of nerve fibers. And we have now got ongoing studies with semaglutide, which show, again, that if you give semaglutide to people with type 2 diabetes and with obesity, you get an improvement in weight, improvement in HbA1c, improvement in triglycerides, but also you get an improvement in nerves, particularly the branch density. So you can see there is regeneration of nerve fibers with semaglutide. Just as an aside, Nion, if you can wait for the patient to go blind, or actually you can do an OCT and look at retinal nerve fiber layer. And we've actually managed to look at the retinal nerve fiber layer in this cohort of patients on semaglutide. And what do we see? So what should happen is, if you're going to get Nion, the retinal nerve fiber layer thins. We find no change over 3 months. I know it's a small cohort, but nevertheless, doesn't seem to be at the moment an adverse effect with semaglutide. And we have an ongoing study with tirzepatide, where we again see a reduction in weight, improvement in HbA1c. And at 3 months, we're starting to see a signal, but it's not significant in terms of regeneration. Muscle atrophy, everybody talks about this, but actually, you know what? The theory suggests that if you're insulin resistant, it's not good for your muscle, because you've got a whole load of changes, including a lot of fat in your muscle and reduced microvasculature. And if you go on incretin therapies, then actually this all should improve, including a reduction in inflammation. My take on it is this, and this is actually a study that I did with a very nice and clever Saudi student who came and did a PhD with me when I was in Manchester. And there actually, what we did is we did some MRI scanning on muscle in people with type 2 diabetes and impaired glucose tolerance. And what we found was very clearly that if you look on panel B, this is a patient with diabetes, a lot of subcutaneous fat, but a lot of intramuscular fat, right? In people with impaired glucose tolerance and as well as in people with type 2 diabetes. Now, my take on it is that actually, you know, much like these drugs reduce fat everywhere else, they also are improving fat or reducing fat in the muscle. And now this is true because there is a study that's just been published, Naveed Sattar, tirzepatide, 5, 10, 15 milligrams. What does it do to muscle? Well, actually, it does reduce muscle volume. And you think, oh, atrophy. But actually, what it's doing is it's reducing muscle fat infiltration. So there's a significant reduction in muscle fat infiltration. So I believe what we're doing is we're going from a fat, lots of subcutaneous fat, lots of intramuscular fat, to I would say, a healthier muscle phenotype. Is that being translated? Yes. This is the semaglutide study just being published. Semaglutide 1 milligram, what does it show? Well, very overweight patients, 127 kilograms. They've got hypertension, sleep apnea, steatosis, type 2 diabetes. What happens when you put them on semaglutide? Body weight goes down, fat mass goes down, visceral adiposity goes down. But what happens to their muscle? Well, actually, lean mass does go down. But do you know what lean mass is, how it's measured? It's not the muscle mass. It's actually everything but. So it's bone, visceral adipose in the liver, everything. But if you correct it for the change that occurs in terms of the muscle mass to the overall reduction in body weight, actually you get an improvement. But what really matters to me is function. And they actually measured in function, which was the ability, hand grip strength. And actually what you see is there is a significant improvement in hand grip strength, despite, what you might think in terms of a reduction in lean mass. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Riyad. That was very much interesting. Now we would continue with our session. So it's my pleasure really to introduce my good friend and senior colleague, Dr. Imad Prema, who's a consultant endocrinologist and chair of research committee at King Fahd Medical City in Riyadh. Dr. Imad, he's a well-known researcher. His main interest is diabetes and its complications. So I think today we are going to hear from you the new frontiers in diabetes and CKD. So please, Dr. Imad.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. It's my pleasure to be talking to you about new frontiers in diabetic kidney disease. However, before that, I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me the honor and the pleasure to be part of the faculty. These are my disclosures, and these are the areas that I will try to cover. Definition of diabetic kidney disease, screening, prevalence, burden in terms of mortality and morbidity. One slide on pathogenesis, and then we try to quickly go through the evidence from phase 3 clinical trials for agents that slow the progression of kidney disease. And then we try to quickly again talk about the guidelines. And then if we have time, we'll also talk about the unmet needs for treatment of diabetic kidney disease and the future developments. So let us start with the definition of diabetic kidney disease, which is a clinical diagnosis based upon the presence of albuminuria, low estimated GFR, or both in a patient living with diabetes. While diabetic nephropathy, which has been used interchangeably, it has been traditionally used to describe the classic glomerular lesions that are identified on kidney biopsy. And these are the known Kimmel-Steele-Wilson nodules, or also known as focal glomerulosclerosis, which mark the presence of nephropathy in kidney biopsy. However, we don't need kidney biopsies to diagnose most patients with diabetic kidney disease, only in atypical presentations, such as in the absence of diabetic retinopathy or very rapid onset of albuminuria. These are, among other things, that if the diagnosis is in doubt, then a kidney biopsy might be indicated. We should screen patients with type 1 diabetes after 5 years of the diagnosis, and patients with type 2 diabetes at diagnosis using a spot urine sample and estimation of the GFR from the CKD EP. And what marks the presence of diabetic kidney or CKD is highly increased albumin creatinine ratio, more than 30 milligram per gram, or more than 3 milligram per millimole, depending on what unit you use, plus persistently low eGFR or any other evidence of kidney damage from imaging. Urine albumin creatinine ratio actually is quite reliable and easy to do, either in a dipstick or a collection of a urine sample. We need 2 out of 3 positive ratios to make sure that it is persistent. We don't need 24-hour urine collection, which is cumbersome, but more important, it does not improve the accuracy, and it is not recommended by ADA or KDIGO. However, we need to rule out spurious results of positive ACR, such as heavy exercise in the previous 24 hours, infection, severely uncontrolled diabetes or hypertension, and menstruation. Then we should go to the KDIGO heat map to risk stratify these patients based on the categories of albuminuria, which are defined as either A1, A2, or 3, depending on the level of albuminuria, and also the GFR categories, starting from G1, normal GFR, and G5. Actually, the KDIGO heat map does not only predict the risk of loss of kidney function and kidney failure, but also it predicts the risk of cardiovascular events and death. The risk goes basically higher when you go down the grades of the GFR and when you move to the right across the categories of albuminuria. We must acknowledge the fact that the development of diabetic kidney disease is a serious matter. It's quite common. We see it in around 30% of patients with type 1 diabetes, usually between 5 to 15 years duration. And we see it in 40% of patients with type 2 diabetes. Diabetes is actually responsible for half of all cases of CKD and kidney failure or end-stage kidney disease worldwide. And in patients with diabetic kidney disease, in patients with CKD or end-stage kidney disease, the prevalence of diabetes is actually quite high, ranging between 66 to 86%, depending on the different studies. And the presence of CKD markedly amplifies the cardiovascular disease risk, as well as increases the health care costs. What are these risks for patients with diabetic kidney disease? 10% of these patients develop into end-stage kidney disease, requiring either dialysis or kidney transplant. However, and sadly, 90% of these patients die before even reaching end-stage kidney disease. Half of them die because of cardiovascular disease, and a third die because of infections. The presence of albuminuria in patients with diabetes is not a good sign at all. On the right side, the curve shows basically the linear relationship between the level of albuminuria and the risk of end-stage kidney disease, while on the right side, you can see the risk of heart attack in patients with albuminuria and type 2 diabetes is increased by 3-fold, 4-fold increase in the risk of cardiovascular death, and 5-fold increase in the risk of hospitalization for heart failure. So quite a significant risk. Because of the interplay between diabetes, CKD, and cardiovascular risk, the American Heart Association coined the term cardiovascular metabolic kidney syndrome, or CKM, in a scientific statement to mark this importance of basically care for these patients. And they define it as broadly a systemic disorder that's characterized by pathophysiological interactions among metabolic risk factors such as diabetes and obesity, CKD, and cardiovascular risk. This usually leading to multi-organ dysfunction with very high rate of cardiovascular events, and it has been adopted by many societies, including the ADA. Very elegantly got this, basically explained the pathogenesis of diabetic kidney disease by Prof. Perkins, but I just want to take you through this busy slide. In the presence of diabetes at the top and the aggravating risk factors for cardiovascular, for CKD, such as obesity, hypertension, and in the genetically predisposed person, there are 3 main key drivers which will basically drive the process of diabetic kidney disease. These are metabolic disturbances such as increased reactive oxygen species, as well as increased ages or advanced glycation end products, In the hemodynamic driver lane, there is increased angiotensin 2, aldosterone, and endothelins. And in the inflammation and fibrosis driver lane, we have overactivation of the mineralocorticoid receptor. And the forward cycle, actually, of all these three key drivers feed into a cycle of host of pro-inflammatory and pro-fibrotic factors, which not only mark the onset of kidney damage, but also the progression over time. And on the right side, you see these three drivers leading to the end products, which is extracellular matrix expansion, cellular hypertrophy, and proliferation. And in the various stages, glomerulosclerosis, tubulointerstitial inflammation, and fibrosis. What do we have so far to protect kidneys or in patients with diabetic kidney disease from progression? Well, historically, we go back to the renal and IDENT trials, which were published in 2001 to mark the first pillar for slowing the progression of kidney disease. As you can see, the renal was done in patients with type 2 diabetes and using losartan. The primary outcome here was doubling of the serum creatinine in the kidney disease or death. And you can see the primary outcome was reduced by 16% using losartan and by 20% using irbesartan. And since actually the renal and the IDENT, most or all therapeutic strategies to slow the progression of kidney disease have failed, such as the use of renin inhibitor, L-scarring, or the combination of ACE and ARBs, until we came to the era of EMBEREC outcome trial. And as we know, this trial was mainly to do with 3-point MACE and cardiovascular deaths in patients with type 2 diabetes and established cardiovascular disease. However, there were secondary kidney outcomes at the very last bar there, which showed as a secondary analysis, reduction of kidney outcomes by around 39%. And thereafter followed, Canvas and then LEADER and SUSTAIN. This all showed improved kidney outcomes as secondary outcomes. I just give you this diagram which shows where we started and how we progressed after RAS and ACE inhibitors. Then we got the Credence, DABA, CKD, and IMBA kidney, which are specific renal outcome trials that looked at the effect of SGL2. Then, we got finerenone in the middle of the SGL2 trials. That's in the Fidelio, DKD, and Figaro. And in 2024, we got the FLOW trial with semaglutide. And very recently in Vienna, the data for the SURPASS cardiovascular outcome trial using tirzepatide was also presented. So, very quickly, because this evidence is beyond doubt, and you have been through it for many years, but I'll just go through it quickly. These are the three renal-specific SGL2 trials: Credence, which were done in patients with type 2 diabetes and albuminuric CKD; DABA kidney, or DABA CKD and IMBA kidney. These recruited patients with and without diabetes. And as we know, the primary outcomes were very similar: end-stage kidney disease, doubling of serum creatinine, cardiovascular or renal death in the Credence, and the other trials were similar. Now, to just go through the results very quickly, as we know, the hazard ratio for the primary outcome was significantly reduced across the board in the three trials: 30% in the Credence, 39% in DABA kidney, and 28% risk reduction in IMBA kidney. Taking as a typical patient from the Credence, and as we know, usually you get a dip in the eGFR at the start of the SGL2, and then later on things improve. So if this patient was only age 63 and a GFR of 56, and with the use of RAS alone, they will go into end-stage kidney disease in 10 years, while if they've been treated with SGL2 here is canagliflozin, they gain 15 years free of end-stage kidney disease, because the slope of the GFR is reduced by only 1.8 in the treatment group compared to 4.6 ml per minute per year in the placebo group. Sorry. And actually, the protection of kidneys or the kidney disease progression has been shown in this meta-analysis to be actually independent of the presence or absence of diabetes. And you can see the hazard ratio is 0.63. Despite all these remarkable beneficial effects of SGLT2, however, the residual risk is significant. As you can see, for the IMBA kidney, DABA, CKD, or credence, you can see we have really a significant residual risk. It might be more clear here in the credence, and this calls for more basically agents to try to reduce this residual risk. And here came the third pillar after SGLT2, which is finerenone, which, as we know, is a selective non-steroidal mineralocorticoid receptor blocker that slows the kidney and cardiovascular disease progression, mainly through reducing inflammation and fibrosis, albuminuria, as well as hemodynamic factors. And as we know, two trials, the Figaro, which was mainly in patients with mild CKD, looking at cardiovascular outcomes, and the Fidelio, which was mainly with a more severe form of diabetic kidney disease with albuminuria and GFR, and this is looking at primary renal outcomes. And the combination of the two is a pre-specified analysis, as you know, which is called the Fidelity, over 13,000 patients. And as you look to the composite kidney outcomes, the relative risk reduction for kidney composite outcome was 23%, and it was 20% for end-stage kidney disease. While for cardiovascular outcomes, that's cardiovascular death, non-fatal MI or non-fatal stroke or hospitalization for heart failure, the relative risk reduction here was 14%, and the hospitalization for heart failure was reduced by 22%. This was all done with a 32% reduction in albuminuria from baseline. And before we go to the fourth pillar, we must talk about the confidence trial, which used combination of finerenone and empagliflozin from the start, compared to each agent alone, and that was actually published this year, which showed significant 52% reduction in the albuminuria from baseline to 6 months, compared to 29% with empagliflozin and 32% with finerenone alone. And this was done actually with less hyperkalemia, which was present by around 10% in the Fidelity data. However, here you can see the combination in green, 9.3% compared to 11.4% in the finerenone group and 3.8% in the empagliflozin group. Fourth pillar, you have seen this twice today by Professor Perkins and also by Professor Malik. So the FLOW trial addressed the primary kidney outcomes in a well-designed trial that randomized patients either to semaglutide 1 milligram or placebo. And as we know, because the totality of the evidence is just there, this trial was early terminated because of proven efficacy from the interim analysis. And as we know, the primary outcome here was the first occurrence of the composite endpoint consisting of kidney failure or GFR below 15, death from kidney failure, cardiovascular death, or persistent more than 50% reduction in eGFR, and a host of secondary outcomes, including the annual change in GFR, as well as other secondary outcomes. And you have seen this from Prof. Perkins, which is the primary kidney outcome, which was reduced. Sorry, it's not moving. Oh, sorry. So yeah, so the primary outcome was reduced by 24%. And the summary of the FLOW trial, that a 24% risk reduction of the primary outcome, this was consistent, or there was consistent risk reductions for kidney disease components, and there was a slow reduction in the kidney function as measured by eGFR, 1.1 ml per minute, This was the annual decline in GFR, and there was consistent reduction in MACE by 18% and all-cause mortality by 20%. Very recently, the SURPASS trial was presented at the ESD in Vienna. The primary outcome here was basically defined in a pre-specified analysis looking at time to the first occurrence of the 4 kidney primary composite of albuminuria, GFR reduction, end-stage kidney disease, or kidney death. And this data is not actually published yet, but the hazard ratio was 0.8 for all the populations in the SURPASS cardiovascular outcome trial. And in those with high-risk CKD, the hazard ratio was even reduced further by 0.78%, which we expect the data to be published, and that would be really something very interesting. So the pillar approach of addressing the pathophysiological mechanisms of diabetic kidney disease is really important to address the hemodynamic, which is mainly by RAS inhibition and SGL2, metabolic dysregulation by SGL2 and GLP-1 receptor agonist, and inflammation and fibrosis using finerenone. And as we know, all the guidelines now actually endorse the concept of 4-pillar approach. Is the ADA, KDIGO, joint consensus, KDIGO alone, European Society of Cardiology, and so on. And you all know this ADA ESD algorithm, which basically, in the presence of CKD, SGL2 is the first choice. And if that's not possible, then GLP receptor agonist. This is for glycemia. But as we know, and you have seen this from Prof. Perkins, the holistic approach for CKD management, lifestyle, then the first line is SGL2, and then you add on therapies depending on the patient characteristics, weight versus glycemia versus the kidney outcomes. And you see the mineralocorticoid receptor antagonist is right after RAS if indicated in patients with type 2 diabetes. What do we need to do actually to reduce the risk of kidney disease progression in patients with diabetes? We need 30% reduction in albuminuria as recommended by ADA. If we take this patient as an example, he is in the very high risk. If you reduce their albuminuria by 30%, that will bring them from one color to other, which is lower risk. The orange is high risk, so they move from the very high risk to the high risk, and so on. But normally, you may need combination therapies rather than one agent to achieve this. When should we refer to nephrology? GFR below 30 or stage 4 CKD, as well as increasingly or continuously increasing albuminuria, because these patients will need a nephrologist for managing anemia, hyperpara, and other renal replacement therapies. I'm just trying to finish with the combination therapy, which is a concept now has been referred to by many authors. And actually, this is like a projected estimated treatment effect if we use the combinations. Here, I'm just looking at this meta-analysis, which was published in Circulation. So if you look at the kidney progression, the combination of these agents together will lead to a really remarkable reduction in the risk of progression of kidney disease, all-cause mortality, but also MACE and hospitalization for heart failure, which I didn't show in this slide. So there was, again, a publication by a group who are experts. Here, Catherine Tuttle is the senior author who sits in the ADA DKD guideline task force, as well as the KDIGO guideline task force. And they alluded to this risk stratification based on the risk category of patients with CKD. So the very high risk need early referral to nephrology, and they need upfront accelerated sequence combination to try to reduce the risk, while the low risk patients, they may need the sequential or add-on therapies as you go. How are you doing in terms of screening? Well, my time is running short, but this is a registered study from the US looking at screening for patients with CKD, diabetes, and hypertension. And believe it, 86% of these patients did not have even albumin creatinine ratio measured. Only 25% of these patients who have RAS and ACE indicated strongly, only 25% of these patients were on RAS or ACE inhibitor. And look, there were more PPIs, there were more NSAIDs, which, as we know, are nephrotoxic. Type 1 diabetes is a quite disadvantaged disease when it comes to kidney disease risk reduction. Apart from glycemia and RAS or ACE, we don't really have any agent yet. So that's what I call here by Hidu Hisping and David Tierney, calling for more action and more trials, because at that time, there were only very small number of trials going on for patients with diabetes. Very briefly, the ATTEMPT trial used dapagliflozin to try to reduce the GFR in patients with type 1 diabetes, and that was actually achieved by 8.4-point reduction in the measured GFR, which is a hope for future improvement. This might address the hyperfiltration. There is the fine one, which is long awaited for. The baseline characteristics were presented at the ESD in Vienna, looking at use of finerenone in patients with type 1 diabetes. Hopefully, we get this published in 2021. And there is Fiona, which is using finerenone in children and adolescents with CKD. And there is Remodel 1, Prof. Perkins already alluded to this, which is using semaglutide for kidney disease in patients with type 1 diabetes. And there was this sugar and salt trial, which is using sotagliflozin in patients with type 1 diabetes to slow the eGFR decline. So in conclusion, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, CKD detection, awareness and implementation strategies are urgently needed to benefit patients with diabetic kidney disease from the recent advances in risk reduction medical interventions. Rates of identification and use of kidney protective agents are low, underscoring the pressing need for practice-based improvements in CKD prevention, recognition, and treatment. SGLT2 inhibition with an ACE or ARB is the first-line therapy for CKD, irrespective of diabetes, due to kidney, cardiovascular, and survival benefits. And for patients with diabetic kidney disease, an non-steroidal mineralocorticoid receptor and GLP receptor agonists are recommended as risk-based therapies for albuminuria, hyperglycemia, cardiovascular risk reduction, and weight management. So the complex pathophysiology that underlies the development and progression of diabetic kidney disease argues the need for multiple evidence-based therapies used in combination in order to reduce the lifetime risk of kidney failure, cardiovascular events, and mortality. However, further evidence is needed with regard to this approach when it comes to efficacy and safety. I finish with this: save kidneys, hearts, and life.
Sorry. Thank you, Dr. Imad. And it's my great pleasure to present to you our next speaker, Dr. Mohammed Swaidan. He's a consultant psychiatrist and the CEO and clinical director of Mindwell, a leading private mental health care center in Kuwait. Dr. Swaidan have an amazing academic track record where he completed his psychiatry residency, mood and anxiety disorders fellowship, and his medical education fellowship at the University of Toronto. He also trained in mood disorders at Stanford University. He holds a Master of Public Health from Johns Hopkins University and is a fellow of the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons of Canada. And I think the only thing that he left, which you already have, is the American board. So he's also American boarded for psychiatry and neurology and certified in public health by the National Board of Public Health of Examination in the United States. Most importantly, beyond all of that, Dr. Mohammed is not only an academician and a clinician, but he also works in research. He is a public advocate and a change maker through a lot of his global presentations, audience, and presence in social media and traditional media channels. I'm not going to take a lot of your time. Let's enjoy the journey with Dr. Mohammed. Thank you.
So as a psychiatrist, maybe I'm touched a little bit by ADHD. So I want to move on the stage, wake up people a little bit. First of all, it's a huge honor to be at this conference. Thank you to the organizing committee. Thank you, Dr. Thamer, who's my colleague from medical school and lifelong friend, who invited me, and amazing, one of the leading endocrinologists, diabetes specialists in Kuwait, and I think in the region. And it's great to see so many good friends and colleagues, professors in the audience. All right, so I will be evidence-based, research-based. I will talk about studies, but I want to keep this a little bit more conceptual, because you can teach me much more than I can teach you about endocrinology and diabetes. And this talk is not diabetes and depression. I'm sure you've heard about that so much. I'm actually very thankful to the organizing committee for choosing the topic of cognition. Cognition is so important because it was something that was originally thought about in the early days of mental health practice. You know, many of the early psychiatrists were neurologists. Psychiatry was basically a branch of neurology and then became an independent specialty. And much of the early work in psychiatry was on cognition, on memory, on Alzheimer's. And in fact, if you go back to the history of psychiatry, what happened was that bipolar disorder, depression, Alzheimer's, schizophrenia were all one thing. And it used to be referred to as dementia praecox. And then Kreplin, working with one of his medical students, actually. So what happened is Emil Kreplin, amazing neuropsychiatrist in Germany, had a very smart medical student. And what he did is he said, look, I have these files of patients, and I don't understand what the pattern is happening here. Some of them are getting memory problems, some of them are getting hallucinations, some of them are getting variations in mood. Try and figure this out. And so the medical student did the first retrospective chart review in medical history, not in psychiatry, in medical history. And basically he came back to Professor Kreplin and said, Prof, I've found a pattern. Some of these patients are getting memory impairment at an old age, and some of them are getting it at a young age. And the ones getting it at a young age, some of them are getting hallucinations, and some of them are getting mood swings. And he had them in piles, and he said, wow, you're right. He looked through it. So in honor of his student, he named the old age patients that were getting cognitive problems after his student. His student was named Alois Alzheimer. So it's called Alzheimer's disease. And then the young age was divided into manic depressive illness and schizophrenia. At that time, had a different name and then became schizophrenia. So schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, Alzheimer's disease were all linked originally through cognition, through memory. And that's why I'm so thankful that you focused on this. These are my disclosures. I work with a number of different companies. I'm not presenting any data on any of these companies today, maybe Novo Nordisk, but the talk I gave with Novo Nordisk was about behavioral, communication. I don't work with these medications, so I don't really feel I have a conflict of interest here. All right, so we do need to understand that what happened in human society now, because look, what are we in the business of? Today, medicine is more about quality of life than quantity of life. The human being, over the last several decades, lifespan has extended rapidly because of vaccines, because of public health measures, because of the work you do and cardiologists do and nephrologists do and surgeons do. But what has not changed is the quality of life. And in fact, quality of life has decreased for some people as their life extends, right? And much of the quality of life comes back to cognition. And when we say cognition, I don't want you just to focus on memory. Cognition is not just memory. Cognition, as we learned in COVID, we all heard the term brain fog. It's subtle things, day-to-day things that we use every day. Processing speed, attention, concentration, word finding, things that you use in every day. Because the economy today is a knowledge-based economy. Almost every job anyone does, whether you're a doctor or an Uber driver, involves cognition, not your manual skills anymore. We're not an agrarian society. We're totally industrialized now. We're in a knowledge age and moving into an AI age, right? So that's what we need to focus on as doctors in terms of where we're going. So the cognitive phenotype in diabetes is a spectrum, starting with the mild decrements like brain fog, so attention, processing speed, etc., psychomotor function. And then we get into MCI, mild cognitive impairment. And then we get into dementia. So I don't want you just to focus on dementia because the process starts much earlier on. Now, some patients will be stuck in the early parts, but nonetheless, it will affect their life. And what's relevant in clinical practice? Well, it's going to affect medication adherence. And it's a vicious cycle, because if you don't adhere to your medication, then you have more insulin resistance in the brain, which we'll get to, which will cause more cognitive problems. But also the cognitive problems cause more medication non-adherence. Hypoglycemia risk, which is also a risk factor for cognitive problems, as we'll see in a bit. So if someone's abilities are decreased, they're more likely to misjudge their doses, get more hypoglycemia, and that leads to more cognitive problems. And all of this leads to caregiver burden. What does caregiver burden lead to? When we do economic studies in public health, you look at direct and indirect burden in terms of economic burden. And part of the indirect is the caregiver burden, because the person who is sick with cognitive problems, with diabetes that's not improving, they're going to have to go to the doctor more, which means their loved one is going to have to take them to the doctor more, which means that's less time spent in their job, less time spent in their academics, and that's a burden on society. So it's in our interest as societies to really spend more on getting patients better. All right, so what is the pathophysiology when it comes to insulin resistance, hyperglycemia, vascular injury, and neuroinflammation? These are all linked to the cognitive load in diabetes. Let's start with insulin resistance, and I have a few slides on this, but I want you to think about insulin resistance not just peripherally, but centrally as well. Insulin is a very important hormone, not just in the body, but in the brain as well, and not just for glucose homeostasis, for neuronal signaling. Hyperglycemia, chronic elevated glucose, leads to increased oxidative stress, and that affects the brain. Vascular injury was talked about by Professor Riaz, and neuroinflammation is involved in diabetes as well. We'll get to that in a bit. So in total, brain insulin resistance is a distinct phenomenon and may underlie cognitive issues like Alzheimer's. Hypoglycemia has a huge impact as well. And it's been shown that patients who have recurrent hypoglycemia have problems in working memory and processing speed, and this can compromise their activity acutely, things like driving and increased risk of errors of insulin dosing, which can be very fatal. But chronically, this is going to lead to a cognitive load as well. So they'll have this vicious cycle of cognitive decline, increased vulnerability to more hypoglycemia because of the cognitive decline, leading to more cognitive. So they misdose, they get hypoglycemia, their cognition goes down, they misdose again, and so on. Now, when I was reviewing for this study, it's so interesting. When medicine, we work in silos. So I'm sure you all know the ACCORD trial, right? Right? Yeah, everyone's nodding. I don't know the ACCORD trial, right? So there's studies in psychiatry that if I said star D, every psychiatrist in the audience would, and you've probably never heard of star D, or maybe some of you have heard of star D. So ACCORD had a sub-trial, or let's say an analysis, a post hoc analysis of part of ACCORD, looking at specifically cognition. And what they found was that the risk of hypoglycemia, the recurrent hypoglycemia, was most associated with cognitive problems in that sub-analysis of ACCORD. Now, why is it important to talk about psychiatry and diabetes in general? Well, first of all, and I'm sure as you know from your clinics, many patients with diabetes will have depression and other neuropsychiatric illnesses. In fact, about 1/3 of patients with diabetes will get depression at some point in their life. 3 days ago, a friend of mine who's a surgeon sent me a meme on Instagram. And in the meme, it said, "How surgeons view psychiatrists." And it was this lady with a crystal on her head and saying, you just have to align your chakras and you're going to be fine. And it's funny. I embrace the stereotype in terms of just self-deprecating humor. But really, psychiatry, the reason there's this stereotype about psychiatry is we have an issue. We don't have biomarkers like the rest of medicine, right? In order to diagnose depression, I can't take a blood test or a urine sample or a brain scan or some kind of imaging study and say this person has clinical depression, this person doesn't. We're still stuck in symptom criteria. So we try to make these symptom criteria very tight. But if you apply symptom criteria, you'll realize that In fact, you can diagnose depression without a person having sadness. So that's one take-home message. Sadness is only one of the symptoms of depression, and it's not a necessary symptom of depression to diagnose depression, right? One of my professors in Toronto, Roger McIntyre, used to say, we should change the name of depression to metabolic syndrome type 2. And if we do, maybe more people would respect depression. The problem with depression is that it's called depression. People think you have to be sad. You don't have to be sad. You can have anhedonia, which is a loss of pleasure-seeking behavior, with 4 other symptoms like, decreased concentration, psychomotor retardation. These are all cognitive, or let's say neurocognitive, suicidal thoughts, and feelings of guilt. And that's enough to diagnose depression. So we really have to do routine screening in our diabetes clinics, in our endocrinology clinics, because it's so common. And how do you do that? Well, have a scale, what we call PROs. Do you use that term in endocrine or diabetes? PROs, patient-reported outcomes, right? So you want PROs, and a good PRO, what I would recommend is the PHQ-9. Why the PHQ-9? Because it's translated into multiple languages, it's open source, it's what the WHO recommends. And many doctors outside of psychiatry say, what you're saying is very nice, but we have a busy clinic. I'm seeing 20, 30, 40 patients a day. I don't have time to do a PHQ-9. Then do a PHQ-2. A PHQ-2 is the first 2 questions of the PHQ-9. And that's also a validated scale. And if it's positive, then do a PHQ-9, and you can do that in the waiting room before the patient comes in. But we need to screen all diabetes patients for depression, and especially high-risk populations. Now, you might think also of doing some quick cognitive screen. What's the quickest cognitive screen you can do is to ask a patient to draw a clock. Do you know the clock draw test? So you just tell the patient, draw a clock, make it a circle, put in all the numbers, and set the time to 10 past 11. Okay? And you just ask them to draw it. And based on that, you can see problems in the contour of the clock, putting in the numbers, putting in the right time. That's a very quick cognitive screen, and it takes less than a minute. Probably takes, 30 to 60 seconds to do. If there's a problem in it, then you might go on to further memory tests or refer the patient to a psychiatrist or a neurologist. Lastly, we want to practice integrated care. Wayne Caton did a lot of work on this in terms of shared care models, and it's something I've presented before. And it's very important because there's not enough psychiatrists and there's not enough diabetologists, right? And so what you need to do is have stepped care and have really primary intervention at the nursing level and the family doctor level in terms of screening and primary interventions, both psychiatric and diabetes. And then you really advanced cases move to see a diabetologist or a psychiatrist or both. Now, I want to come back to insulin. When I moved to Toronto in 2005, I realized insulin was an obsession in Toronto. And I realized why, because every day walking to work, I would walk by the offices of Banting and Best where insulin was discovered. And there's a little museum there in I believe, Toronto General Hospital, was it Toronto General or across the street at the Institutes of Medicine, where they have the little kind of office where it was discovered? That's right, yeah, at the Mars building, thank you. Memories. What we see with insulin is that the transport into the brain is not through passive diffusion. It's an active process, and it's a saturable process. And this gives us a clue that the role of insulin in the brain is not just glucose homeostasis for brain cells. There's other roles for insulin of the brain, and one of the clues is the way it's transported into the brain. And there's multiple pathways. In fact, there's a pathway into the brain that's independent of the classic insulin receptor. So endothelial cells, which, the blood-brain barrier, BBB, if you remember this from medical school, the blood-brain barrier is very tight and very selective about what goes into the brain and because it's the most sensitive organ, right? And so it's very selective about what goes in and out. And so this active saturable process of transporting insulin into the brain is modified by these endothelial cells, some of which have the classical insulin receptor on them and some don't. So there are multiple pathways to get insulin into the brain, and there's also regional variability. So all of these are clues that insulin's role in the brain is not just simply glucose homeostasis. And based on this, what is the role of insulin in the brain? So many. First of all, it's important in activating BDNF. BDNF is brain-derived neurotrophic factor. So basically fertilizer for brain cells. It is important in neuroplasticity. And neuroplasticity is important in forming memories. It's very important, insulin, in long-term potentiation, LTP. If you remember this from neuroscience, medical school, LTP stands for long-term potentiation, which basically means that neurons that fire together wire together. And the only psychiatrist that ever won the Nobel Prize in medicine or physiology, Eric Kandel, won it for discovering long-term potentiation. So insulin is key to that. Insulin also modulates intracellular signaling cascades. Right? When we bind serotonin to a receptor or dopamine to a receptor on the surface of the cell, what happens afterwards is a cascade of events in the cell that involve PI3K, AKT, mTOR, GSK3. All of this is modulated by insulin. So all in all, we realize that insulin is very important for neuronal synthesis, synaptic plasticity, synaptic efficiency, so efficiency between brain cells, and all of this is important: cognition, learning, memory, mood. By the way, insulin resistance in the brain, it's not on the slide, but has been linked to decreased activity of MAO. MAO is monoamine oxidase. It's the enzyme that breaks down the monoamines. The monoamines being serotonin, noradrenaline, and dopamine. And so if you have insulin resistance in the brain centrally, then you have more activity of MAO, then you have more decreased signaling of noradrenaline, dopamine, and serotonin, all of which are linked to depression, anxiety, and so on. So based on that, a number of researchers across the world thought, okay, well, how can I get insulin into the brain without affecting peripheral glucose homeostasis? And the idea was, okay, let's get it in the brain through intranasal. And if you look at the pre-clinical studies, what they did is they give intranasal insulin. The theory is that it's going up through the olfactory bulb or through the trigeminal nerve or both. And the way they know that it's in the brain is they'll take a CSF sample, and you find it there in the CSF sample. You'd label it before. And then you also see that the peripheral glucose homeostasis is not changing. Right? And so based on that, a number of studies were done. This is just a table summarizing the studies. Looking at, some are positive and some are negative. These are some of the positive studies. Looking at, and the references are all there for you to kind of go back to the study. Looking at, okay, what's the effect on cognition? So in this first study, you see that, you know, the patients, 8 weeks daily regular intranasal insulin had mood gains and increased delayed recall, so delayed memory. Another study showed delayed verbal recall, improved attention. Another study showed increased memory facilitation, especially in those in ApoE4 positive. ApoE4 positive are patients that are very prone to Alzheimer's. Another study showed improved working in verbal memory versus placebo. So you can see there's a number of studies that looked at this. Some large studies admittedly didn't work as well. Could be related to study design. It could be related to the form of insulin. It could be related to patient demographics. But there is definitely a signal there that's worth chasing down. What about GLP-1s? GLP-1s, by the way, I think are miracle drugs in psychiatry, not just endocrinology. If you look at the work being done with GLP-1s in alcoholism, in gambling addiction, I saw a study recently that decreased gambling addiction by half through just taking a GLP-1. And then for us also is, you know, in schizophrenia and bipolar, sometimes we have to give antipsychotics that we know are metabolically, I can't use any other word, destructive, right? They increased weight, they decrease insulin, they increase insulin resistance, but we still have to use them. We have some choices now of antipsychotics that are not in that line, but some patients only respond to some of the antipsychotics that cause metabolic disarray. And so I routinely prescribe GLP-1s now to my patients who I am prescribing, let's say, olanzapine or another antipsychotic for. I used to give metformin, but now we're seeing much better. And metformin is actually FDA approved, you know, to mitigate the antipsychotic weight gain caused by certain second-generation antipsychotics. GLP-1s are not approved specifically to mitigate weight gain but the evidence is very clear. And a lot of our schizophrenia and bipolar patients also have addiction issues. So, you know, based on off-label evidence, a lot of us psychiatrists have been doing it in our clinics, giving GLP-1s, and we're seeing fantastic results, not just in metabolics, in psychiatry, in neuropsychiatry. So this is very interesting. Now, what about the studies in cognition? They're small, they're mixed. You can see like this JAMA Neurology paper, it was a meta-analysis. It looked at 26 randomized controlled trials, over 164,000 patients. Overall, it was neutral. There was a signal towards improving dementia, but It wasn't statistically significant. Now, a lot of these are kind of analyses of data from studies that were not specifically designed for that purpose. Just like the Accord Mind, you're kind of looking at a subset of a study. And so maybe better designed studies will show a signal. You can see also this observational registry. Again, there's a signal, but confounding was possible. And then the EVOKE study is ongoing and looking at still the endpoints. This is an interesting trial, the ELAD trial. This is not published yet. It was presented last year at the International Association for Alzheimer's Disease Conference in Philadelphia. And basically, they looked at liraglutide in mild Alzheimer's. Their primary endpoints were glucose metabolism in the brain, but then their secondary endpoints were looking at a lot of cognitive measures, including imaging. They used MRI and PET imaging to see were there changes. And in fact, if you look at some of those secondary endpoints, again, this is still phase 2 trial. What they found is that the brain shrinkage was slower in the liraglutide group, and there was some difference, about 18% in the cognitive measures. So we'll see, maybe a larger subset, maybe the phase 3 of this trial will show something positive, but it may become standard of care to give GLP-1s to our Alzheimer's patients, even if they don't have diabetes. Maybe microdose it, maybe, I mean, I'm just thinking, maybe this is part of the future of where these medications are going in our field. Now, a lot of psychiatrists and non-psychiatrists ask me, are these medications safe? Do they lead patients to have depression or have suicide? And look, I'm sure every one of us has seen a patient in clinic where after taking a GLP-1, they became depressed or suicidal. I've seen it myself, but when you look, we can't go based on an N of 1 or N of 2. In the clinic, we're seeing 20, 30, 40 patients. You look at registries of thousands of patients, in fact, there's no signal. There's no signal showing increased risk of suicide, there's no signal for increased risk of depression, and there's no signal for increased risk of anxiety. So why is it, this is my theory, why is it some patients you get a very bad reaction emotionally? I think those are patients that have an addiction to food, right? It's part of what makes them happy. And those are the same patients you should screen before you do bariatric surgery. They probably have some sort of eating disorder that hasn't been diagnosed, binge eating or bulimia, and it's gone under the radar, and they were just diagnosed with depression or diabetes, or and we didn't look at that other diagnosis. So I think they're safe. The data shows they're safe, but if you have a patient that gets a bad reaction, of course, stop or think about maybe getting them psychotherapy or medication for depression, and then maybe restarting the GLP-1. I don't think it should be banned forever in those patients. The other interesting thing is there's active clinical trials looking at, are these medications actually effective in mood disorders in patients who don't have diabetes? So giving them as an adjunct to, say, an SSRI or an SNRI or a novel antidepressant. And those are active areas of research. I think it's going to be promising. I think probably we're going to see a signal once it gets large enough. And the problem with depression is there's many different subtypes that we haven't figured out. Where we are in depression today is probably where rheumatologists were with arthritis 30, 40, 50 years ago, where everything was arthritis. And now we know that there's different types based on whatever biomarkers you have. So I think that's something to keep watching and is going to be very interesting. So let's conclude. What are the implications of this talk? I wanted to keep it conceptual, give you food for thought, but screen proactively. I'm sure you've heard this 1,000 times. I just want to emphasize this, especially we're in World Mental Health Month, 10/10. October 10th is World Mental Health Day. So we want to minimize hypoglycemia risk. If we're talking about cognition, that's one of the key areas to intervene. We want to simplify when needed because patients, they do have a cognitive load. And so just simplify the regimen as much as possible. That's going to improve adherence. And then collaborate across disciplines as much as we can. We can't keep working in our own silos. And this conference today, and thank you again, is an example that we're collaborating across different disciplines. So take-home messages. There's a measurable burden in cognition when it comes to diabetes. Brain insulin signaling is something very important to think about, not just, again, for glucose homeostasis in terms of brain function. And then GLP-1 receptors have very strong mechanistic plausibility for exploration in, again, neurosignaling and so on. So the path forward, I think, is a frontier in diabetes care and psychiatric care. And I'm optimistic. I think it's very promising. Thank you very much for your attention.
My question is to Dr. Sweden. I really liked your talk, and it is regarding the potential mental adverse effect of GLP-1 agonist. I have seen some patients who discontinued the medication because of their feeling that their life has been screwed up after starting the treatment. So, your interpretation that this could be a withdrawal symptoms from food, I like it. I did not thought about it. But do you think we need to counsel patients upfront about this potential adverse effect? Thank you.
That's a very good question. And again, so this is, I don't know if this is working. I think it's better to have a handheld. I don't think we have an answer. My answer clinically is that these subset, because it's a very small percentage of patients. Most patients do fine on GLP-1s emotionally. I think those patients, when I've analyzed those patients, when I've seen them do bad, it's these patients who, when you actually screen very well, they have binge eating disorder, they have an addiction to food, they have an addiction potential. So that's just my theory. Don't take it as evidence-based yet, because we don't have the evidence. And in the lack of evidence, then you use clinical opinion. I would caution against telling all patients that this might happen because of the very real and possible nocebo effect. It's something probably you see across medicine. We see it so much in psychiatry, and the nocebo effect is the opposite of the placebo effect, where patients have a side effect that's not real based on their unconscious interpretation or what they've read or what ChatGPT told them, or maybe what the doctor told them, right? So sometimes if you tell a patient you might get a rash, sometimes they'll get a rash, and the medication doesn't cause a rash. So I would say, because the evidence shows it's fine, don't talk about it, and then if they come in with symptoms. But what we could do to modify our practice is screen for an eating disorder before. That might be a good thing to do. Screen about their relationship with food and their addiction to food. And there's some short scales on eating disorders. I'm blanking. I'll find it for you. I'll bring it to you. There's some short scales on screening for eating disorders.
Thank you.
Do we have other questions from the audience? Okay, we have someone up front.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mohammed Bashir from Qatar. I have two questions, if I may. One, I came a little bit later out, but I'm not sure if you addressed the concern about GLP-1 and retinopathy. And then, will I throw the second question? My second question is to Dr. Imad. We know with the impaired EGFR that you need to intervene. We know with elevated albumin-creatinine ratio you need to intervene, but there is a gap there where the EGFR is less than 90. It does not fulfill the criteria. Albumin-creatinine ratio is normal, but they still have a decline of EGFR on an annual basis. In this category, where EGFR is above 60, but is going down, albuminuria is normal, is there any room for early intervention with SGLT2 inhibitors or GLP-1 receptor agonists? So they're not under 60, they're not albuminuric, but their EGFR is declining.
Okay, so Mohammed, the data at the moment, I presented it, is from retrospective or kind of not real randomized studies. So there's the FOCUS study and there's AngioSafe that will report in the next 12 months. However, until we get that data, currently the status is from large data sets that if you do not have retinopathy to start with, then there may be an increased risk. However, if you already have retinopathy, actually the risk seems to be not there, or certainly less for severe outcomes like bleeds and requirement for photocoagulation. And that's where we are at the moment in terms of retinopathy risk.
Do you mind, Rais, if I just expand on that question? The notion before was that rapid glycemic improvements might invoke some kind of progression of retinopathy. It was seen in DCCT, and then there's never been a drug with type 2 diabetes until the GLP-1s where we see such huge reductions in A1C. In your mind, I mean, ultimately, this eye study, the safety study by Novo Nordisk, will find a causal mechanism independent of that. But what do you think? Do you think this rapid glycemia might explain it all, or is there something else?
And it's there. I mean, it's there. That risk has always been there. I mean, the typical story is of the young girl or lady who gets pregnant and then rapidly improves her glycemic controls and she gets proliferative retinopathy. But so that's going to be there. And, you know, I had my patient went from 11 to 5%, but he didn't develop retinopathy. So I don't know.
Right, exactly.
Dr. Mohammed Bashir, if I just clarify the question, because I haven't heard it well. So you mentioned patients were declining GFR, however, it is above 60. And do they have albuminuria or no albuminuria?
No. So,
no albuminuria?
No albuminuria, no. So there's a decline in eGFR. It's still above 60, but there's no albuminuria.
Okay.
And with a rapid, and it's more than 3 mils per minute. This is a common scenario that I just stops me in the clinic. So there is a decline in eGFR. Albuminuria is normal. Will you intervene at that point in time and take those as a sign of a kidney disease?
Sure. Well, this is a very interesting question because, as I mentioned in the presentation, the diabetic kidney disease is a clinical diagnosis based on the low GFR, increased albumin creatinine ratio, or both. So, in these patients, and there was a presentation at the ADA in Chicago where a group, a consortium called Beat DKD. This is a consortium who are looking at kidney biopsies of patients with DKD, and they did 100 kidney biopsies, and guess what? The prevalence of the true diabetic kidney disease. It was only in 37% of the 100 patients. The others has mixed DKD and non-DKD, and the third has even totally like a non-DKD disease, like glomerulonephritis, IgA nephropathy. So this is why if you feel the patient is atypical, because the decline of GFR in patients with typical nephropathy is very slow, like 1 to 2 maybe ml or to 3 maximum per year. So if you see it declining rapidly, I think that might be an indication at least to look at other causes of kidney disease, such as glomerulonephritis, tuberous interstitial disease. And in this kind of scenario, although the GFR is above 60, I might get a nephrology opinion to see why the GFR is declining. But I would also open, because Prof. Perkins and Prof. Malik may have also a comment to add to this.
Yeah, I have nothing to add to that. I completely agree. You know, I think in diabetes, we do see normoalbuminuric disease. We're under-recognizing it, but it behooves us to look for another cause and be certain about that. Well, listen, Mohammed, Reyes, Imad, you brought a lot of interesting discussion to GLP-1 and different complications and aspects of important diabetes care, and we had a very engaged audience, so thank you very much. We'll bring the session to a close. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Okay, I think we will change of landscape now and switch from diabetes to the medical treatment of Cushing syndrome. And I thank the organizer, Enrico Tati, for inviting me to discuss briefly, within 15 minutes, of practical insight into the use of the latest medication in Cushing syndrome, osilodonostat. So here are my disclosure. So you know that surgery is a main and first line, should be the first line treatment of Cushing disease. But some patients in very bad condition may be ineligible to surgery or should be pre-treated if they are in bad condition prior to surgery. Unfortunately, some operated patient will not be cured or will recur of Cushing disease. So you might also prescribe a medical treatment as a second line while waiting for a second surgery or while waiting for radiotherapy to be effective. And now with the new drugs that we have, there is a question, and can we use only medical treatment as a long-term option. So, we have a number of drugs available, and osilodrostat is one of the latest developed drugs that target the latest step of both cortisol and aldosterone synthesis, CYP11B1 and B2. So according to the mode of action of this drug, you can expect some side effects that we will discuss. You can expect maybe an accumulation of a mineralocorticoid precursor and maybe some hypertension or hypokalemia. And also, due to the blockade, you can expect an increase in adrenal androgen and some hirsutism. We will discuss about that on the fact. These are only the hypotheses that we can draw from the mode of action of the drug. So you know that the drug has been subject to a large development program. I won't go through all this study. I just want to recall you two main studies that you probably already know, the two phase 3 LINK-3 and LINK-4 study. The LINK-3 study was performed in a patient with Cushing's disease, with first a titration phase every 2 weeks at this dosage. And after 24 weeks, there was a withdrawal period, randomized withdrawal period. And the primary point to see how many patients were controlled in both groups during this period. And you can see here that in the withdrawal group, only 29% of patients keep normal UFC versus 86% in the treated patient. In the LINK-4 study, it was a classical double-blind trial, upfront osilodrostat versus placebo in 73 patients with Cushing's disease, with a titration period also. And of course, after 12 weeks, there were much more patients controlled with the drug, 77% versus 8%. So this is just an illustration of the effect of the drug in LINK-3 after 24 weeks. And these are the value of a median UFC. And of course, you see that there is a decrease of UFC in almost all patients. And with a normalization of UFC at 24 weeks in 71% of patients, treated patients. And of course, as expected, normalization of UFC is accompanied by improvement in symptoms, like you can see here, the decrease in body weight, the decrease in blood pressure, and also in HbA1c and fasting blood glucose. And also, importantly, quality of life was assessed with questionnaire, and it also improved at time. Okay, so to go in practical use, it's also important to consider, of course, the side effects. And as you can see here, in the LINK-3 study, the most frequently recorded side effect was hypocortisolism, although it was a grade 3 and 4, only in 10% of patients. Hypokalemia and hypertension, due putatively to the accumulation of a mineralocorticoid precursor, were observed in only approximately 10% of patients. And this was also the case for hyperandrogenism. So let's talk a little bit about adrenal insufficiency. First, I want to state that for me, I am not afraid of adrenal insufficiency, and it's such a devastating disease like Cushing's disease. I'm very happy to have a drug that is able to induce adrenal insufficiency, meaning that I have a drug that is able to control the disease. But you can see here that the number of hypocortisolemic events was frankly decreased in the LINK-4 study compared to the LINK-3 study. And this may be due to the fact that the speed of increase during the titration period was performed every 3 weeks in LINK-4 versus every 2 weeks. And so less hypocortisolemic events, and this did not impair the delay to first normalization of UFC, although we have to consider that median UFC was lower in the LINK-4 compared to the LINK-3 patient. So this is the basis of the recommendation of the company, is to use the drug at start at 2 milligrams twice a day, and then to increase slowly 1 milligram by 1 milligram every 2 or 3 weeks. But do we have to follow always this rule? And I want to illustrate that you can use other strategies. This is the example of a patient of our group that was successfully operated from Cushing's disease, but that recurred 4 years after pituitary surgery. She had only a mild increase in UFC, mild hypercortisolism, that as you can see was only 1.7 times the upper limit of normal, and pituitary MRI was normal. So we considered the use of osilotrostat, but as UFC was only marginally elevated, we started with a lower dose than the dose recommended by the company. We started with only 1 milligram per day in the evening. And of course, this is very important. I will comment that later on. We always prescribe simultaneously to Isturisa. We always prescribe hydrocortisone to the patient, always explain the sick day rules, and in order to prevent and to treat adrenal insufficiency very rapidly or at an early stage. And as you can see, with this minimal dose of osilotrostat, 1 milligram per day, you can see here that through the years, 3 years, our UFC was normal and also the control of hypercortisolism. And you can see with morning serum cortisol that it controls hypercortisolism without inducing adrenal insufficiency. And of course, in this patient, clinical symptoms improve. So what we know from the link study and the extension period of the link study is very illustrated by this patient, is that once UFC is controlled, there is no escape phenomenon. So this is an important point. Contrary to some other drug, the escape phenomenon has not been described to date with osilotrostat. And the second point that I want to illustrate is when can adrenal insufficiency occur? And you can see here that the majority of side effects, and more specifically hypocortisolism event in red bars, occur during the titration period. But you have to consider also, and this is very important, I think, with this drug, and it can occur also in the later phase. It's less frequent than during the titration phase, but it can occur on the mid to long term with patients that are apparently controlled. And this is just an illustration, a case report from my friend of Marseille, who started to treat a patient with, you can see here, with 50 milligrams per day, and he was able to control his cortisol level. But it's only after more than 360 days that suddenly, and without any apparent intercurrent cause, cortisol level decreased, and he had to decrease the drug dosage to 10 milligrams per day. So this is very specific with this drug. There are some long-lasting effects that can occur in the mid to long term, like a reinforcing effect of the drug, and you have to know that. This is why you should not ignore the possibility of late occurrence of adrenal insufficiency. So in practical terms, I think you have to educate your patients. It's very important, and also educate the GP that take care of your patient. Explain how this drug works, alert all the patient to the situation when adrenal insufficiency can occur, educate the patient with sign and symptom. Always, as I mentioned, give simultaneously a prescription of hydrocortisone pill and an injection kit. Measure morning serum cortisol regularly, because you know that UFC, urinary free cortisol, or if you use late night serum cortisol, are good tools to monitor hypercortisolism, but are bad tools to diagnose adrenal insufficiency. This is why when I do the follow-up of my patient and when I give them and when I prescribe UFC, I always prescribe at the same time an 8 a.m. morning cortisol to make sure that they are on the safe side. And of course, you have to reassure your patient and the GPs about these hypocortisolism-related events that are manageable in most of cases. Let's talk about the symptom of Cushing on the extension phase of the LINX-3 and LINX-4 study. There is an interesting point here. You see that hirsutism, that is the red dashed line, is improving with time in patient. And as we have seen, according to the mode of action of the drug, you could expect that hirsutism worsen due to the accumulation of adrenal androgens. And indeed, this is what we have seen in the LINK-3 study with testosterone values in females. After a first expected increase in testosterone concentration, we can see on the long term a decrease of testosterone with a mean level that goes into the normal range. Of course, there are big error bars, means there is a big inter-individual variability, but overall it decreases, and this may explain the improvement in rheumatism. And this is totally unexpected. And for example, with like say a cousin drug that is betyrapone, that is supposed to act at the same target enzyme, we have never seen such a decrease in testosterone level with time. So this is just an example of one patient of my department that was treated with 4 milligrams per day. This is what we can observe 2 months after treatment. So of course, and this is totally expected, we have an increase in circulating ACTH concentration. We have an increase in the immediate precursor upstream, the enzymatic blockade, 11-deoxycortisol, and we have consequently an increase in delta-4-androstenedione, the adrenal androgens. But if you look at what happened after 1.5 years of treatment, the CTH level is still increased. Okay, she takes the drug, cortisol is controlled, but here you see that the level of 11-deoxycortisol has decreased to normal level, and her testosterone level are also completely normal. So this is totally unexpected, and it points to the fact that besides what is known from in vitro study about a target enzyme of oscillotostat, there are arguments like this one and also some in vivo study showing that the drug may also have indirect action on other enzyme steps, and this may explain the low occurrence of hypokalemia and the low occurrence of hirsutism. What about other disease and Cushing's disease? I just mentioned briefly 2 situations. The first one is a small study that retrospective studies that we conducted in France, about 7 cases of cortisol-secreting adrenal carcinomas. These carcinoma were associated with huge increase in UFC in 5 of these 7 cases, with UFC above 5 times the upper limit of normal or serum cortisol above 1,000 nanomole per liter. And you can see that in this patient, UFC decreased dramatically, and this was followed by an improvement in systolic blood pressure and also improvement of serum potassium despite decreasing potassium supplementation. And indeed, in this small series, we were able to control hypercortisolemia in all patients within 3 months. And again, we had 3 cases of mild adrenal insufficiency, especially during septic episode during the chemotherapy. So this is also a small series, but we know that hypercortisolism in ACC is often difficult to control, and the drug proved to be effective in this small cohort. Another situation is the case of a very severe hypercortisolism, and you know this is mainly due either to ACC or ectopic ACTH syndrome. And this is a published case of my colleague from Cochin Hospital showing the use of oscillotostat in a very different manner from the LINK study, very different from titration, that is the block and replace. And the block and replace regimen, you know, is a strategy where you aim to put your cortisol level to 0 or to the lowest level possible, and then to add hydrocortisone as a replacement. It's very useful when you have situation like intense hypercortisolism, when you want to make sure that you fully control the disease. So this patient had a pancreatic neuroendocrine tumor with liver metastasis. And look here at the green curve, which is the gray curve, sorry, which is the serum cortisol level. You can see that at start, serum cortisol level were above 3,000 nanomole per liter. This is huge increase. And of course, this patient was diabetic. He has to take insulin, and he has to take a potassium supplementation due to hypokalemia. And my colleague started, here you can see with a high dosage, 20 milligrams per day, 10 milligrams 2 times a day. And it induced very rapidly a decrease in serum cortisol but after 3 days, they increased to 30 milligrams per day and then 60 milligrams per day. So high dosage, very rapid titration. And you can see here that within 1 week, cortisol level were normalized. And of course, in parallel, there was a decreased requirement in insulin and potassium intake. And after 10 days, serum cortisol were in the adrenaline insufficiency range, and the patient was, of course, supplemented with hydrocortisone. So using a high dosage, we are able to fully control the disease. And this is the illustration on a series of 33 French patients with an ectopic OCTH syndrome that we collected with my friend Jacques Jung. It was published in the GCM 2 years ago. So these 33 patients had various neuroendocrine tumor. Most of these were metastatic. Some patients were treated as a first-line monotherapy with osilodrostat. Some others were treated as second-line monotherapy, and there were some patients in combination therapy. And overall, we were able to control the disease within a median delay of 2 weeks in 82% of patients. And you have here the illustration of the variation of UFC in all these patients. Each column is a patient, and you have here the UFC that is expressed in upper limit of normal range. So I will just focus on the left side of this graph, on this patient that was a naive patient or patient in whom a previous treatment was ineffective. And you can see just by eyeball analysis that we had a very huge decrease in cortisol level, UFC. That was, you can see at start, it was more than 200 or even 600 times the upper limit of normal in some patients. So huge increase in UFC. And you can see that in this patient, we were able to normalize or at least put UFC level in a safe range. And I've put some red circle around some patient, and it's just to illustrate that all patients that were treated with at least 10 milligrams per day at start, or even 20, or even 40, or even 60, were able to normalize the UFC within 1 or 2 weeks. So probably giving the drug at a very high dosage at start is able not only to decrease cortisol level, but also to decrease it very rapidly. And in such a life-threatening situation like intense hypothyroidism, of course, this is very interesting tool. So this is just a summary, and this is my last slide of our experience with osilodrostat in our department. I did not update this slide, but this is what was happening in last May. And we treated 44 patients, mostly with Cushing disease, but also patients with secreting ACC or ectopic OCTH syndrome. We used titration or block and replace strategy. You can see in more than half of patients. And overall, we were able to control the disease in 84% of patients. And only 25% had side effects. And side effects led us to interrupt the treatment in only 1 patient. So my conclusion from studies of the literature and our own experience is that osilodrostat is able to control hypercortisolism and improve clinical situation with a reduced number of pills in the majority of patients. Of course, this is a very important message. Careful education and ongoing monitoring for adrenaline insufficiency is mandatory, even in the medium to long term. The drug, as you have seen, is overall well tolerated with unexpected improvement in hirsutism. So we have to learn more about the mode of action of the drug. And of course, besides the recommendation of the company, you need to reconsider the dosage, starting dosage, and the strategy in individual case, for example, the mild cases, as well as the very intense and severe cases. And now, with these images of Bordeaux in France, southwest of France, I thank you for your attention.
Professor Antoine will be available if you want to ask him. We'll proceed with the next lecture. And this will be also industry sponsored symposium by Epson, Management of Acromegaly by Dr. Nazmi Nawar. Dr. Nazmi.
Assalamu alaikum. Thanks for attending my presentation, and thanks to everybody who invited me. And I'm talking about acromegaly management. Actually, when facing patient with acromegaly, you feel sorry for the patient because actually we know that there is no cure of acromegaly. There is control. Only patients having cure of acromegaly are those with small microadenoma, and these small microadenoma are successfully resectable, then the patient would be cured. Again, patients with macroadenoma having a small infarction inside the pituitary gland with less effects of the adenoma of the epilepsy itself, they would succeed escaping the disease. Otherwise, most of the patients, our dream while managing them is to control patients with acromegaly, not treat them, not cure them. So, medical treatment is indicated for patients with acromegaly in two situations, either primary treatment or pre-treatment. Primary treatment in those patients refusing surgery or those patients on having unresectable disease or cannot be anesthetized simply, those all can be subjected to medical treatment directly without delay. And those patients who are going to undergo surgery would have medical treatment for like 3 to 6 months to reduce the size of the tumor and to give a good outcome of surgery if being treated medically first. What's somatostatin analogs? These are synthetic analogs of somatostatin with similar actions and longer half-lives. They bind extracellularly to reduce release of hormones produced in tumor cells. And they act on several receptors. The most important ones of these receptors are somatostatin receptor 2 and 5. We know all that octreotide working on somatostatin 3 receptors, 3, 4, 5, with maximum effect on somatostatin receptor 5, while lanreotide works basically on somatostatin receptor number 2. We have somatostatin, we have growth hormone receptor antagonists and dopamine agonists. Somatostatin inhibit excess growth hormone release from pituitary adenoma via binding to somatostatin receptors, while growth hormone receptor antagonist works on GH receptors, thus blocking the effect on production of IGF-1 from the liver. And again, and lastly, we have dopamine agonists, which inhibit excess growth hormone release. Luckily that we have another generation, second generation of somatostatins, which is pasireotide, which is effective in those patients failing treatment with octreotide. And lanreotide gel is being available in 3 concentrations, 60, 90, and 120. They are given subcutaneously in patients with long-standing acromegaly having being responded to octreotide, and those needs less side effects of octreotide injections. They are recommended to start by 60 to 120 milligrams, and the dose should be individualized according to the response. Lanreotide autogel demonstrates more than 50% reduction in growth hormone in 4 weeks after the first injection in 63% of patients with acromegaly. When we say 63%, we are approximating the maximum effect of medical treatment. We don't dream of 70, or we would dream of 70, but we cannot dream to 90 or 100% of patients being cured on somatostatin analogs, because most of the studies saying that the response is basically going around 60 to 70% in most of our patients. And all the doses showed the benefit to reach like 60%, 63% in most of the patients. And this effect is being sustained over a long time. As you can see, in all doses, the effect is being stable and continuous throughout 52 weeks. By using this, we reach more than 50% decrease of growth hormone in 82%, and we reach less than 2.5 milligram per millimeter of growth hormone in 54%, and normalization of IGF-1 in 59%. As we say that, that the last literature means that if you want accurate control of growth hormone, you have to decrease it to less than 1 nanogram per mil, which is actually is very difficult one, I know, but trying to approximate these figures is mandatory to reach your patient safely to be managed well. We will skip this one. So what about the adverse effects? Adverse effects is like octreotide. There is most of them are GI side effects and steatorrhea, and some of them are having gallstones. But withdrawal of treatment is being only happened only in like 8 patients who have experienced severe side effects. And of those side effects mentioned, 6 were considered to be related to treatment, and all were experienced by a single patient who was withdrawn due to multiple side effects. The challenge of treatment, one of them is the compliance and adherence to medication. You know that IM injections are not that easy one for patients with acromegaly because it needs a preparation. It has to be injected very deeply, which makes injection in females and obese patient a challenge for the staff nurses and for the patient itself. The preparation of the injection itself takes more than 45 minutes in most of the cases, and time of work and delay of work, and so all are challenged together with the pain associated with the injection site, and so all make the autogel simpler and easier for patients who are responding well to octreotide. But again, we cannot say that it is compared with pasireotide, because pasireotide is superior to both of them if there is a failure or partial failure of one of them. And this gives me the same. I would not. So the autogel is being simply injected, subcutaneous, can be injected at home. Patients can take it anywhere. Healthcare professionals give it easily, and there is no need to take time of work as with octreotides and so. Transition to lanreotide autogel from octreotide LAR improved symptom control, especially for the injection site reactions and so. And we'll jump now to what are somatostatin analog therapy side effects. All of them are well reduced, as I said, diarrhea and abdominal pain, steatorrhea, and gallstones, alopecia. Pegvisomant therapy is being used for patients with acromegaly in special forms. Those patients having used medical treatment of octreotide with partial response, or those patients having no accessibility to octreotide, then we can use growth hormone receptor antagonist, which is pegvisomant, and this one has to be injected daily and forever, as you know. And these injections are actually expensive, and as I mentioned, it needs daily injection. And one important problem with this patient is that the possibility of having growth of the tumor itself. So whenever you are going to give your patient pegvisomant, you have to monitor his adenoma size by serial MRIs every now and then, because in most studies they found that like 5% of patients receiving pegvisomant suffer enlargement of the tumor, because actually it doesn't affect the growth hormone secretion itself. It affects the receptor of growth hormone. And whenever you are giving your patient pegvisomant, you know that you will not test growth hormone itself. You will test only IGF-1 because growth hormone is not affected and it will remain in circulation high as the beginning unless you are giving, if it's giving as adjuvant to somatostatin analogs, then you will get decrease of growth hormone by somatostatin analogs and decrease of IGF-1 by both of them, by pegvisomant and somatostatin analogs. Again, as I've mentioned, you have to be aware that the growth of the tumor is possible. So you need to monitor the patient repeatedly every now and then to find out whether it's growing or not. And it's coming, as I said, by subcutaneous injection, starting dose by 80 milligram as per British people, and by 40 milligram by US people as loading dose. Then the maintenance dose is about 10 milligrams subcutaneous daily, and we can up titrate it to 30 milligrams. In some cases, we can give pegvisomant weekly, especially if you are going giving it in combination with somatostatin analogs. Again, it works by preventing growth hormone binding with the receptors itself. So, consequent IGF-1 production is hindered. While somatostatin analogs bind to somatostatin receptors, mainly somatostatin receptor 2 and 5, leading to subsequent reduction of IGF-1 and growth hormone level. Pegvisomant in Europe indicated for treatment of patients with acromegaly who have had an adequate response to surgery and or radiation therapy, and whom an appropriate medical treatment with somatostatin analog did not normalize IGF-1 concentrations or was not tolerated. You can see the last row here showing that owing to safety concerns related to the patient increasing tumor size, monitoring tumor volume should be performed in patients treated with pegvisomant. And as I mentioned, 5% of patients would suffer increase of the mass lesion by using pegvisomant. While giving the cabergoline has been used for treatment of patients with prolactinomas and in acromegaly. And while giving an acromegaly, it gives only like 30% response in normalization of IGF-1. But if we can give it with adjuvant, as adjuvant to somatostatin analogs, it would give us to 70% reduction of IGF-1 and the growth hormone. And if you are going to give it for acromegaly, it's not less than 0.9 milligram per week. And if you are giving it alone, you would reach up to 7 milligram per week. This 7 milligram per week would put your patients in danger of having endomyocardial fibrosis, and frequent echocardiography for this patient would prevent the occurrence of endomyocardial fibrosis. Again, we have to consider pathological gambling and shopping in females and hypersexuality in males using big doses of cabergoline. It can lead to good response in only 30% of patients, as I mentioned, if given alone. So the lower cabergoline dose is up to 3.5 milligram per week, like 7 tablets, because tablet is 0.5 milligram, been used in combination with somatostatin analogs or pegvisomant. We can use it with both medications, but while using alone, we have to reach to 7 milligram in titration by time according to the response of every patient while visiting you for follow-up. The radiotherapy is being the last resort for treatment for acromegaly because of complications and because of the late response. In the literature, they said that delay in response would reach to 15 years till your patient gets response for treatment. But in my practice, I have seen patients after like only 20 years to start having good response regarding the acromegaly, despite all of them have suffered panhypothyroidism very early in the disease process, and especially after using radiotherapy. The radiotherapy can be conventional or can be stereotactic. And I will mention here that two major disadvantages of conventional fractionated radiation are the therapy required multiple treatment sessions and treatment may not be fully effective for 10 to 15 years. Furthermore, the majority of patients develop hypopet requiring lifelong replacement therapies, particularly important consideration in young patients, especially women of childbearing age. We have not to forget Afroscool is being invented by Novartis before has been subjected to treatment because the problem with acromegaly was the delay of diagnosis, which is 10 years in most cases, and most of the cases we are facing are macro prolactinomas, and minority are microprolactinomas because of the delay of the diagnosis. So to reduce this delay in diagnosis, the Acroscool has been provided to help reduce the missing patients with acromegaly. If you are facing patients with diabetes, type 2 diabetes, without family history of diabetes, and while he's not that obese, think about secondary cause. If you are a patient having osteoarthritis early in life, we have to search for early cause. If you have patient have multiple polyps in the colon by endoscopy or so, search for a cause. If your patient having mal-spaced teeth, prognathism or so, you have to search for a reason. So Acroscool has been put points to consider in every symptom signs. So getting some score like 5 will be very suggestive of acromegaly. Then you will subject your patient to screening test, and screening test would be by either of growth hormone or IGF-1, but it's better by IGF-1 because as we know that IGF-1 is more specific for treatment, while growth hormone can be high in patients who are not in need for treatment, like patients with hepatic failure who are not producing IGF-1, so their excess growth hormone would not lead to a problem in the periphery. That's the end of my talk. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. And very good afternoon to all distinguished professors, fellow researchers, and esteemed colleagues. It is truly my pleasure and my honor to be here at the Gulf Association of Endocrinology and Diabetes Conference, surrounded by such brilliant minds and passionate innovators. I would also love to extend my heartfelt thanks and appreciation to the organizing committee for curating this inspiring gathering. Today, I'll be presenting my study findings based on the research which was conducted in the Governorate of Yemen under the title High-Dose Vitamin D Supplementation Improves Glycemia and Endothelial Function in Vitamin D Deficient Pre-Diabetic Adults, Cross-Sectional and Randomized Control Trial in Yemen. Pre-diabetes is a growing public health crisis with the prevalence estimates ranging from 10 to 40% of the adult population worldwide. While vitamin D deficiency is a serious public health condition affecting approximately 50 to 100% of population worldwide. As you can see here, Middle East has the highest prevalence of pre-diabetes and vitamin D deficiency. From July 2024 to May 2025, a multi-center cross-sectional study and randomized control trial were conducted in Governorate in 3 different constitutions, including Medical City Complex, Jibla University for Medical and Health Sciences, and Noor Hospital, with the following eligibility criteria. Inclusion criteria included Yemeni adult aged 18 to 60 years, while the inclusion criteria including diabetes, pre-diabetes, anti-hyperglycemic medications, chronic liver disease, chronic renal disease, morbid obesity or body mass index more than 40 kilogram per square meter, pregnancy, personal history of vitamin D supplementation in the past 6 months, and acute illness at the time of blood sample collection. Our study objectives were to assess the prevalence of pre-diabetes in the Governorate of Yemen and vitamin D deficiency in those with pre-diabetes. Additionally, to determine the association between glycemic indices and other demographic and exposure variables. In phase 1, our study recruited 1,233 participants. 188 participants were excluded because they didn't match our eligibility criteria, while 1,045 participants included and subjected to 2 blood sample collections for diagnosis of pre-diabetes according to the American Diabetes Association guidelines. In phase 2, among 151 participants with pre-diabetes and vitamin D deficiency randomly assigned into 2 cohorts, vitamin D and placebo. Participants in vitamin D group received 50,000 in a national unit of vitamin D3 or cholecalciferol per week for 16 weeks, while participants in another group received identical placebo, 1 capsule per week for 16 weeks. Upon completion, use the investigational medical product, the data were compiled into the Microsoft Excel sheet and imported into the SPSS software version 26 for analysis. This slide presents the screening summary. As you can see, our study included 1,045 participants with moderate female predominance, and the pre-diabetes of the prevalence of pre-diabetes was 23.4% by fasting blood sugar and 14.7% by to our oral glucose tolerance test, and 26.4% by HbA1c. A total of 266 HbA1c defined pre-diabetic participants evaluated for vitamin D. We found 74.1% had vitamin D deficiency, 19.2% had vitamin D insufficiency, and only 6.7% had vitamin D sufficiency. As shown in this slide, the association between glycemic indices and demographic and exposure variables. Fasting blood sugar showed a statistically significant association with gender and vitamin D status, with p-value 0.33 and 0.2002 respectively, while oral glucose tolerance tests showed statistically significant association with age and gender. Strikingly, HbA1c didn't show any association with any of the variables. This slide presents the pre-intervention comparison between vitamin D and placebo groups. Baseline characteristics were statistically comparable, and no statistically significant differences between the 2 groups observed, with p-values were more than 5%, indicating the strong homogeneity and successful randomizations. This slide presents the post-intervention comparison within vitamin D group. statistically significant improvements were observed across multiple domains. However, inflammatory markers, including interleukin-6 and high-sensitive CRP, showed or worsened in vitamin D group. By the way, I would say our study was conducted in the final quarter of 2024 and the first month of the 2025. This time is the coldest in the year. So I think there is a strong relationship between the coldness and increase the respiratory tract infection, including viral and bacterial. This can increase the inflammatory markers, including interleukin-6 and high-sensitive CRP. This slide presents the post-intervention comparison within the placebo group. Strong statistically significant deterioration were observed across multiple domains. You can see HOMA-B, flow-mediated dilation, interleukin-6, and high-sensitive CRP, as well as low density in cholesterol. All these variables worsened in a placebo group significantly, reflecting the need for vitamin D supplementation. This slide presents the post-intervention comparison between vitamin D and placebo group. Participants who received vitamin D supplementation demonstrated significantly reduction in fasting blood sugar, significantly elevation in vitamin D, and significantly improvement in HOMA-B and flow-mediated dilation, reflecting the role of vitamin D supplementation in cardiovascular benefit. However, not all parameters showed statistically significant differences. Interleukin-6, high-sensitive CRP, HbA1c, body mass index remained statistically comparable. This slide and this have been explained earlier by different way. Moving to the last slide to talk about the conclusion. Prevalence of pre-diabetes was high. HbA1c defined pre-diabetes was 26.4%, and prevalence of vitamin D deficiency among pre-diabetics was 74.1%. Vitamin D supplementation in pre-diabetic vitamin D deficient adults led to significant improvements in glycemic indices, insulin resistance, and beta cell function. Vitamin D supplementation improved endothelial dysfunction, suggesting a cardiovascular benefits. Post-intervention analysis revealed no statistically significant between group differences in interleukin-6 or high-sensitive CRP. Nonetheless, within a group, elevations were noted in both arms, more pronounced in the placebo group. The observed outcomes underscore the metabolic and endothelial significance of vitamin D among high-risk cohorts, thereby justifying the need for expensive, longitudinal, and ethnic diverse clinical investigations. Thank you very much for your attention, and appreciate your time.
Professor Adnan Agha from the Faculty of Medicine in Al Ain University, the United Arab Emirates University, will be talking about cheaper can be better, believe it or not, and we're talking about a very important information. Dr. Adnan, please.
So the title is basically Diagnostic Performance of Urinary C-peptide creatinine ratio and how this can help us diagnose the type of diabetes. I called it cheaper is better because the test is obviously cheaper, but how good is it? I'm going to go around the background, how we work and how we diagnose diabetes. We all know that, but how these markers behave, that's the point that we're going to try and make. And the aims and objectives of our study, and then going through the study protocol and methodology, and then our results, and then the conclusion. So we all know that diabetes mellitus is quite a global pandemic. It's affecting up to 1/3 of the population. It's even high prevalent in our Gulf cooperative countries. In UAE, it's quite prevalent as well. And the correct classification of diabetes makes a huge difference to how the patients are going to get treatment. The type 1 diabetes needs a different treatment and type 2 needs a different treatment. But then sometimes when patients are not very clear cut, they don't have a DKA on presentation and they don't have insulin resistance features, we are kind of stuck. And then on top of that, if you've got patients who have got LADA or patients who have monogenic diabetes, it causes even more confusion in the classification of diabetes. So I'll just start off with a small case. A 24-year-old man comes in feeling unwell, high blood sugars, ketones are slightly raised, BMI is also high, pre-diabetic for 3 months, so it's a slow onset. There is family history of type 1 and type 2. And after IV fluids and giving him insulin, he gets better, doesn't need insulin for 2 months. So is he honeymooning? Is he type 2 diabetes? Is he type 1 diabetes? He's not using any medications at all. And it's 6 months now. So what test are you going to use to classify him as diabetes? I mean, you can give me a show of hands, or if it's not possible, I'll just go through the scenario. So are you going to do the anti-GARD antibodies? Are you going to combine the anti-GARD antibodies with IA2 antibodies? Are you going to do a serum C-peptide? Are you going to do a mixed meal with serum C-peptide? Or are you just going to wait and watch and see if he deteriorates or if he has any concerns, then you put on some treatment? Or not sure. Now, antibody-wise, all the tests, all the antibody results are based on Western population. You have got anti-GARD antibodies between 72 to 79%. They can identify type 1 diabetes. If you combine it with zinc transporter, it gets up to 85% accuracy. If you use zinc transporter alone, it is from 60 to 80%. And if you use only insulin antigen 2, it's about 33 to 66%. But do remember, 1% of the patients with monogenic diabetes will also have antibodies positive. But in our population, when you look at the Asian population, there is positive data. The same thing that is 80% positive in Western population, in our population, it's only 28%. Then comes the serum C-peptide. Now, serum C-peptide, we all know it's part of the pro-insulin molecule, and you can do that one, and it will give you an idea how much is the endogenous production of insulin. It's helpful, but the only problem is it's difficult to transport. It can sometimes cross-react. And then you have got simulated C-peptide that you do with mixed meal, in which you ask the patient to fast, then give a mixed meal, then do C-peptide levels at different intervals. And that is considered a gold standard to diagnose diabetes, but you require specialized facilities. What about the sensitivity of our clinical criteria and other things? So if you look at all of them, other than the weight loss, none of them have got 70% sensitivity and 70% sensitivity. So yes, if somebody comes with ketones, you're going to diagnose them DK, that's a clear case. Somebody comes with very high BMI, you're going to think of type 2 diabetes, specific. But anything having sensitivity and specificity both being high, that's rare. So what is urinary C-peptide creatinine ratio? That gives us a stable, reproducible measure of how much C-peptide is being produced. Because it's produced in the urine, so it's already there. You don't have to specifically do it any particular time. Best to do it 2 hours after meal. And the Western population have got a threshold of less than 0.2 being diagnostic of type 1 diabetes, as long as it's done after the first 6 months. Because first 6 months, it still can cause confusion with honeymooning. So for our population, what we wanted to do was, we wanted to look at the diagnostic performance of the urinary C-peptide creatinine ratio to see if that can help diagnose patients who are already diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. Can this be used as a performance measure to validate the use of urinary C-peptide? So this was a prospective validation study done at the Tawam Hospital in UAE. Over the 3 months period, we had the ethical approval and we had the patients coming in with type 1 diabetes and type 2 diabetes who were already diagnosed and being treated. And the diagnosis was based on at least 3 different clinicians making the diagnosis. Inclusion criteria was anybody above age 12, established diagnosis for at least 6 months. So there is no confusion of this being a partial effect. And then the exclusion criteria, we removed everybody with gestational diabetes, anybody on steroids, anybody who had secondary diabetes. So that made it easier for us to kind of have the clear idea of type 1 and type 2 diabetes. So the urinary C-peptide creatinine ratio was measured after 2 hours, 2 to 4 hours. So anybody who was coming to our clinic, we asked them to have their breakfast and bring in the urine sample. The good part about urine sample is you can also bring it from home. You can, it's not a blood test, so you can easily do it. It can be stored with boric acid, red top bottles for up to 72 hours, so it is quite stable. You don't have to quickly run before and send it transport in a freeze method. And we did all the tests in our own university lab. So these are the results that we got. So we had 19 patients with type 1 diabetes and 60 patients with type 2 diabetes. This is proportionate to what our population is like. Obviously, you had more type 2 diabetes than type 1. So we had 1:3 ratio we wanted to maintain. The age, there was obviously a difference, and that because these are already diagnosed patients, we are just trying to validate the urinary C-peptide part. And then other thing that was the insulin use. Obviously, some patients with type 2 diabetes were not on insulin, so that was a clear way of knowing. And then you had type 2 diabetes in the first degree relatives. That was again common. And lastly was our urinary C-peptide. So what we found was urinary C-peptide creatinine ratio mean was around 0.12, while in type 2 diabetes, it was 1.11. So the p-value was less than 0.01. So we tried to plot a receiver-operated characteristic curve to get the area under curve. And what we found was at the level of, which is the Western level of less than 0.2, we had a sensitivity of about 95%, 94.7, and specificity of 95%. But we wanted to go higher. We wanted to see if we can bring it as close to 100% in terms of sensitivity. So at 0.25, less than 0.25, we got the sensitivity of 100%, specificity of 91%. And our Yoden index, which is the best way of measuring the diagnostic performance, which is your sensitivity plus specificity -1, that was 0.91, which is quite high. So this is the ROC curve for our patients. And again, as you can see, at optimal cutoff level of less than 0.25, we are able to identify type 1 diabetes clearly. So we wanted to look at what's the cost comparison. So if you are trying to do a C-peptide serum test, you're looking at a cost roughly around 500 dirhams. I mean, you can equate it about $136. If you're trying to do clinical assessment, obviously that is no cost. If you're trying to do antibodies, you're looking at 1,200 dirhams. And then if you're doing urinary C-peptide creatinine ratio, it's 50 dirhams. So that's why I titled it as cheaper can be better, because it's got good specificity, it's got good sensitivity, it's being used in the West. Why don't we use it for our patients? So cost and prestige is important, but if you look at the cost comparisons, you can see that, Chinese cars can sometimes beat Bugatti. So to conclude, this cutoff of less than 0.25 for urinary C-peptide creatinine ratio provides a good marker, a good diagnostic performance for us to use. We have got the best brains of endocrinology from the Gulf region sitting here. What we need is probably a collaborative study from different Gulf countries to see if that works with all the Gulf population or not. And this is how we think that the future direction should look like. If you have patient with new diagnosis and you're not sure, you can do a urinary C-peptide creatinine ratio. If you find that the ratio is more than 0.7, likely insulin resistance. If you find that it is between 2.5 to 0.7, you can do more testing. If it is less than 0.25, it's most likely type 1 diabetes. These are the references. The good part is our paper got published just last week, so this was before I accepted. Okay, thank you so much.
Excellent presentation. Thank you very much. We have 2 to 3 minutes for questions from the panel and from the audience, if you have one. It's not, can we have mics, please? This one is not working also. Hello? You could move here if you want. Any question from the audience?
Any question from our colleagues from the audience there? Okay, Victoria, you want to ask a question? All right, go ahead. This one.
I can ask.
I would like you to highlight, maturity onset diabetes of the young. It's for in diagnostic. Because it's certainly different. You haven't touched on the maturity onset diabetes of the young.
So, maturity onset diabetes of the young, part of the monogenic diabetes, they would also come in the same, between 0.25 to 0.7. They would come in the same range, and these are the ones that you can actually pick and say, they don't match the clinical picture of type 2 diabetes. They have got a family history. We are actually collaborating on another project in which we are trying to develop an MRRT monogenic diabetes score, which is based on the MODI calculator from Exeter. But these are the patients when you get them in the middle, because they will not have insulin resistance. So we can use them. This urine test can be actually used to give an idea of those patients as well.
One types of or two types of diabetes of the young is many types.
Yes, but
16. So in a way, you have to touch on the one which resembles type 1, okay? And you come for the C-peptide, and you talk about it, So that's which is a little bit difficult, if you want to see.
Thank you all for your comments. I have a question. Well done for your presentation and the work that you've done. I'd like to ask you regarding the methodology that you've used in testing for the urinary C-peptide, and if there has been any interactions or the validation of the test. Have you looked into that?
So first part, I understood that we did from the Roche chemoluminescence assay for the C-peptide, and we used Jaffa's kinetic method for the creatinine, and we did it locally in our lab. The second part I didn't understand. Interferences with the. So Jaffa's method is known to interfere, but that's for the creatinine part. But we validated that creatinine from the creatinine that was done in the hospital, which was not a Jaffa's method. So the Roche chemoluminescence method has got a area under curve of accuracy of only 0.15 is out of accuracy. So it's very accurate test for the C-peptide.
Thank you.
Question there.
2 short questions, please. We have to move to the next speaker.
Mike.
Antibodies, test.
Take the mic.
Background was.
Take the mic.
Was there any correlation with the antibodies positivity or negativity?
So out of the 19 patients, about 16 of them had antibodies done, and 2 of them were GAED negative. Everybody else was GAED positive.
A quick question.
2 of them never had antibodies.
Last question, Dr. Rahman.
Yes. It seems what I understand from this, the purpose of this is to make low cost, right? Economically better, right? So C-peptide in the urine measurement, are you telling us that it is less than C-peptide in the blood or no? The same?
So when you're getting a blood serum C-peptide, you need to transport it quickly and do it quickly. So it's a special tube. It has to be done quickly, and there's a different method. But urine C-peptide can be stored in a boric acid small urine bottle for 72 hours. And it can be done at your convenience using a small chemoluminescence assay. So the assay is slightly different, and the cost of storage and the process is also simple. And plus sensitivity and specificity is also high.
So I mean, that's apparently the purpose, is the economical benefits here. But I think you could do it also by doing C-peptide and insulin, for example, in the blood. You can do it. You did not correlate with that, right? You didn't do that.
So you can do C-peptide in the serum as well, but that is the gold standard, the mixed meal test in the.
Okay, so that's it. Can we move to the third presentation, please? Thank you, Professor Adnan. Excellent presentation. Now we'll move to the third presentation, differentiated thyroid cancer, a decade of ATA guidelines from Oman. And the presenter will be Dr. Ibrahim Al-Ali from Suhar Hospital. Dr. Ibrahim, please stick to the time so we could give you some questions, please.
Thank you for having me today. We are going to talk about this study we have conducted at Suhar Hospital at Ministry of Health, Oman. Thyroid cancer is a medical dilemma, and the SEER reports have shown that there is an increased prevalence of thyroid cancer over the 30 or 40 years in the United States, but in the same time there is a steady morbidity and mortality, although of increased prevalence. In the United States, it resembles about the fifth common cancer in females, while our results in Oman, according to a recent study conducted in 2020, revealed that thyroid cancer is the second commonest cancer in females. At the same time, the most common thyroid cancer variant is papillary thyroid carcinoma, and almost all results are low risk profile. So, after 2015, the American Thyroid Association conducted their guidelines. Now it has been 10 years. How far or how close we are at Oman, or at least at our center, from this guideline? We aimed at this study to assess the American Thyroid Association results in real world data in our community. At the same time, we aim to find what is the prognostic factors for excellent response and what is the prognostic factors to use radioactive iodine. And after all, we need to use this data to assess our practice and to improve our patients' outcomes. So this is a retrospective study conducted at Central Hospital in North Al-Batina Governorate, Suhar Hospital. We back to the National Electronic Health Records and collected data from 2018 to 2014, 24, and 2018 was chosen because we only at this time started the service of thyroid cancer clinic in our hospital. We conducted a demographic data. We used the patient's age, patient's gender, and the medical history. What is the cause of surgery, and what is also the patient's previous medical history. And we focused on the histopathologic findings like the tumor size, histologic variant, and lymph node metastasis and vascular invasion also. After that, we went stratified patients according to American Thyroid Association Guideline 2015. And what is the initial approach was used? Either it is lobectomy or neck total thyroidectomy without or with neck dissection. And after each visit, at first visit, follow up after the initial management, and the last visit, we used neck ultrasound. We used also thyroglobulin and thyroglobulin antibodies to assess the patient's response to treatment. In our study, we have recruited 178 patients. The mean age was 38 years. And as literature, almost all they were females, about 87% of cases. The main cause for surgery was solitary thyroid nodule in about 48% of cases. And the extent of surgery was surprising for somehow. The most thyroidectomy approach was total thyroidectomy without neck dissection in about 75% of cases. The dissection was used in 22% of cases, while lobectomy was only in 5 cases 3%. Of course, some of these cases, total thyroidectomy without a dissection was sometimes treated with lobectomy, then changed to completion thyroidectomy. The follow-up duration since the first initial treatment till last visit was mean 41 months, but ranged from 6 months to almost 14 years. The histopathology was, in most cases, about 65% was unifocal. The incidental thyroid carcinomas were found in about 50% of cases. The tumor size was almost 20 millimeters plus minus 15. The most common type was papillary thyroid carcinoma, and the variant was mainly a classic variant of papillary thyroid carcinoma. We found follicular thyroid carcinoma in 8% of cases, and Hürthle cell, or what is known now oncocytic cell tumor, was present in 1% of cases. Lymph node metastasis was found in about 26%. External thyroid extension was found in 16% of cases, and lung metastasis was found on 6 cases only. So post-operative treatment, radioactive iodine was used in about 70% of our patients. Among those patients who were radioactive iodine used, 16 of the low-risk patients was treated with radioactive iodine, surprisingly, of course. The positive thyroglobulin antibodies were found in about 15% in the first follow-up visit, and thyroglobulin was undetectable in most patients, 63%. The neck ultrasound findings was free of disease in the first follow-up in up to 88% of cases. So there is a high rate of radioactive iodine use in our patient, comparing with, especially in the American Thyroid Association low risk category. ATA risk stratification came 75% low risk, 13 intermediate risk, and 12% was high risk. When also assessed the patient's prognostic factors. The excellent response was in 61% of our cases, while structural response was seen in 9 cases. Between them, those 6 cases with lung metastasis. The other biochemical incomplete or indeterminate response. During our follow-up, we found that thyroglobulin antibodies decreased with a statistically significant ratio from 15.2 to 5.1%. Also, the no evidence of disease on neck ultrasound was increased from 88% to about 94%, although it was not statistically significant, but it was clinically, as we see here in this chart. When assessed the patients who were treated with radioactive iodine, we found that the patients who received radioactive iodine were older in age, 40 years compared to 36 years. We also see that they have larger tumors, 24 compared to 9.2, and also the type of initial surgery. The total thyroidectomy with neck dissection was 95% who received dry, compared to 64 for those who hadn't neck dissection. Also, the presence of lymph node metastasis, vascular invasion, and external thyroid extension was strongly associated with the use of radioactive iodine, which is similar to the American Thyroid Association guidelines. Also, the high-risk patients, almost all of them, 100% of them, received radioactive iodine, compared to 86% for those intermediate risk, but also 61 for those with low risk received radioactive iodine. When used the multivariant, we see that the prognostic factors for excellent response are receive of RAI, the patients with younger age, and the ATA low risk category have excellent response, as we see in this table. So, if we move to compare our data with the data in the Gulf countries, and even in Oman, in a previous study conducted at the Royal Hospital National Diabetes Endocrine Center, between 2006 to 2016 included 346 patients. The age almost the same, 38 years, most of them females. Papillary thyroid carcinoma also was the most common, and 61% of cases were low risk compared to 3% was high risk, less than our results. And also 83% at the end of the study, no evidence of disease, as their the low evidence of disease was at an excellent response. But we see here that all of their patients went for total thyroidectomy. 80% of cases received radioactive iodine, and they concluded that lymph node metastasis, external thyroid extension, and angiovascular invasion was independent factors for disease-free status. Moving to our colleagues at United Arab Emirates, Tuam Hospital, led by Dr. Dahmani and colleagues, they included 762 patients with a similar mean age, 39 years, with a lower rate of females, 76. All cases were papillary thyroid carcinoma. The extent of surgery was slightly higher than our rates, 6.2 for lobectomy, but almost 94 cases were treated with total thyroidectomy. They didn't use ATA low risk for categorization. They used the TNM staging, but almost all patients, 88.6, were stage 1. At their study, at 2008, 100% of patients received radioactive iodine. But at the end of the study, 2018, decreased the RI use by 60%. They succeed by lowering radioactive iodine, but almost still they use a wider extent of total thyroidectomy. Also, they included that the nationality and lymph node involvement were significant predictors for surgical extent. The non-Emirati population within this study were more common to have total thyroidectomy and were more common to receive radioactive iodine. Moving to the colleagues from Saudi Arabia, King Saud University, a very large study, 670 patients, over 20 years of follow-up, they found that their patients, 47, the mean age, was slightly higher than the usual results. Also, most of them, 84, were females, as our all results, BTC was the most common, 90% of cases. The extent of surgery, the lobectomy was more, 10.7%, while other 90% treated with total thyroidectomy. The radioactive iodine used only in 46% of cases. Their cases were 60% low risk compared to 21 high risk. We see that in this population, the higher risk category was more. And also their excellent response was seen in 68%. It's a comparable results with our results. And also they concluded that the tumor size, lymphovascular invasion, and obesity have a worse response to treatment. So to summarize, our results revealed 61% of cases with excellent response, and it is comparable to the Saudi studies, which ranged from 61.7 to 80 to 68. And at the same time, we treated our patients, about 70% of them with radioactive iodine, but at the same time, 61 of our low-risk patients received radioactive iodine. And there is a high, and this rate is higher than we witnessed in our colleagues, United Arab Emirates. Our surgical approach resembled to the United Arab Emirates, and the younger age and ATR low risk predicted excellent response in our cohort. It is similar to our results in our colleagues in Gulf area. So finally, we should tailor a plan, especially for our low-risk patient. And we should use this data for a more prospective and even a multi-centric studies in other Gulf countries to improve our outcomes and to loosen our strict treat to patients with papillary thyroid carcinoma, especially those patients with low risk according to the American Thyroid association, and that could be attained by making workshops and more education and conducting multicentric studies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim. Excellent presentation. One or two questions. Any questions from the audience? Okay.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for your nice presentation and project. Just in your study, did you have a chance to classify which type of PTC, the majority types of PTC? Did you have any chance?
Yes, but I didn't mention it here. The most common type was the classic variant. About 72% of cases, there is a poorly differentiated papillary thyroid carcinoma was there. There is oncocytic variant, and the most common after classic variant was the follicular variant of papillary thyroid carcinoma.
Any chance for genetic testing for those?
Unfortunately, no, we don't have the opportunity.
Any question? Any other question? Dr. Huda? Yes, please. Can we have the...
Yes, once again, fantastic presentation, well done.
Thank you very much.
I just wanted to ask you, now that we have, hopefully we'll get the latest guidelines, how would you do your work differently within your guidelines? Would that impact, with the newer release of the guidelines, would impact methodology, criteria, or you will just do exactly the same thing?
Actually, if we gone through the new American Thyroid Association, the definitions, the excellent response, the indeterminate, it is almost the same. And even they loosen the target of TSH suppression, especially on those patients and that undeterminate or lower response. For the methodology, it will be the same. But I guess our issue here is to raise our attention to that we are using a more aggressive treatment to this group of patients, the low risk group of patients. That's the message we need to spread it now.
Okay, thank you.
One more
Dr.
question.
Ahmed? Dr. Khalid, please. Short question, short answer, please.
Nice work and excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Quick comments. What do you think are the reasons for the aggressive approach of total thyroidectomy compared to lobectomy? I have seen it across.
It's a quite interesting question because it has been raised and several publications who were reaching the same result. It may be due to a previous era accumulations, and in the same time, it may be related to our population. That our patients don't like to be just monitoring without taking any action. That may push some of us toward a more aggressive treatment, so the patient became more happy.
Okay, thank you very much. That was the last question. Thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim.
Thank you very much.
Now we'll move to the fourth presentation from Kuwait. It's about ethanol ablation of cystic thyroid nodules using trans-ethnic approach. Is it safe and effective? And will be presented by Dr. Ahmed Al-Kandari. Please, Dr. Ahmed. You will present it? Okay. Dr. Modaw Al-Dosari.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Madawi Al-Dosari from General Surgery Department in Al Jahra Hospital. And today I'm honored to share with you a simple, effective treatment option, which we can include in our clinical practice in thyroid nodular management. This case series is predominantly carried by Dr. Ahmed Al-Kandari, an endocrinologist, and me in a collaboration between General Surgery and Endocrine Department in Al Jahra Hospital. So we all know that thyroid nodules is extremely common to be encountered in clinical practice, with a prevalence of 60% in ultrasound studies, 13% of them being a cystic thyroid nodules. And for decades, thyroid nodules were primarily treated with a surgical approach. But we all know that surgery itself has its own risk of bleeding, infection, neurovascular injury, hypothyroidism, and also not to forget the emotional and the finance outweight of such surgical procedures. The surgical indication might be either because of cosmetic reasons or because of compressive symptoms. Nowadays, less invasive, minimally invasive, let's say, approaches are quite gaining grounds. And this includes ethanol ablation as well as thermal ablation. The case series will primarily focus on ethanol ablation. So what is ethanol ablation? We inject 95 to 99% dehydrated alcohol into the cyst under ultrasound guidance. And if we look back to several guidelines and including the American Thyroid Association, we can see that the first line treatment, they recommend that the first line treatment of thyroid cyst is to be treated with ethanol ablation. Now, despite global endorsement of minimally invasive procedure, if we look around in our own region, we will find out that surgery is still the domain choice for the majority of patients. And we ask ourselves why surgery is preferred by patients and even sometimes by physicians. And this could be because of lack of awareness on the safety and the efficacy of such procedures. There is limited local experience and physicians that are confident enough to perform such procedures. There is shortage of local data, as well as sometimes unfamiliarity or hesitation towards safety techniques like the trans-ischemic approach. So we talked about why there is regional preference of surgery, but why there is global encouragement of such procedures. And this is because these procedures are minimally invasive, they are cost effective, they can be done on an outpatient basis, lower complication risk, preserves the thyroid function, and of course the emotional and the finance weight is much more less than surgery. Now, the gap between the global endorsement and the regional preference had inspired us to come with such case series to evaluate the effectiveness and the safety of such minimally invasive approaches. So the aim of our study, as I said, is to evaluate the safety and the effectiveness of ultrasound-guided ethanol ablation of cystic and predominantly cystic thyroid nodules. So we designed a retrospective case series covering procedures performed between January 2023 to January 2025. So the inclusion criteria: thyroid nodules with equal or more than 80% cystic components. There is no malignant cytology on FNA. No suspicious features on neck ultrasound, euthyroid state, presence of symptomatic or cosmetic reasons, as well as recurrence of cyst following simple aspiration. Now, the outcomes of our study, we have two domains of the main outcome. The first one being a volume reduction of the thyroid nodule greater than 50% from the initial volume, and the other domain is resolution of patient symptoms. And in general, the success rate is defined as volume reduction of greater than 50%. Now, we move on how do we perform such procedure? As I said, it's a really simple procedure that is done on an OPD basis. So the patient comes and lie in a supine position with a neck that is slightly extended. We prep the skin and then we inject a local anesthesia, 1% lidocaine. Following that, we use the ultrasound guidance and we use an 18-gauge needle to be inserted into the thyroid nodules. However, we do not directly insert the needle into the thyroid nodule. We use the trans-ischemic approach to reach the nodule. Even if there is other shorter options, we still prefer to use the trans-ischemic approach, and we will explain why shortly. Now, after inserting the needle, we completely empty the cyst from the fluid, and then we evaluate the need whether the nodule requires any saline irrigation, depending on the remaining debris of the nodule. Some patients might require, other patients might not require. Following that, we inject the 95 to 99% ethanol, and the amount of ethanol that we inject is roughly around 50% from the aspirated amount. So if we aspirate 10 cc, we inject 10 cc of fluid, we inject 5 cc of ethanol. We leave it for 3 to 5 minutes and then re-aspirate it again. So the procedure is done using transsystemic approach and a single needle puncture. Okay. So 10 patients were included. All patients were female. The mean age is 38, ranging between 15 years of age to 61. The mean nodular volume is 17 cc, ranging from 1.98 to 36 cc. Now, we said that the outcome of our study depends on two things, which is resolution of patient symptoms as well as a volume reduction greater than 50%. So all our patients achieved a success rate of complete resolution of symptoms as well as a volume reduction. If we dissect both two figures, we can see the figure on the left shows the mean percentage of volume reduction with every follow-up period. So what do we do usually? We measure the thyroid nodule pre-procedure, and with every follow-up period, we remeasure the volume again, as well as the percentage of reduction with every follow-up period. So this is the mean of percentage of volume reduction. In the first month, it is 68.9, 3 months, it's 70, 6 months is 81, and 1 year is 93. So the total volume, the percentage of reduction is greater than 93. However, the success rate of such therapeutic approach is 100%. The figure on the right shows us the volume, the mean volume of the nodule pre-procedure and post-procedure. Pre-procedure is 17.29 and post-procedure is 1.89. So the mean percentage reduction, as I said, is greater than 93. Now, this figure shows each patient and the percentage of reduction. The majority of our patient has a percentage of reduction that is greater than 95. However, you might all be wondering why the 10th patient has a significantly lower percentages comparing them to other patients. And this is because this girl had the highest solid components. And according to literatures and studies, the higher the solid components are, the less the success rate will be. However, it is considered a successful procedure. As we said, there is resolution of symptoms and the percentage of volume reduction is greater than 50%. Okay. One of the main reasons why there is global endorsement of such minimally invasive procedure, it's because it is a safe procedure. So safety was always our highlighted point, and there are several steps has been performed to ensure that it is a safe procedure. The first one is to use the transsystemic approach. So why is transsystemic approach a safe option? It's because when we insert the needle into the isthmus, it will remain stable whether the patient talks or cough. The other reason is that we want the needle to remain within the thyroid tissue. So if there is any ethanol leakage, it will be contained within the thyroid tissue rather than spreading to adjacent structure, which has proven that it shows lower post-operative or post-procedure, let's say, complications. And we use a single puncture. So the needle that is inserted to aspirate the fluid is the same needle that we will inject ethanol and we will irrigate it with saliva. It's just a single needle that is connected to multiple tubes, and from each tube we are going to either aspirate or inject. And by doing that, we avoid creating multiple punctures in the thyroid tissue, which will minimize the ethanol leakage, hence minimizing the post-operative complication, post-procedure complications. Okay. The reported adverse effects were minimum, transient, and resolved spontaneously. 2 patients experienced burning sensation during the procedure. 1 patient reported a post-procedural pain lasting 4 to 5 days. However, no reported facial flushing, hematomas, hoarseness, dyspnea, vasovagal reaction, or even ethanol leakage. Okay. This one is a video that shows us how do we usually perform the needle is in the isthmus. And then we are now injecting the ethanol. If you can appreciate, immediately after injecting the ethanol, there is a sclerosis of the wall, coagulative necrosis in the wall. So the effect is actually immediate. Okay. Okay, this is another picture that shows one of our patients. The above picture is pre-procedure and the bottom picture is post-procedure. The horizontal diameter is 4.13 centimeter, which has reduced to 1.22 centimeter after 3 months. So the percentage of volume reduction is 98. Another interesting point that we can look at is if you can appreciate the whitish material below the nodule, this is the normal thyroid tissue, which was completely compressed by the nodule. And then 3 months after the ethanol ablation, we can see that in the yellow arrows, we can see that the thyroid tissue has returned back to its normal position. Okay. Sorry. Now, what could be our limitation? First one is the sample size. The second thing is all patients are females. Now, for the take-home message, ethanol ablation, when it is performed by a professional operator using the transesthemic approach, it is safe, effective, and it's a practical alternative than surgery. And I believe that it is a time to start to integrate such minimally invasive procedures in our daily practice as a way of advancing the thyroid care. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much. Excellent presentation. If anybody has any comment or question, can we have the gentleman? Can you come forward, please?
Thank you. Fantastic presentation. My question about the protocol of injecting half of the fluids that's aspirated. Some cysts, from my experience with aspirating, I don't have experience alcohol ablation doing myself, but some cysts, when I try to aspirate, they have very thick proteinaceous material that's so hard to aspirate, and sometimes empty, just nothing come out. Mm-hmm. So in those scenarios, what would you do if you encounter such scenario?
So in all of our 10 patients, we did not usually find any difficulties in aspirating the fluid. Some fluid, yes, they were more viscous than other. However, we did not find any difficulty in aspirating them. So we were completely able to aspirate the complete amount of fluid with every nodule.
Okay. I will just comment. I'm her mentor who performs the procedure. So there are two solutions for such a thing. It happens not uncommonly. So the first thing is sometimes we do saline irrigation. We irrigate it multiple times.
So, excuse me, you are the one with her in the study. Okay,
yes,
introduce yourself.
Yes, this is Dr. Ahmed Kandari. I'm her mentor. So the first protocol is we can do saline irrigation. You can do it multiple times, 5 to 10 times, until the viscous fluid becomes light and, let's say, not viscous anymore, and you can aspirate it. But rarely that sometimes doesn't work. So the other protocol, and I did it once, you inject the ethanol, you keep it there for 1 week, 1 to 2 weeks. There is different protocols in the literature, and then you come back again in 1 week and you can easily aspirate it. So that's the two solutions for such a problem.
So follow up on this for you, since you are talking about that.
Yes.
Are these included in the study here or no?
Which one?
The one you're talking about, the difficult ones.
No, unfortunately we did not include it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have anything?
Thank you very much, Doctora, for your excellent study. Dr. Ahmed as well, we congratulate. Just my questions, any FNAs done for those FNA done for those 10 patients, and how many, and what was the result?
What the inclusion criteria actually involves that the patient have done an FNA, because we do not include patient with any malignant features. So it's an inquiry that all these patients to do for them an FNA, yes.
Is it how many before, you know?
All the patients, all 10 patients.
FNAs, do you do it like once, or like do 2 FNAs in 6 months consecutive? So,
if I may add to his question, you're saying is it really benign? Are we talking about Bethesda 2 or could be Bethesda 3? Or you're excluding all except Bethesda 2? And the reason why we're asking
benign
is it's
thyroid nodules, yes.
Very difficult in cystic nodule to get the results correctly. So that's, I think we agree on that.
absolutely.
Sorry again. Cystic nodules, as you know, most of them are non-diagnostic. So we don't have to have a benign cytology to perform the procedure, because we expect it to be non-diagnostic. Our main concern should be that there is no malignant cells. If there is no malignant cells, and one of the other inclusion criteria was no suspicious ultrasound features. So if there is a small solid component that is suspicious, and Dr. Tanya spoke about the ATA guidelines. The new guidelines, they added in the Atlas ATA, one of the suspicious cystic PTCs, that they have certain lobulation and the solid component, of course, I'm talking about.
One last question, please. We don't have time. Anyone? Last question.
No question, a comment. It's nice to see a study where there's a comparison between radio frequency ablation therapy and ethanol injections.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. That will conclude this presentation, and now we'll move to the last one. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, Dr. Huda. We'll move to assessing basal morning cortisol in the central adrenal insufficiency score for diagnosing inconclusive central adrenal insufficiency, and will be presented by Dr. Nof Abu Samah, who is a consultant endocrinologist from King Fahd Medical City. Dr. Nof.
Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. Today I'll be discussing our study on behalf of my team, assessing basal morning cortisol and the CAI score for diagnosing inconclusive adrenal insufficiency. So a little bit of background: diagnosing adrenal insufficiency presents a significant challenge, particularly in those patients who had a morning cortisol level that falls in an inconclusive range between 4 and 18, aligned with the Endocrine Society Guidelines 2016. This range often leads to ambiguity, and in the clinical decision-making can complicate the diagnostic processes. So some traditional dynamic tests, such as short synactin test, while commonly employed and useful in many scenarios, they're not without their limitation. These tests can yield to inconclusive results, making it very imperative for a healthcare professional to seek out more reliable and robust tools that can effectively stratify risks of the CAI in the patients. So improving the accuracy of central adrenal insufficiency risk assessment can ultimately aim to minimize diagnostic delays and enhancing patients' outcome and ensuring timely therapeutic intervention. The development of such reliable diagnostic tool is very crucial, as it would not only facilitate more precise identification of central adrenal insufficiency, but it also aids in better understanding the underlying pathophysiology of the adrenal insufficiency, which guides future research and practical clinical practices. So the objective of this study was to create and validate a predictive scoring system that incorporates clinical, biochemical, and imaging factors for the diagnosing of central adrenal insufficiency in patients with an uncertain morning cortisol level. For the methods, this is a retrospective study recruiting 341 adults with suspecting central adrenal insufficiency and an indeterminate morning cortisol level. We confirmed the presence of central adrenal insufficiency or adrenal insufficiency with a peak cortisol of less than 18 microgram per deciliter. A multivariate analysis identified key
key predictors for the central adrenal insufficiency score, including morning cortisol, pituitary hormone deficits, tumor size, and treatment history, which we will take a deeper dive in the next slides. A machine learning model was also developed to enhance the prediction accuracy. So the inclusion criteria for our study are adults or older children more than 14 years with suspected central adrenal insufficiency, morning cortisol of 4 to 18 microgram per deciliters, and available complete data. And patients should not be on steroid at the time of testing. Exclusion criteria are patients with primary adrenal insufficiency, acute critical illness, patients receiving steroids, had the recent steroid exposure, pregnancy, or the use of medication that can interfere with the cortisol assay during the necessity. So we will start by talking about the characteristics. We analyzed 341 patients and categorized them based on their short synaptin test if they had central adrenal insufficiency or not. With the level of 151 and 190 patients respectively. The age and BMI ACTH levels were similar and exhibited no statistical significance. The proportion of male patients were higher in the central adrenal insufficiency group with a p-value of 0.011 and an odds ratio of 1.7. The mean serum morning cortisol level was significantly lower in the central adrenal insufficiency group, indicating a strong correlation between morning cortisol and the diagnosis of central adrenal insufficiency. In regards to the tumor size, the patients with central adrenal insufficiency had a mean tumor size of 2.46, while the patients with no central adrenal insufficiency had a tumor size of 1.89 centimeters. Another characteristic, we looked into patients who had other pituitary hormonal deficits, and patients who had higher other pituitary hormonal deficits had a more significant p-value. Additionally, both groups with prior surgery or radiation therapy demonstrated a strong association with central adrenal insufficiency. For the morning cortisol level, as you can see, the table demonstrates that the lowest category of morning cortisol, being 4 to 7 microgram per deciliter, remained the strongest independent predictor for central adrenal insufficiency with a p-value of 0.0001. Other morning cortisol, like from 7 to 10 or 10 to 13, had a higher odds ratio, but their association was not statistically significant after adjusting the potential co-founders. So together, these findings support the implementation of logistic regression prediction tool. So a scoring system for assessing patients with central adrenal insufficiency was deployed using the logistic regression. The system assigned points to each independent risk factor with a lowest cortisol level yielding a highest score of 3, and patient harboring more than 3 pituitary hormonal deficiency had the highest score of 6.5. Yeah, sorry. As you can see, the patients harboring 3 or more pituitary deficiencies had a 6.5 score. So this table demonstrates that as the CAI score increased, the mean cortisol correspondingly decreased. Patients with a score of 0 had a mean morning cortisol value of 22 microgram per deciliter, while those who had score of more than 4.5 had a mean morning cortisol level of 14 microgram per deciliter. With 70% of patients receiving a score of 4.5 were diagnosed with adrenal insufficiency. So As the results are lower morning cortisol, 6.2 versus 10.2 microgram per deciliter, had a p-value, a significant p-value of less than 0.001. Male sex, large pituitary hormones, and 3 or more pituitary hormones deficit were independently predicting the diagnosis of central adrenal insufficiency. So the CAI score ranges from 0 to 12.5 points, stratified risk with a score of more than 4.5, indicating high likelihood of having central adrenal insufficiency. Combining that with the serum cortisol and pituitary hormone deficits improved the diagnostic accuracy with an area under the curve of 0.7 over cortisol alone of area under the curve 0.68. So this is the first rock curve shows shows a critical insight into the predictive ability of morning cortisol and other pituitary hormonal deficits for the diagnosis of central adrenal insufficiency. The second rock curve is analysis using the morning cortisol, which highlights the significance of the low morning cortisol as a strong indication of central adrenal insufficiency. The morning cortisol, as you can see, below 7 are particularly effective in diagnosing the risk of adrenal insufficiency. So this bar chart shows the percentage of distribution of patients with confirmed central AI cases, which shows a clear positive association with increasing score values, supporting the diagnostic tools, the diagnostic tool's ability to stratify the risk. As the central adrenal insufficiency risk score increases, the proportion of patients diagnosed with central adrenal insufficiency escalates significantly. So the trained machine learning model has been developed into an interactive web application that allows clinicians and clinicians and healthcare workers to quickly, efficiently calculate the central adrenal insufficiency risk score. This is a web-based tool that is available free and accessible to everyone. This is just a demonstration of the web tool. So you have the parameters that were calculated and predicted to be highest in central adrenal insufficiency. You can place the parameters needed, and you will get a score with a score of low risk, high risk, moderate risk, or very high risk, with a sensitivity of 93.3 and a specificity of 78.9 and an FI score of 0.73. So in conclusion, the central adrenal insufficiency score improves the diagnostic accuracy in ambiguous cases of suspected AI. But integrating morning serum cortisol with key parameters, as morning serum cortisol and short synaptic test have limitation in the diagnosis of central adrenal insufficiency. The CAI score may act as a support rather than a standalone tool in the evaluation of patients for central adrenal insufficiency, especially in areas where there is limited resources to do short synaptic test. This is a QR code for the web-based model. If you can scan it, and you can go ahead and try it yourself. I would like to thank and extend my sincere gratitude for my supervisor, Dr. Musa Al-Malki, and all the research team for their exceptional work and dedication. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Amar. Excellent presentation. We have time for a few questions.
Yes, question there, my colleague.
Okay.
Thank you very much. The number 4 you have chosen is an arbitrary number?
4.5?
Yeah, the lower limit of 4. Because I can tell you, last week I had a patient with a high suspicion of central adrenal insufficiency. His cortisol was 3.5, but because clinically he was not presenting as such, after CNAC-10, the cortisol went up to 26.
Whoa, okay.
I mean, 4, you put the number 4. here I give you an example of somebody who is having excellent response to ACTH and a number which is below 4.
Actually, 4 to 18 is just an alignment with the endocrine society. Multiple patients have very low morning cortisol, and that's why we use 4 as a cutoff. So anything below than 4 is considered 4. But with given other parameters such as pituitary hormonal deficiencies, tumor size, radiation, this can stratify the patients into a higher or a lower risk for having central adrenal insufficiency.
But you are basing, the main issue is that you are basing all this on a number.
Yes.
Which is not valid all the time.
True.
Thank you so much for your presentation. So I just have 3 questions, a quick one. I need a quick answer. Question number 1, you included patient only with pituitary tumors, or you have glucocorticoid-induced adrenal insufficiency?
Actually, we recruited patients with pituitary tumors, lymphoproliferative disorder, Sheehan's syndrome, patients with a traumatic brain injury.
So no glucocorticoid-induced?
Sorry?
No glucocorticoid-induced adrenal insufficiency? Okay, and what was the assay? Cortisol assay used? The cortisol assay used?
You mean the
assay,
I need to check.
It seems that you use the high cutoff to pass the test, which is used to be with the old assay.
Yeah.
I mean, I would expect if you repeat this again with the lower cutoff for the peak, it may give you a different result.
Sure. Thank you for your input.
Any questions?
I just have a question or comment. I mean, I still congratulate you on what you have done with your research. I just want to ask you, now that you have developed this tool, the risk scoring, have you had an independent body who can actually try it for some time before you can generalize it?
Yes,
in
actually,
a different setup?
Actually, this tool was developed beforehand, but it was not validated. It was developed for only patients who have pituitary tumors and showed a very promising prediction of these central adrenal insufficiency in patients with tumors only. So we wanted to expand and validate this on patients in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you.
If I may, I just one quick last question. Did you see any ACTH related, the level of ACTH with this?
We had a low ACTH level, but all ACTH levels were not statistically significant in both groups.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. Thank you so much. And with that, we'll end the oral presentation session, and we'll move. The results will be announced tomorrow. Now we'll move to a pharma-sponsored symposium by Merck, and Dr. Araya Zreik will be talking about multiple ways to reserve type 2 diabetes. Dr. Araya, please.
Okay, so this symposium is mainly to discuss the approved treatments for or interventions for delaying or preventing type 2 diabetes. And I will be focusing on the role of metformin, which stood the test of time, and despite all of the new modalities, is still one of the main treatments for prevention of type 2 diabetes. I was engaged by Merck to prepare this presentation. This is briefly my outline. And since I'm talking to endocrinologists mainly, I will briefly go over the huge pandemic that diabetes mellitus type 2 mostly is nowadays. 589 million people around the world currently have diabetes. In our area as well, we see it more and more in younger age group. This is data that included patients as young as 20 years of age, and diabetes is simply just growing and growing. we are so excited about all the new modalities we have to treat diabetes that maybe, and treat its complications, that maybe we are sometimes forgetting that prevention is still more important than treatment, and that we still need to look deep inside the iceberg at impaired glucose tolerance, impaired fasting glucose, and prediabetes. Prediabetes is actually also a pandemic nowadays. 88 million American patients have been diagnosed with prediabetes. 1 in 3 patients have some sort of impaired fasting glucose, impaired glucose tolerance, or both. And 80% of them, 8 out of 10, do not know they have prediabetes. Looking in our region, the Middle East and Africa region, 1 in 13 adults have diabetes. These are the most recent data. And of course, many of them are at high risk of developing and progressing into diabetes. Looking at the GCC countries, we have data about impaired glucose tolerance and impaired fasting glucose. Impaired glucose tolerance has been associated with more macrovascular complication and has much more data. And of course, these numbers are growing more and more by the day, mainly because we are diagnosing and labeling these patients more. Of course, impaired glucose tolerance and impaired fasting glucose are a state of metabolic stress. And I will show you how they are equally related to microvascular and macrovascular complications. And we should be focusing on them really closely before we reach the diagnosis of diabetes. Needless to remind you of the cutoff criteria for the diagnosis. Just a reminder, any of these abnormalities being in fasting blood glucose or in response to oral glucose tolerance test or HbA1c need to be repeated at least twice to diagnose prediabetes. Again, insulin resistance starts years before diabetes type 2 is diagnosed and way before insulin secretion drops. And this metabolic stress phase does affect our micro and macrovasculature. Most individuals with prediabetes are at risk of developing type 2. In fact, 5 to 10% of your patients diagnosed with prediabetes will develop diabetes on an annual basis. And within 10 years of diagnosis of prediabetes, 70% of your patients will become diabetic. Looking at the diagnostic criteria, of course, the higher the HbA1c within the range of prediabetes, the higher the risk of diabetes development. But what is interesting is even patients with an HbA1c between 5 and 5.5, which theoretically or currently using the current criteria is still a very normal and reassuring HbA1c result, these patients are still at double the risk of developing diabetes. So we have to encourage patients to be more and more healthy with a clean and healthy lifestyle, regardless of their HbA1c results. Of course, the higher the HbA1c, the higher the risk of developing diabetes in the future, 5 times with an HbA1c of 5.5 to 6, and 20 times with the higher cutoff 6 to 6.5. Very importantly, these patients with prediabetes, so as little as an impaired fasting glucose of 105 milligrams per deciliter could be putting your patients at risk of microvascular complications. So you can have retinopathy with these patients, you can have polyneuropathy and even nephropathy developing into end-stage renal disease. So this study shows that nearly 8% of individuals with prediabetes, be it impaired fasting glucose or impaired glucose tolerance, have evidence already of diabetic retinopathy. 13% of patients with impaired glucose tolerance could develop polyneuropathy, and 11% of impaired fasting glucose could develop polyneuropathy as well. As for nephropathy, 17% of patients with a simple impaired fasting glucose could already have CKD. Looking at the macrovascular complications, of course, as we all know, diabetic patients are at high risk of cardiovascular disease, coronary heart disease, and strokes. But even our patients with impaired glucose tolerance, they are already at an increased risk of death from these causes. 34% risk of death from cardiovascular disease, 28% from coronary heart disease, and 26% from strokes just by being pre-diabetic and having an impaired glucose tolerance. Prediabetes increases the risk of macrovascular complication, as we just said. Cardiovascular risk is increased with both impaired fasting glucose and impaired glucose tolerance by 10 to 40%, depending on the data that we are looking at. But impaired glucose tolerance had a much more stronger association with cardiovascular mortality than impaired fasting glucose. So who should be tested? We all know the ADA guidelines for testing. What I'm trying to point out here is that we are used to call these the criteria to detect diabetes, but in fact, these are the criteria to detect prediabetes as well. So when you test these patients, you are not only looking at whether they develop diabetes type 2 yet or not, but you are also trying to find the pre-diabetic patients in order to try to help them out early on and prevent the diabetes development. Of course, all patients should be tested starting the age of 35, as for asymptomatic patients, of course. As for the patients who are at high risk, overweight or obese with at least one risk factor, these patients should be tested even earlier if they have any one of these risk factors. Of course, we should test patients who end up being pre-diabetic on a yearly basis to make sure they are not developing into diabetes. Women who had gestational diabetes should have a lifelong diagnosis or testing of at least every 3 years. And if these results are normal and patients were not initially stratified as pre-diabetics, then we should also test them at a 3 years interval, depending on the initial results and their risk status rechecked every year. This is a table that sums up a few of the big randomized controlled trials that looked at prevention of type 2 diabetes. Despite some of these studies being very old and dating from the 1990s, they are still some of the biggest studies that we look into when we talk about diabetes prevention. So lifestyle modification is still, till now, since the late 90s, the mainstay of treatment for prevention of type 2 diabetes. When we say lifestyle modification, we definitely mean dietary changes, we definitely mean weight loss, exercise and walking, but we also look at smoking status, and smokers are at 50% higher risk of developing type 2 diabetes. Dietary changes are very important. It's not only about the weight loss, but it's also about what exactly our patients are eating, the increase in fiber, the increase in protein. I think that this generation nowadays is much more informed and much more exposed to these information. But again, mind you that we see a lot of older patients who are not exposed to all of these information, and it's our duty to keep reminding them of that. Studies have shown that losing as little as 7% of your initial body weight could cut the chance of developing type 2 diabetes into half. And of course, walking briskly every day for at least 30 minutes will reduce the risk of type 2 diabetes by 30%. And doing all of these together, I will show you in the upcoming studies, will actually help the patient cut the risk of developing diabetes by almost 50%. So this is the first and oldest studies that looked at diabetes prevention, and it compared diet versus diet and exercise. And this study found that, I'm sorry, trying to go back, no? Okay, so this study found that diet and diet with exercise are the most important intervention rather than exercise alone. So your patients who are at the gym all day or trying to do their best with exercise, but are not actually succeeding to lose weight or not changing their dietary habits, are not protected from development of type 2 diabetes. So dietary changes are very important, and the combination of diet and exercise together are also very important. This is a long-term follow-up on these patients, 23 years incidence of type 2 diabetes, and they still saw that the intervention group of diet and exercise was the most successful in prevention of type 2 diabetes. Again, the Finnish diabetes prevention study showed a drop of 58% in incidence of diabetes when compared to control, when diet and exercise were combined together. And when they say diet, it's an achievement of at least 7 to 10% of weight loss from initial body weight. This is a sum of the recommendations for lifestyle changes: 5 to 7% reduction in initial body weight, a reduction of total and saturated fat, eating whole grain, fruit, legumes, nuts, fiber-rich food, and limiting refined and processed sugar and carbs, and of course, processed food in general. Walking or doing any aerobic activity of more than 150 minutes per week, over more than 3 days a week, with no more than 2 consecutive days of rest and break. And they also found that behavioral therapy is super important. Patients who exercised in group had more long-term maintenance and sustainability of their findings. And the maintenance was also looked at mostly in the DPP outcome studies, and found that the longer the follow-up and the weight loss lasts, the longer the diabetes prevention, of course. Now, why metformin, and why are we talking about metformin when it comes to type 2 diabetes prevention? It's mainly because of its pathophysiology, decreasing hepatic gluconeogenesis, improving peripheral glucose uptake, and enhancing insulin sensitivity. And mind you that it works on the GI tract by decreasing glucose absorption and even increasing GLP-1 secretion. And it also works beyond that on the gut microbiome and on reducing absorption of bile acids. This study, dated to 2004, found that metformin actually protects beta cells from increased apoptosis in type 2 diabetes. So the glucotoxicity that is happening is actually tamed down by metformin in the beta cells of the pancreas. Also, when we talk about glucotoxicity and we talk about the effect of hyperglycemia on the pancreatic cells, they found that beta cells actually get de-differentiated when they are exposed to long-term glucose elevations. And they can they can de-differentiate into many aspects. They can totally de-differentiate. They can even adopt an alpha cell fate and become hyperglucone secretory rather than a beta cell. And they also found in this study that treating hyperglycemia per se can help beta cell dysfunction and can restore the differentiation that those cells have lost. Now, looking at the first big study that looked at metformin versus lifestyle modifications in preventing patients with impaired glucose tolerance to develop type 2 diabetes. Initial data over 3 years follow-up showed that lifestyle intervention could drop the incidence of diabetes by 58%, whereas metformin 850 BID alone could drop it by 31%. So the study was actually stopped early on after 3 years because they found that both arms were actually very successful and that these results were good results, and that both interventions are considered successful in preventing type 2 diabetes. But when they looked more closely at the subgroups that benefited from metformin mostly, they found that patients who were obese with a BMI of more than 35, women who had a history of gestational diabetes, patients who had high fasting glucose specifically, and patients who were younger than 60 had extra benefit from adding metformin to lifestyle modifications when it came to decreasing the incidence of type 2 diabetes development. So it's most effective in the younger population, in obese patients, and in women with a history of gestational diabetes. And when they did the outcome study, which looked at 10 years incidence of type 2 diabetes and later on at 15 years of type 2 diabetes, they found that this 50% initially found for lifestyle group was now 27%, because as we know that most of our patients cannot really sustain the lifestyle intervention that we recommend for long, and that 30% became 18% in the metformin group. But yet both interventions were considered to continue delaying or preventing diabetes even after the active phase of the study ended. And what was interesting is that the metformin group was able to sustain weight loss, although it was a moderate weight loss, 2.5 kilo long-term weight loss, more than the lifestyle group, which only succeeded in maintaining 2 kilograms of the weight that they had achieved with loss initially. So all in all, we are looking at a molecule that has very long-term follow-up. We are looking at continued benefits even after 15 years, and mild but sustained weight reduction, and of course, long-term safety. This is the Chinese diabetes prevention study that looked at lifestyle modification versus lifestyle modification and metformin. And again, the metformin group had a decreased incidence of diabetes of 65% in this study of 321 patients. Looking at the primary outcome cumulative incidence of diabetes by intervention, it was found that the metformin plus lifestyle group had a 17% lower incidence of diabetes than lifestyle intervention alone. And I think this is very much explained, and we can see it in our clinical practice. People can rarely maintain a strict lifestyle change for very long. And again, when they looked at the subgroup of people who had higher risk reduction in incidence of diabetes, again, BMI was a very important risk factor. The higher the BMI, the more the improvement in the results with metformin. Men were more Metformin helped men more than women with risk reduction of incidence of diabetes. The age also came into play. The younger the patient, the better the outcomes. Looking here at a Cochrane meta-analysis of 12 trials that look at metformin plus or without diet and exercise versus placebo, and they found that metformin had a favorable outcome even when taken alone versus placebo or diet and exercise. So again, probably because patients find it easy to take a pill and they can rely on it more than relying on themselves, unfortunately. And all of these data have translated into the guidelines we have today. The ATA clearly recommends metformin as a molecule for type 2 diabetes prevention in these high-risk individuals. So when the BMI is more than 35, when the patient is younger than 60, women who have a history of gestational diabetes, when the fasting plasma glucose is higher than 110 milligrams per deciliter, or the A1C is higher than 6, metformin is recommended. So when you are in clinic and you are confused whether you want to start metformin or just recommend lifestyle modification, you can use these criteria to back you up on starting the medication rather than only counting on the patient. But mind you, lifestyle modification remains first-line treatment, and we should recommend it to all patients. The Emirates Diabetes Society consensus guidelines also recommends intensive lifestyle changes for at least 6 months before everything when prediabetes is confirmed. And then if these intensive lifestyle modifications did not succeed in improving the fasting blood glucose, the glucose tolerance test results, or HbA1c, then metformin at a dose of 1,500 milligrams per day is recommended to be added. Again, glucophage XR specifically has a unique shield diffusion system, so it is a sustained release system. The absorption is slower, longer, and lasts for longer, thus helping the compliance of the patient by taking it once a day. In terms of side effects, as we all know, the XR formulation has less side effects, 50% less side effects, 77% less effect on the bowel habits, and of course, a much better adherence since it is taken once daily. It comes in all forms. Most pre-diabetes doses are recommended to be 750 milligrams, 2 tablets daily, versus the usual 1,000 that we use in diabetes. But of course, we can up titrate or down titrate according to tolerance of the patient. And thank you. I think the take-home message is lifestyle modification above all for prevention of type 2 diabetes. And then we could add metformin, sustained release, to help the patient, especially those high risk, in preventing development of type 2 diabetes. Thank you.
I'll start first. Very nice presentation. Thank you very much. But I would like to ask the people to stay tuned for the new guidelines that have an update on this.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's an excellent presentation. May I emphasize also that what you said, that at least 10 years, before the development of diabetes, the complication and the presentation, which really indicate that this is diabetic, But I just want to emphasize, I know it is expensive, but measurement of insulin itself, okay, which tell you the causes of hypertension, the cause of diabetes, the cause of obesity, and all the others, So I think you should emphasize on measurement of insulin in an institution apart from the popular sugar, as you said. The other things, you have emphasized on fat management, especially you said full fat, Although we know that the emphasis now on carbohydrate and not fat. The fat is not that important, which stimulate the insulin is carbohydrate and not fat, As a matter of fact, the new criteria, you need to have high fat, low carbohydrate, and that possibly will lead you to the other results, I don't know. Why, waiting for your view.
Let me just comment on that. I'm not sure how much checking fasting insulin, if this is what you meant, is actually helping us. Most of our patients, even with high HbA1c, are coming back with a normal fasting insulin. Maybe checking the HOMA-IR could help relatively to the fasting blood glucose. And I sometimes think it is over-exaggerated. But again, do we really need this test to diagnose these patients? Sometimes you can tell by clinical presentation that this patient is definitely insulin resistant even without going through these tests. Also, you need definitely an approved lab that has accurate HOMA-IR checking. I'm sorry for the second point. Of course, it's both carbs and fat. I don't think the ADA or any big organizational guidelines are emphasizing high fat intake for diabetic patients yet, or even for pre-diabetic patients. No matter how much dietary trends are coming out, but we are still not preaching for a high fat, low carb diet. Of course, there is the usual percentages that we need to respect based on the ADA standards of care guidelines. And again, I am pro decreasing also the fat intake for these patients because they are at high risk of macrovascular complications.
I think Ghazi wants to diagnose you before you have prediabetes. More prevention of prediabetes. That's why he wants to do the insulin.
Thank you. What's your recommendation for a patient who is candidate for metformin prevention but intolerant and still interested in pharmacoprevention?
Who is a candidate for metformin but?
Intolerant. Cannot tolerate.
Intolerant. And unfortunately, we do see the intolerance. With this sustained release, it's much less. What I am currently doing is I'm not necessarily respecting the recommended doses. I'm trying to go down on the dose. Most of them at least recommend 750, at least tolerate 750 once a day. And then after a few months, I'm trying to re-increase. I think tolerance builds over time, and most people get to do that. Those who are fully intolerant, we have to count on lifestyle modifications alone.
Thank you.
I can add to him. I mean, if cannot tolerate completely metformin, do you have any other choices, medication you can use? Maybe off-label, just...
Exactly, maybe off-label, but again, we come back to the same intolerance issue. Honestly, when I was preparing this presentation, prevention of type 2 diabetes, I thought I was going to be talking about many more agents and not only about metformin. But again, this is the only currently approved modality. We can talk, there are a lot of studies about GLP-1 and about the dual-acting agonists, but they are still not approved, and this is off-label. Again, if a patient can lose the weight, no matter what the intervention is, and maintain it, which I think this is the main issue we are facing right now. If they can lose the weight and maintain it, then let's use any approved agent we have in hands and tolerated.
Ryan, a very nice presentation. I have a very specific question that many patients ask when I start in metformin, which is, if the HbA1c recovers to normal, what is the duration that you would like them to continue on? What's the minimum duration? My understanding of the literature, probably to reproduce the benefit, we should actually continue for 3 years. But I think, because I don't know whether I'm going to be staying in the same job for a year, I tell them at least a year.
I actually tell them we have to stay on the medication, because all of these studies, the 10 years and 15 years patients were still on the intervention. So I usually tell them, if you tolerate it, we will stay on it. It is very safe. It has new anti-aging off-label properties. They usually love that. So I actually recommend to stay on it, because I think all of us know we cannot really count only on lifestyle modification. Most of patients succeed, but then the maintenance is really usually failed.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. My question would be, can you distinguish between prediabetes and insulin resistance, or is it like interchangeable? Is it the same thing? And if we consider insulin resistance a precursor to prediabetes, would you start a patient on metformin if he's insulin resistant? And I believe that the way you diagnose insulin resistance by using the HOMA that you mentioned. So basically, like, how convenient would that be?
So honestly, I will tell you what's the guideline-based answer is diagnosis of prediabetes does not include HOMA-IR. Although we know this is a spectrum, it's starting with insulin resistance and progressing. But for now, prediabetes is impaired fasting glucose or impaired glucose tolerance. So HOMA-IR is not in the picture. If you want the clinical practice, I'm definitely prescribing it to patients with HOMA-IR, especially if they are overweight or obese, if they are PCOS ladies, history of gestational diabetes, young, and if they tolerate it. Because as you said, it's a spectrum. We know that things are going to evolve pathophysiologically towards prediabetes by lab criteria.
Good afternoon. My name is Hussein Saadi. I'm happy to be co-chairing this session with my colleagues, Dr. Musa Al-Malki and Dr. Khalid Dahmani. We have a very interesting session and great speakers this afternoon. It's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Adnan. Dr. Adnan is a consultant endocrinologist at Cleveland Clinic, Abu Dhabi. He did his training in the US and finished his fellowship in endocrinology at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. Before that, he actually did a research fellowship at Mass General in Boston on pituitary disorders. We are delighted to have him in Abu Dhabi, and he will be talking to us this morning about what's new in prolactinomas. Dr. Adnan.
Thank you.
for giving me this opportunity. So we'll just, let's see. So we are looking at some of the newer concepts, I would say, in management of prolactinomas, and I have no conflict of interest. So we'll look at the newer consensus statements that came a couple of years back. Then the concept of intolerance and how that translates into we changing our decision for the treatment. I would say appraisal of the role of surgery for prolactinomas, more from the traditional, a little bit different from our traditional take on that. And then what are the options in terms of imaging and therapies for aggressive and malignant prolactinomas in the special population. So on the consensus, oh, it didn't come. So the consensus guidelines came a couple of years back, and most of the areas of discussion are the same. We are familiar with that's the part of mainstream management of prolactinomas. But I think the two areas that stand out is the quality of life of these patients, because now majority of these patients are reproductive age group women who are educated, they are in the workforce, and even if the side effects from dopamine agonist therapies are very mild, that does impact their work practice, their work life and quality of life. So when it comes to the typical goals, I think we have to look at the quality of life as one of the goals here. So that's one thing from these consensus guidelines. The second thing was the role of surgery now in the old time being thinking as an absolute indication. We can think of it as an ongoing discussion and should be considered at a later stage too, especially the concept of early surgery, if not primary surgery. And okay. So and then we'll look at some of the particular populations where if the guidelines have changed. But the clinical phenotype, as we are aware, is mostly hypogonadism and the consequences of hypogonadism. Now, when it comes to medical therapy, we know it's very effective. I mean, for microprolactinomas, 91% respond. For macroprolactinomas, 77% respond. So this part is pretty clear. We start the therapy, they do respond. And even for giant prolactinomas, 41% do respond, and we'll see that that number is actually not very insignificant. But the medical therapy comes with challenges, and that's where the newer consensus guidelines highlight is symptoms are mild, fatigue, sleep disorders, nausea. That in itself is not very significant, but when you are in a professional life and you have to take care of the family and you're working at the same time, for some of these younger women, that do matter, that these symptoms are bothering them. And especially answering the very same question, we have this PROLACT studies, which are the 3 randomized controlled trials, and hopefully results will be available by early 2026. They are going to look at the quality of life and the remission, considering primary surgery or early surgery, or considering surgery as a validated treatment, not the classical indications, but more expanded indications on that. Now, the second issue, which is brought to forth, is the issue of impulse control disorders. Historically, we were thinking that these are mild and not very significant, but then some of the newer data is showing that actually the prevalence can be as high as 8 to 25%. And why are we not seeing that? These are not easy side effects to discuss with your clinician. They can have some social stigma to it, and our colleagues in UAE had published some good study on that, looking at the regional prevalences, which are as high as these numbers. And actually, there is some data that if the family members are not questioned on them, we can miss half of these cases that they can be dealing with impulse control disorders. So how these can be mitigated? These are again some of the older themes that we start with the dopamine agonist and go slow, or use the dopamine agonist at the night time, at the sleep time, with a bedtime snack, and that can improve the tolerance. Or use some other options like antiemetics, like ondansetron for nausea, or midodrine for hypotension to improve the tolerance of the drugs. But even if we still see that there is intolerance, then we can go to other alternatives like moving from bromocriptine to cabergoline, or the other way around, or using quinagalide if it's available in the market. When it comes to outcome, bromocriptine, quinagalide have very similar outcomes, but definitely cabergoline is a little bit higher in terms of overall response to therapy and tolerance. And still, if patients are not tolerating it, these can be considered for transsphenoidal surgery or radiation, or, as I said, using some alternative delivery systems like intranasal or intravaginal, if those are available. And so the other theme was the issue, or in addition to intolerance, is the issue of resistance. Now, resistance itself is not an absolute concept. I would say that we have to see that what actually it means for the patient, because sometimes if we do not have the complete response, but we do have enough response that, say, for a macro lesion, they have no chiasmal compression anymore, yes, there is resistance in absolute terms, but in relative terms, they are still okay to continue with the therapy. So again, not considering resistance as an absolute theme here. And again, we can change the therapies, go to alternatives. Now, in terms of the definitions used, one could be, we sometimes use as normalizing prolactin, or reducing prolactin enough to have achieve revival of the gonadal function, or at least 50% drop in the prolactin levels. And this is on the maximally tolerated dose for various agents, can be 15 milligram or more for bromocriptine, or 2 milligram more for cabergoline, and 225 microgram for quinagalide. So if we have used them for 3 to 6 months on maximally tolerated dose and not achieve these targets, then yes, they can be in the resistance category. And then based on how the tumor volume responds, as I said, again, it's a little bit of relative concept that, yes, if we are not able to achieve more than 50% decrease in the coronal surface, or more than 30% reduction in the height, yes, it is resistance. But then in the meantime, if we have achieved decompression and chiasmal pressure is not there, we can still kind of continue medical therapy and not call it like complete failure of therapy. So, but again, it's just summarizing the concept among, because there is no uniform definition, but it's somewhere between not able to normalize prolactin or able to achieve 50% reduction in the tumor size at the maximum tolerated dose of like 4 milligram per week for at least 3 to 6 months. So keeping that in mind, we can see that just a quick thing on the resistance pattern. Again, bigger lesions are more resistant, 85% for macro lesions, and 80% or 90%, less than 10% for micro lesions, they can be resistant. And again, 30% for the volume reduction. But keeping these in mind, we can actually look at some of these risk factors that do lead to resistance, and some are modifiable and some are not. And some of these risk factors can be targets for future therapies. Some of the classical, classical risk factors were the male age or the large invasive lesions, we know about them. But then looking at the D2 receptor the ratio of the D2 receptor between various isotopes of isoforms of the receptors or downstream pathways are potential target for future future therapies. So so I'll just jump a little bit here, going to this slide, and then we'll go back a little bit. These are some of the potential targets can be explored in future. On the left side are mainly working with the D2 receptors, either through instability of the messenger RNA in number 1, where you have lesser of the receptor and lesser of the target for cabergoline, causing resistance, or you have disturbed ratio and you have more isoform of D2L receptor as opposed to the DR receptor. More we have downstream pathway targets like decrease in beta-arrestin 2, which can also lead to resistance. And the last one in the receptor category is the FLNA anchors that stabilize the receptor. And then if we have decrease in them, we can have more risk for lysosomal degradation of the receptor. So these targets are more based on the receptor for dopamine agonists. And then on the right side of the slide is another potential target, the TGF-beta, where we can see that if there is mutations in some of those targets, we can have decreased DNA repair and increased risk of tumor cell migration and tumor cell invasion, causing resistance to dopamine agonist therapy. So these are some of the future potential targets for our resistant tumors. So again, going back a little bit here, the concept of resistance being not an absolute term. Like say, in this study, they looked at 92 cases which did not normalize prolactin on the traditional doses, and these were male and larger tumors and invasive tumors. But then even if we look at the 40% who did not normalize prolactin, still got partial responses. And in some clinical scenarios, that is pretty useful thing. We'll talk about this case we have in our institution where this gentleman has prolactin more than 5,000 and with a very large invasive tumor with a very significant compressive retinopathy, but he was not thought to be a good candidate for surgical intervention. And then 5 months later, yes, his prolactin is still high, it's 292. We are not able to normalize it, but it's a very significant reduction. You can see on the right side that tumor character and volume is also regressing. And in the last 1 year, actually, tumor is all confined to the sella now. And there is no more pressure on the optic chiasm, though there are a couple of unwanted outcomes. And one was that he has started intolerance to the therapy when we are pushing it beyond 2 milligrams per week. The second issue was that he has developed encephalomalacia. And because of that, he has developed a new seizure disorder. Then again, it's not related to the effect of therapy, but then these can be some of the consequences. But still, 1 year out, he's back to the military service. He's doing very good functionally. Now, complete and secondary resistance are the things I want to highlight here. One is that complete resistance is very rare. We can have discordant response. We have normalization of the prolactin or persistent tumor or vice versa, but then complete resistance generally doesn't happen. Now, the issue of secondary resistance, and that's a tricky concept, should raise some concern because these could be the tumors which could be carcinomas, where we see this initial response to therapy and then develop later resistance. Now, we talk about this thing that we can transition to cabergoline if the bromocriptine doesn't work, and higher doses is needed in some of these patients. And they do normalize when we can take the doses as high as, say, 3 milligram in some patients, or 6 milligram, or 9 milligram, and even some in this particular study needing 12 milligram per week. They did respond. So it's an individual case-by-case approach where the dose can go high. So now, quick thing here is, again, as I said, we are familiar with some of the classical indications of surgery and will not go in them, like macroprolactinoma not responding to therapy. But this study from Boston looked at early intervention, where after starting the dopamine agonist therapy, surgery was done within 3 years before any fibrosis sets in. And in out of these 28 cases, there was 94% remission, with the risk of complications not very high, as we can see here on our left slide. The risk of complication is not high in these cases. So if the patients are not candidates for primary surgery, it's not the end of surgical option. They still can be considered a little bit later. So that takes us to this idea of expanded indications for surgery, especially for microprolactinomas or very well-defined and well-circumscribed macro lesions in NOSP 0 and 1 category, and younger women who can be considered for primary surgery. But very important is that we carefully select them. Selection criteria is very important. If we have selected cases, we can have response as good as 93% for a smaller lesion and 75% for a bigger lesion. But if we are not selecting them carefully, that response does drop quite a bit. So, and what are the selection criteria? So this is based on the new consensus guidelines that if you have NOSP 0 and macroadenoma with NOSP 1, they can be considered for surgery if we have a young adult, vision concerns, mixed lesions because they have high downstream pathways that can make them resistant, and a history of psychiatric disorders that can get worse on dopamine agonist therapy. So this is the group that can be considered for, if not primary, then an early surgery. Now, this meta-analysis look at the remission for micro and macro lesions. As we can see here, that maybe we'll take to a next slide. Yes, this one. So on the left side, we have the surgery group looking at the short-term remission and the long-term remission. And we can see is very consistent, around 60 to 80%. But in the medicine group, yes, initially they respond very good, 80%. But then after they met the criteria for stopping the therapy, they were not able to maintain long-term remission, and they did recur. Long-term remission was only maintained in actually half the surgical group at like 40% in best case scenario. So, and again, the risk of complications in this meta-analysis weren't very significant. It's very typical for our pituitary adenoma surgeries. So again, the same thing that for the medical group, initially, they were able to achieve 80 to 90% biochemical remission, but that did not translate into longer-term remission when the medical therapy was stopped, as opposed to the surgery group where they were able to maintain this long-term remission. So that takes us to this slide, looking at the concept of surgery being like an ongoing discussion with some of these patients, where patients can go directly to primary surgery if they're smaller lesions or contained macroprolactinomas, and we have a high volume surgeon. And on the other end of the spectrum is poor surgical candidates and that favor dopamine agonist therapy. But then again, this takes us to this stepwise approach where we can look at the traditional indications, but then we expand it to history of psychiatric illness, plans for surgery, intolerance that's not improving, affecting quality of life. And then if the patients have not, yes, they have responded to therapy, but we're not able to decrease the dose, and they're not that typical 2-year mark, and they were like 6 years and 8 years, they're still on therapy, and they're kind of tired of medical therapy now. So now radiation therapy, again, is option, but it takes time, but it is useful for normalization, but it takes time. So I'll quickly take to one thing about temozolomide. the first trial, if the first therapy course helpful, but if there is a progression on the first course, then not very beneficial to consider second. It doesn't help. The response are very poor then. And in these cases, we can use some molecular imaging like FDG PET to look at the metastatic targets. So there is some utility for these functional studies. Again, functional studies not like indicated for every case, but in this particular scenario, we can look at FDG PET. Then somatostatin analogs, especially the second generation, can be considered. And in this scenario, we have individual case reports where patients are benefiting in. And in this particular scenario, we can consider gallium-68 dotatate to use as a functional study to identify these cases. The challenge is that insurance will give us a lot of trouble approving them, and so not ready for prime time, but then something coming down because in the pipeline. We'll just quickly pass. Additionally, some of the other therapies that can be considered in resistant cases is the TKIs. Again, is something new that's starting and might be an option, especially this lapatinib used for 6 months had very significant prolactin response and reasonable tumor reduction. So I would like to then end my talk here that what I would like as a take-home message is that we still have to factor in the quality of life as a therapy target for some of these very younger girls who are in a workforce, and then even mild side effects affect them very significantly. Second is the reprisal of the role of surgery and not as an absolute indication, and can be discussed with the patient at multiple time during the course of their management. And lastly, the functional imaging, again, not ready for prime time, but then we have some of the newer isotopes being considered, like say F18 FET-PET or F18 DOPA, that can be useful markers for identifying these smaller lesions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adnan, for that excellent and informative presentation. We truly appreciate the knowledge that you have shared with us today. And now we will move to the next speaker. It's given me great pleasure to introduce next distinguished speaker, Dr. Yasser Al-Hassan. Dr. Yasser is highly accomplished consultant endocrinologist who has recently joined Cleveland Clinic Abu Dhabi. He comes from prestigious background in United Kingdom, where he was consultant at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital and an honorary associate professor at the University of Birmingham. He is a recognized expert in the adrenal and gonadal disorder, evidenced by his extensive research publication and his role as a first author of UK National Guidance on Androgen Excess. Dr. Yasser, he will be giving us presentation about tales from the adrenal board. Dr. Yasser, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Musa, and thanks to the organizing committee for the kind invitation. So my task is to give you a flavor of some of the adrenal masses that we don't talk about a lot in major conferences. So we tend to talk usually about the pheochromocytomas and adrenal carcinoma, adrenal adenoma. So I'm going to touch on the others today, and I'm going to hopefully convince you about the importance of managing those complex cases in a multidisciplinary team that specifically experience with adrenal disorders. So as we all know, adrenal tumors are common, diagnosed in 5 to 10% of the general population. The vast majority will have adrenal adenomas, 85% of cases, but there are also some other benign tumors. Pheochromocytomas are there, adrenal carcinomas are there, but there are also some other malignant tumors than adrenocortical carcinomas, and those underlined will be the focus of my talk today. So the diagnosis is usually reached through imaging and hormonal assessments alongside a thorough, detailed review of clinical presentation and medical history. The latest European or perhaps international guidelines on adrenal accidentalomas, and Antoine Tabaret is in the audience. They tell us they recommend a multidisciplinary tumor board review of all patients with indeterminate adrenal tumors. They don't say operate on all indeterminate tumors. They say bring them to the right setup. So here I will discuss presentation, management, and outcomes of several thought-provoking, rare, or unusual clinical cases reviewed and discussed at our tumor board. So case number one, this is a 53-year-old man, presented with abdominal pain, fatigue, anorexia, and weight loss. Had a CT scan that showed a 15-centimeter heterogeneous adrenal mass that you can see here. So now I want you just to pause here a bit. So this looks like a large, nasty adrenal mass, but I want to draw your attention to those symptoms. Yeah, abdominal pain, fatigue, anorexia, and weight loss. If you see a lot of adrenocortical carcinoma patients, you will realize that unless the patient has severe Cushing syndrome, systemic symptoms are unusual in those patients. They're quite unusual. So those patients don't have a weight loss, they don't have anorexia, they don't have fever. So something doesn't quite fit. And then if you look more carefully at the scan, you see some prominent lymph nodes both in the abdomen and in the mediastinum. And this brings me to something called pattern recognition. And that's very important within an experienced MDT setting. So you're looking at a large heterogeneous adrenal mass concerning for malignancy. You see lymph nodes predominant in the mediastinum. That's not ACC. Yes, ACC can metastasize to the lymph nodes, but again, it just doesn't smell of an ACC. And we do the usual workup, so plasma metanephrines, androgens, overnight expression test cortisol were all normal. And when we put together this pattern recognition, the systemic symptoms the patient had, the lack of evidence of adrenal hormonal overactivity, then you suspect something like an adrenal lymphoma in a patient like this. So I measured lactate dehydrogenase, which was very, very high. ASR and CRP very high, and FDG PET CT showed avid uptake in the adrenal mass and in the lymph nodes. And in this case, you need tissue diagnosis. The patient doesn't need surgery, you need tissue diagnosis. You either biopsy the lymph nodes or the adrenal mass. The problem with the biopsy of the lymph nodes is it will tell you that it's a lymphoma, but it won't confirm that the adrenal mass is a lymphoma because there could be dual pathology. So we biopsied the adrenal mass, which indeed confirmed diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. And you don't let a surgeon near those patients. The patient underwent chemotherapy, and after only 3 cycles, you see what happens to the adrenal mass here. So adrenal lymphoma can be primary or secondary. So primary extranodal lymphoma, that's when the disease is only at the extranodal site, i.e. only in the adrenal gland. Whereas secondary adrenal lymphoma, that's when the adrenal is involved as part of a multi-organ disease. This is a rare condition accounting for only 3% of primary extranodal lymphomas and less than 1% of all non-Hodgkin's lymphomas. Secondary adrenal lymphoma is far more common than primary adrenal lymphoma. And primary adrenal lymphoma can be, or is commonly bilateral, and that can be a clue to the diagnosis. So do consider adrenal lymphoma in the context of bilateral adrenal masses. Adrenal lymphomas tend to be commoner in males compared to females, and the commonest subtype is beta cell non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Radiologically, they tend to be large masses, median size 8 centimeter. And as I said, usually, because most are secondary adrenal lymphomas, usually there are extra-adrenal manifestations. And FDG PET CT is better at detecting the extra-adrenal disease rather than better than a CT scan. So if when suspected, so lactate dehydrogenase is high, is markedly high in most patients, but not all patients. So if it's negative, that doesn't rule the diagnosis out. And I said primary adrenal and primary adrenal insufficiency usually is bilateral disease in most cases, and therefore primary adrenal insufficiency is commoner in primary adrenal lymphoma. And so I think if you encounter a large heterogeneous adrenal mass and the adrenal hormonal workup is unremarkable, really multi-story profiling may become very useful here to reduce or to lower the likelihood of adrenocortical carcinoma if it's negative. As for management, you manage it like any other lymphoma. You follow the principles of beta cell non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. That's why it's important to make the diagnosis promptly. R-CHOP chemotherapy is the first line chemotherapy. And as I said, for the third time, you don't let the surgeon near those patients. Not only that you expose the patient to risks of unnecessary adrenal surgery, but also you delay the chemotherapy which the patient needs. So case number 2. So this is a 26-year-old woman presented while 16 weeks pregnant with left flank pain. She had abdominal ultrasound, which detected a large left suprarenal mass, and then she went and underwent a CT scan, and you can see it shows this large heterogeneous 11 centimeters adrenal mass. She had no symptoms of catecholamine, glucocorticoid androgen excess, and the standard adrenal hormonal workup, including overnight blood suppression test cortisol, androgens, and metanephrines were all normal. And again, as I said, in those cases, multi-story profiling would come in handy here to give you a feel of the likelihood of adrenal cortical carcinoma, and comparing the data to a reference group of pregnant women that there was no ACC signature. So we take a pause here. So you have a large, nasty-looking adrenal mass during pregnancy, and you are in the second trimester of pregnancy, and you think that you could operate in the second trimester. But you take a pause and you look at, she's pregnant, you look at that there is pregnancy, and she presented with left flank pain. So I decide to sit tight and repeat scan in 3 months. So this time I did an MRI scan, and you can see that there is a reduction in the size of the adrenal mass. And the beauty of doing an MRI in those cases is that the signal on T1 and T2 might be useful in telling you what's the underlying process. And here you see that on T2, there was a mixed intensity, and that got me a little bit nervous, and therefore I did a Doppler ultrasound of the adrenal mass to confirm the avascular nature of the adrenal mass. And once you've confirmed that it's avascular, you've got the diagnosis nailed. So it is an adrenal hematoma. And the problem with an acute adrenal hematoma, you cannot differentiate it from adrenocortical carcinoma or pheochromocytoma. It can look exactly the same as those tumors. And again, I said to her, go give birth. She came back 6 months later, and the adrenal mass is even smaller. So adrenal hemorrhage refers to bleeding within the adrenal gland capsule. We don't know the true incidence, but if you look at unselected postmortem series, you're looking at 1.8% of autopsies. But if you focus if you focus on the autopsies of patients who died in shock, this 1.8% becomes 15%, and this immediately tells us that the unselected autopsy studies do underestimate the true prevalence. At present, it remains an incidental finding on routine imaging, and that's the chronic hematoma, or in imaging acutely unwell patients or trauma patients, and that's the acute hematoma. Current or past history of acute abdominal pain, like in this woman, she presented during pregnancy with acute flank pain. That was an important clue to the diagnosis. So this is clue, and clue is in red because really without looking at those clues in the history, you will find it very hard to pick up an adrenal hematoma, particularly in the acute phase. So why are the adrenal glands susceptible to hemorrhage? This is to do with the vascular supply to the adrenal gland. So the adrenal gland is characterized by a rich arterial supplies through 3 main arteries and 50 to 60 arterioles, but comparatively there is a single draining vein. So this gives you a vascular structure like a vascular dam. And this structure makes the adrenal gland susceptible to hemorrhage in the presence of risk factors. And those risk factors will be your clues to the diagnosis. So underlying adrenal tumor, such as pheochromocytoma or adrenocortical carcinoma, sepsis, so patients with severe sepsis are at risk of adrenal hemorrhage, obviously coagulopathy, particular antiphospholipid syndrome, pregnancy, like in this patient I shared with you. So pregnancy is a hyperdynamic circulation state. So this is one mechanism. Second mechanism is also a prosthrombotic state. So in theory, patients could have like a little clot in a draining venule, which blocks some of the venous drainage, and then you get the hemorrhage. Endovascular interventions like adrenal vein sampling, and Dr. Sadi will remember, recently had a patient who underwent adrenal vein sampling and developed acute adrenal hematoma as a complication of the procedure, major abdominal surgery or coronary artery bypass graft, and adrenal and abdominal trauma. So adrenal insufficiency is quite unusual with unilateral adrenal hemorrhage. Remember, you can lose 90% of your adrenal cortical function and still have a perfectly normal adrenal function. But look carefully at the contralateral adrenal gland would be my advice, because if it looks radiologically atrophic, This could suggest that there may have also been some microhemorrhages or microinfarctions, and those patients can be at risk of adrenal insufficiency. In contrast, patients with bilateral adrenal hemorrhage, the vast majority of them will have primary adrenal insufficiency, so you do not delay treatment with glucocorticoids in those patients. All you need is a baseline increased ACTH and low cortisol to confirm the diagnosis of adrenal insufficiency. And if in doubt, you can also do an ACTH stimulation test. In bilateral adrenal hemorrhage, you can get mineralocorticoid deficiency as well, so do check renin and aldosterone. And there are numerous cases of patients operated for a presumed pheochromocytoma, but turns out it's just a hematoma. And remember that the adrenal gland can store lots of catecholamines, which if suddenly released into circulation, can easily push your catecholamine levels 1,000-fold. And this can happen during hemorrhage, and this can mimic pheochromocytoma. Hence, it's a differential of pseudo-pheochromocytoma. And again, this emphasizes the importance of an experienced multidisciplinary team in managing those patients. Most adrenal hematomas are managed conservatively. Acute intervention is not usually needed unless there is ongoing hemorrhage with hemodynamic instability. And in those cases, if you can see a bleeding, you do a CT angiogram. If you can see a bleeding vessel, you can do embolization. Failing that, if you can't see the bleeding vessel, this patient will need a laparotomy. And we've had to do this one or two occasions. Particularly one was a bleeding into a pheochromocytoma. Continuous surveillance, once you've established that it's a hematoma, is very important. Why? Because there could be an underlying adrenal tumor that you cannot see. In the acute phase, you cannot discriminate. So it's important to follow this up radiologically until resolution to make sure there is no underlying adrenal tumor. If you can't find any risk factor for hematoma in those patients, I suggest to screen them for antiphospholipid syndrome. This is not particularly evidence-based, but I think it makes sense, at least to me, because we don't know the true prevalence of antiphospholipid syndrome in the background population. So this could be an opportunity to pick up this diagnosis. Case number 3. So this is a 45-year-old man presented with abdominal pain, which triggered ultrasound and subsequently CT scan, which detected bilateral adrenal masses that you can see here. So this is a 3 centimeters adrenal mass on the right and a larger adrenal mass on the left, but it's extending craniocaudally. So that's why you can't appreciate its size on a coronal section. So clearly there is macroscopic fat, and it's not difficult to conclude that this is bilateral myelolipoma. But the patient also has 5 years history of hypertension with hypokalemia. The overall IDEX suppression test cortisol was normal, and the patient also had a very high renin and very high aldosterone, so what looks like secondary hyperaldosteronism in the presence of hypertension, hypokalemia. And very important, whenever you see bilateral myelolipoma, please screen them for congenital adrenal hyperplasia. Okay, so this group of patients, bilateral myelolipomas are actually quite common in congenital adrenal hyperplasia. So I did that, 17 HP was high, ACTH stimulated 17 hydroxyprogesterone was high, and genetic testing confirmed CYP21A2 mutation. When you again, sometimes those large myelolipomas, they can when they're at that size, they can compress on the renal artery and give you a phenotype. What looks like renal artery stenosis can give you quite profound phenotype of renal artery stenosis. This was the indication for adrenalectomy on this case to treat the secondary hyperaldosteronism, and postoperatively the blood pressure and the potassium completely normalized. So adrenal myelolipoma, this is adrenal tumor composed of mature fat mixed with myeloid and erythroid cells. Mostly it's unilateral, and this is the most common benign tumor after adrenal adenoma. It's typical incidental finding, but very large tumors can lead to presentation with compression symptoms. Rarely patients may present acutely because of bleeding into a myelolipoma or indeed rupture. Patients with congenital adrenal hyperplasia have a much higher prevalence of adrenal myelolipoma, and it is thought that in conditions of increased ACTH, there is an increased risk of developing adrenal myelolipomas, and that's why they are more commonly reported in congenital adrenal hyperplasia and in patients with Cushing's or ACTH-dependent Cushing's, I should say. On the other hand, patients with Addison's disease although they have very high ACTH, they don't tend to develop myelolipomas. Why? Because they have insufficient residual adrenocortical tissue, and that's the key difference here. Radiologically, myelolipomas appear round, they are very clearly demarcated, they have macroscopic fat. And typically, if you put the point of interest over fat, house fluid will be minus 100, but because there is myeloid tissue, you end up with density of about minus 20 and minus 50. The solid component is typically contrast enhancing, so you can see contrast enhancement, you can see calcifications. Don't let that fool you and think that this could be something sinister. Okay, so it can have some sinister features, but the clue here is the presence of macroscopic fat. Adrenal biopsy is not usually recommending. It recommends a diagnostic workup of those patients because really imaging usually nails the diagnosis. They're typically non-functioning, but there are small retrospective series reported autonomous secretion in 3 to 5% of patients. So in my practice, I do overnight DEX suppression test in those patients only if the myelolipoma is large. And large is in my mind is more than 6 centimeters, because in theory, when the myelolipoma expands, it stretches the surrounding adrenocortical tissue, and that induces hyperplasia. So those patients can fail their DEX suppression test. I definitely check 17-OHP in the presence of bilateral myelolipomas. There is actually a strong argument for checking 17-OHP if there is a large unilateral myelolipoma, and I certainly do that. Small adrenal myelolipomas, less than 6 centimeters, there is an argument for that they don't need any further imaging, but larger ones, they are more likely to grow, particularly when they are more than 8 centimeters in size. And some people call 8 centimeters and above the point of no return. So some people think that they'll just keep growing and growing. Personally, I never remove a myelolipoma based on size alone, only if they have symptoms of mass effect or if there is acute hemorrhage. When imaging features are not fully consistent with myelolipoma, definitely do interval scan. Why? Because you do not want to miss a liposarcoma. Okay, so and to the inexperienced eye, they can mimic each other. Case number 4. It's a 42-year-old man presented with right flank pain. Ultrasound and then subsequently CT scan show the right suprarenal mass, 11.5 centimeters in size, with an enhanced CT density of 13 Hounsfield unit. So this is what it looks like pre-contrast. Post-contrast, there is no contrast enhancement. And then I did an MRI, so T1 weighted MRI, it looks hypodense. T2 weighted MRI looks hyperdense. This is characteristic textbook adrenal cyst. Okay, so these are predominantly unilateral lesions, but in a small proportion of patients can be bilateral. They're typically large in size. The median size is 5.8 centimeter. They can grow in size, albeit slowly. Some may remain stable, and indeed, some may become smaller. The benign cysts are homogeneous and they have well-defined orders. However, 15 to 20%, they may be lobulated and they may look heterogeneous, and calcifications are common again to the less experienced eye. They may look concerning and they may get removed. And again, they don't need to be removed. So very rarely, cystic lesions can be malignant, okay? But I'll take you through the difference. So it is a simple cyst I shared with you. This is a cystic pheochromocytoma. This is a cystic adrenocortical carcinoma. And this is cystic adrenal metastasis. I think it was from the lung. Note in the malignant ones, look at the rim of tissue around the cyst. That should be your clue that this is not just a simple cyst. And again, that sort of a discussion to be had within an experienced multidisciplinary team. So benign adrenal cysts are typically non-functioning, but remember, some cysts may be a consequence of bleeding into an underlying tumor. And you can't tell. And that's why in my practice, I do hormonal workup in adrenal cysts. And that's my justification. For non-typical cystic lesions, as I said, do the full workup, metanephrines, glucocorticoid assessment, androgens, because you want to make sure you're not dealing with a cystic pheochromocytoma or adrenocortical carcinoma. Most patients can be manic conservative. They don't need surgery. Aspiration, if you do it, they reaccumulate quite quickly. So it really is not recommended. You can consider surgery if there is, if it's a large cyst with pressure symptoms, or if you're concerned that there is a thick enhancing rim around the tumor, then it would be reasonable to take it out. Finally, I don't have a case for adrenal calcification, but this is not an uncommon consult when someone has a scan and there is just some little calcification in the adrenal gland. So here you can see specks of calcification in one adrenal gland, specks of calcification in both adrenal glands. That's an adrenal adenoma with calcification, and that's a cyst with rim of calcification around. So we don't have much data about cysts and how they develop. The presence of calcification is not diagnostic of a specific etiology. It can be seen in benign or in malignant disease. Mostly, however, adrenal calcification represents an old hemorrhage or a necrotic process within adrenal tumor or in the gland itself. And there are data from there, she hasn't published them, but there are data from Irina Bankos at the Mayo Clinic. She looked at 540 consecutive patients with adrenal calcification, and in 80% of more of them, it was a benign entity. And that's important to remember because obviously we worry a lot about calcification. Now, I'm not trying to send false reassurance, but the point I'm making is that make sure those patients are discussed in the right setting with people who have experience in handling those lesions. Depending on which region of the world you live in, the adrenal calcification can be a secondary to granulomatous infection, such as tuberculosis or osteoplasmosis. In fact, in the UK, I've managed a case of an adrenal tuberculoma, the only one I have seen. If there is an adrenal mass with the calcification, then you evaluate as per the usual process, and it's reasonable to assess for adrenal insufficiency if calcification is bilateral. Why? Because this could reflect previous bilateral hemorrhage. So my take-home messages. The radiological diagnosis of adrenal lesions can be challenging in settings of atypical presentations, mimics of benign and malignant adrenal masses, and real adrenal anomalies. Misdiagnosis can lead to suboptimal management and adverse outcome. A heterogeneous adrenal mass does not mean take it out, okay? So obviously you rule out, because it's not an uncommon practice that you see a heterogeneous mass, you do the workup, it's negative, yeah, take it out because heterogeneous. Again, I'm not sending false reassurance, but just do some workup. We're now able to do multi-story profiling. We have FDG PET, okay? And those are very useful to exclude malignancy. I should say primary adrenal malignancy, but there should be more caution if the patient has a history of current or previous extra-adrenal malignancy. And again, final point, very important to ensure patients are discussed within an experienced adrenal multidisciplinary team to avoid the risks of unnecessary surgery and missing sinister pathology. And with that, I thank you again for the invitation to speak, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asser, for sharing interesting cases. Now we move to the third talk, challenging cases in acromegaly, and presenter is Professor Antoine Tabarin. He was introduced in the morning. So briefly, he is the head of Department of Endocrinology, Diabetes, and the Nutrition in the University Hospital of University of Bordeaux, and he is expert in pituitary, adrenal, and neuroendocrine diseases, and he published more than 280 peer-reviewed publications. Professor Tabarin, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you again for the invitation to participate to this meeting that I appreciate very much. I've learned a lot of things hearing my colleagues. So I want also to acknowledge my friend Philippe Chanson, because from Paris, because we present several cases that we shared together, some patients that we took care of both together. So the scientific committee, and by the voice of Tariq Alhad, asked me to present some difficult cases of acromegaly. So I have selected several cases from our clinic, and I hope you will enjoy them. So here are my disclosure. So the first clinical case is a female patient, 52-year-old, who visited a rheumatologist for arthralgia. She had a moderate dysmorphia, but an increase in shoe size, and as you can see here also, an increase in the size of hands. So there was a suspicion of acromegaly, and from a biochemical perspective, there was no doubt. As you can see here, she has an increased IGF-1 level and elevated nadir of GH following a glucose oral load. So, as recommended, the next step was to perform an MRI. And we were very surprised to see both in coronal pre-injection and post-gadolinium injection and sagittal slice that there was no tumor visible. You may say that maybe the picture is a little bit rounded, but there is clearly no tumor. This is very unexpected because, as you know, most cases of acromegaly are due to pituitary adenomas, and in most instances, it's macroadenomas. Microadenomas, micro, are quite rare, and there are only very few cases, usually case report, published in the literature of invisible microadenoma in acromegaly. This is a very common feature in Cushing's disease, we know that, but very uncommon in the setting of acromegaly. And you know, there are some alternatives, and including GRH secretion, usually by a neuroendocrine tumor, and GRH stimulate GH secretion by the normal pituitary cells. And just to remember you that this French guy, Roger Guillemin, who migrated to the USA, to California, received the Nobel Prize of Medicine for the discovery of LHRH, GHRH, TRH, and indeed the isolation, the biochemical isolation of GHRH by Roger Guillemin was performed from a pancreatic tumor of a patient who had acromegaly, a patient from the city of Lyon in France, who had acromegaly due to a GHRH secreting pancreatic tumor. So this is a review of the feature of the 74 cases of GHRH secretion reported in the literature. You can see it's a bit more frequent in females than in male. Many tumor sites have been described, although the majority are in the bronchus and the pancreas. The diameter of tumor is usually large. There's no real difficulty to see them at CT scan. Roughly half of them already have metastasis at diagnosis. And one very important tool to suspect this disease is an increased concentration of circulating GHRH. Although a measurement of GHRH is usually seldom performed, only in very few centers. And you expect in this instance MRI to be normal, as I have shown in this case, or maybe to be sometimes hyperplastic. But there are also a number of situations where an adenoma was diagnosed. Indeed, there was no adenoma, but you know, some artifacts or heterogeneity during the contrast media. So in our patient, you can see she had a huge increase in GHRH. So we suspected acromegaly due to GHRH secretion. And we performed a CT scan, and it was quite easy. We found this large 5 centimeter appendicular mass. So the patient underwent surgery that concluded that it was a well-differentiated neuroendocrine tumor with a Ki of 2% and one left metastasis. And 1 month operatively, you may say it's a little bit too early, but IGF-1 was not fully normalized, and most importantly, GHRH was still elevated. And we know that this neuroendocrine of the appendix usually are small, but this one is a large one. It's a class 4 at the INEDS classification. And you know that this tumor usually have lymph node metastasis, and the recommended surgical procedure in this instance is to perform also hemicolectomy, right hemicolectomy, to remove all the lymph nodes. So the patient had a complementary surgery, left colectomy, sorry, not right, left colectomy, a lymphadenectomy, and there were 4 out of 29 metastatic lymph nodes, and finally, 3 months postoperatively, everything went back, and the biochemistry of GH secretion was totally normal. Okay, unusual case, but let's go with another one. It's the story of a 58-year-old man that is known for multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome. He had recurrent primary hyperthyroidism. He had, unfortunately, 3 parathyroid surgery because the diagnosis of MEN1 was not made at the first cervical surgery. He had a pancreatic endodenal gastrinoma and already underwent a splenopancreatectomy due to large non-functioning pancreatic tumor and enucleation of some gastrinoma in the head of the pancreas. And he had also an history of non-functioning pituitary adenoma that was 20 millimeter in size, that was partially resected, and he underwent in 2007 a radiotherapy for a progression of the residual adenoma. Okay, so during years 2008, 2009, the calcium profile was normal. The Soliga-Nielsen syndrome was controlled with proton pump inhibitors, and he had a stable pituitary remnant together with some degree of hypopituitarism. Okay, and in June 2011, he had headaches, so he went back to us, and we performed a pituitary MRI that showed what we diagnosed as an hemorrhagic transformation of the pituitary adenoma remnant. Since there was this episode, we also performed a new biochemical workup, and we find again the known pituitary deficiencies. But also we had an elevated IGF-1, clearly elevated IGF-1, and we examined back the patient. He had no visual field defect, but well, we find he probably has some clinical features of acromegaly. So we went back to his biochemical workup. We performed IGF-1, GH also, and we found that we missed in 2009. There was a small elevation of GH1 that was completely overlooked. It was in the record of the patient, but nobody saw it. And this is why we did not perform IGF-1 in 2010. So, but there was a clear, between 2009 and 2011, a clear increase in both basal GH and IGF-1. So this patient had a mild acromegaly. Okay, so what is going on? Let's gather the evidence. This patient had MEN1, okay. He has a history of non-functional gonadotropic adenoma, and now he has an acromegaly with subtle clinical symptom. Okay, so what can explain this situation? What is the differential diagnosis? Maybe we made a mistake and we had an erroneous initial immunochemical characterization of the tumor. This is one possibility. Another possibility is that he may have multiple adenoma of the pituitary or plurimonoral adenomas. Another possibility, again, could be ectopic GHS secretion. Okay, so let's try to have the argument. So we know that in MEN1, approximately 40% of patients will develop 30 to 40 pituitary adenoma, and most pituitary adenomas in the setting of MEN1 are prorectinoma, but of course, somatotroph adenoma are quite frequent. And we went back to the characterization of the tumor. Indeed, so this is French, I will translate it for you, but the tumor was immunoreactive for anti-FSH, but there was no GH immunostaining, so it was really a gonadotroph adenoma. And we performed again back a secondary immunochemistry analysis, and indeed there was no GH secreting tumor or immunostaining tumor in this adenoma. Okay, can it be multiple adenomas? So this is an old study that was performed by a very famous pathologist, Jacqueline Trouillas, comparing the data, anatomical data of the pituitary between 77 MEN1 patients and compared to more than 2,000 sporadic non-MEN1 pituitary adenomas. And indeed, you can see that in MEN1, some pituitary cells can have the second event, the loss of heterozygocy, and so it's quite common, of course, less common than for parathyroid tumors, but that patients have multiple adenomas, much more frequent than in non-MEN1 patient. And also, more frequently than in non-MEN1 patient, this adenoma can be plurihormonal. So this is still an option in our patient. But you also have to consider the hypothesis of ectopic GHRH secretion. And this was the comparison of French series to which we participated, that was headed from our colleague from Lyon, compared to the literature. What I want to point out is that in the French series, 8 of the 11 patients that were tested for MEN1 among patients with GH resection had MEN1. And overall, in a patient, the probability that a patient with ectopic GH secreting tumor has MEN1 is 25%. So it's quite frequent. And if it's a pancreatic neuroendocrine tumor, it's almost 100%. So this is a very probable hypothesis in our patient. So indeed, again, we measure GHRH, and you can see here the GHRH was frankly elevated. So we perform DOTATOC scan, and we saw here that our patient had new peripancreatic lesion, new lymph adenopathies aside the pancreas. And so she underwent cephalic pancreatectomy and extensive lymph node resection. And indeed, with removal of this tumor, as you can see, GHRH decreased to a normal level, and we perform analysis of the expression of GH mRNA in the removed lymph node, and it was frankly positive. And as expected, basal GH and IGF-1 decreased back to normal. So the main take-home messages of this cases is that you have to think about GH secretion, even it's very rare, and you have to think if pituitary is normal or only enlarged, as I shown previously, if your patient has MEN1, and of course, if she has already a neuroendocrine tumor. Okay, let's move to another case, number 3. So this is a story of a 26-year-old patient referred for headaches lasting for 2 years. So there was a pituitary MRI was performed, and of course you can see here this invasive adenoma within the sella and also within the cavernous sinus. And from this we can guess that the tumor, the adenoma, is going towards the Gassard node, and is responsible for trigeminal neuralgia. Okay, so clinically, there was acromegaly with sleep apnea syndrome. So the headaches with the right retroorbital pain were due to neuralgia of the trigeminal nerve. And there was mild hypertension, no diabetes. At biochemistry evaluation, the mean serum GH was quite elevated with a mild hyperprolactinemia. IGF-1 was frankly elevated. There was gonadotropic and thiotropic insufficiency, normal visual field evaluation, and also the patient was negative for AP and MEN1. And indeed, just I want to make a point about which patient with pituitary adenoma should be tested according to the French consensus. And so in patient with a pituitary adenoma and a negative, of course, a negative family history, so that means an isolated pituitary adenoma, we recommend to perform genetic testing if the patient is less than 18-year-old to screen preferentially for AIP mutation. And when it's negative, then to screen for MEN1. Well, today there are panels, so you test everything at the same time, but conceptually this is what we would recommend. And if the patient is less than 30-year-old, we recommend genetic testing only in patients with macroadenoma. So this was a case of our patient that was 26-year-old, and so she had negative testing both for MEN1 and AIP. So we started, this tumor was non-resectable, and she was really suffering from headaches. We started with lanreotide, and you can see here the evolution of IGF-1 following 120 milligram every month for 3 months. So do you think that the patient is, so there is absolutely no change in IGF-1 level, of course, as you can see. And you may ask, is she really resistant to first generation somatostatin analogs? And if you look to the GH level, you can see that the GH level had clearly decreased while IGF-1 remained unchanged. And of course, everyone knows this curve relationship between GH level and IGF-1, and you know that above 20 nanogram or 25 nanogram per mil of GH, there is a plateau of IGF-1. So I think in this patient with a very high GH level, a very high IGF-1 level, it will be important to measure GH to see if your patient is really resistant or not. And the importance of that is that you know that lanreotide or octreotide can have an anti-tumoral effect despite not being able to normalize GH or IGF-1. So you may suspect that this patient has some degree of responsiveness, and still it could be beneficial in for a tumor. So we know also among the predictive criteria of effectiveness of somatostatin analog, we know for a long time that a very classical universal criteria is a baseline level of GH. And the more GH, baseline GH is elevated, the less likely your patient will normalize his IGF-1 level with somatostatin analog. So we could predict that we wouldn't be able, even if the patient has some degree of sensitivity to the drug, we wouldn't be able to normalize IGF-1. This is why patient underwent surgery. But of course, as you can guess, we were unable to remove this part that invades the cavernous sinus, and only the intracellular part of the tumor was removed. Okay, so indeed, surgery was, lanreotide was not stopped, as I mentioned. It induced surgery. This debulking procedure was able to induce a decrease in IGF-1, but that remained largely above normal range. So at that time, we started an association of lanreotide with pegvisomant. You know, pegvisomant is a drug that blocks the GH receptor and impairs the activation of the GH receptor. So we kept lanreotide for the argument that I mentioned, and we associated pegvisomant 2 times per week, 30 milligram, and then we increased to 60 milligram 3 times per week. Okay, and using this regimen, we were able to normalize IGF-1. We were happy, but the patient developed what is quite frequent. It happened in 10 to 15% of patients treated with pegvisomant. She developed lipohypertrophy, big lipohypertrophy, despite she was changing the site of injection, and it was really anesthetic, and the patient said, let's stop with the drug. So we went back to immunochemistry, and this was really a very unexpected immunohistochemical profile, because you can see here, if you look at the immunochemistry for keratin 18, you can see that there was 2 parts in this adenoma, both a densely granulated part and also a sparsely granulated part. This was performed by Dr. Vasiljevic in the pathologic lab in Lyon. And we perform SST2 immunostaining, and as expected and as largely published, the densely granulated part of the tumor was positive for SSTR2, and the sparsely granulated part was positive for SSTR5. So we thought about these prognostic factors about the treatment, and we, with some colleagues, perform, and also the group of Monica Gadella, perform some studies about the immunohistochemical criteria that are predictive of the response to somatostatin analog. And we know that a high SST2 expression and a dense granulation, and also an hypointensity of the adenoma in T2 sequences is quite predictive, with 80% prediction value for the sensitivity to first generation somatostatin analog. While for pasireotide, the second generation somatostatin agonist, it's more likely to work if there is a low SST2 to SST5 expression ratio, acknowledging that pasireotide still need SST2 to work, and also the sparsely granulation of the tumor. So since the patient was not tolerating lipohypertrophy, we switched her to pasireotide. She was young, she was not obese, she had a normal glucose tolerance. Baseline HbA1c was 6.3%. So you can see here that pasireotide worked well. Of course, due to the remnant tumor and to the sparsely granulated part, we performed pituitary radiotherapy. But you can see with time, that the drug was, the acromegaly was controlled, and we were able to decrease pasireotide to 30 milligram per month while having the tumor stable and normal HbA1c. So I think that with this, it's just a summary that we have now. Of course, it depends of your country, of your health system, but we have now a number of drugs with first, second generation somatostatin receptor agonist, dopamine receptor agonist, and growth hormone blockers. We have a large armamentarium that help us to control even these very difficult cases. So my fourth cases is a quite happy situation about a very efficient off-label treatment. So it was a story of a female, also age 26, who complained from intractable headaches. And clinically, she had obvious morphological changes suggesting acromegaly. She also had amenorrhea for 7 months. In terms of biochemical data, she had also a huge increase in IGF-1, mild hyperprolactinemia, and huge increase in mean GH. And she also had gonotropic and enterotropic insufficiency. So this is a tumor, so you know already that it will be hardly resectable. We start with lenalidomide, and you can see that within 4 months, there was no change in IGF-1, and again, we had some decrease in GH, so IGF-1 did not decrease because of the plateau effect due to this very high GH level. So again, we had a sequence of treatment. So we performed surgery, debulking surgery. We added to lenalidomide cabergoline 2.5 milligram per week, and then lenalidomide every 3 weeks. And then lenalidomide every 3 weeks. As you can see, she was still she has still very large increase in IGF-1. So we added pegvisomant, 40 milligram every other day. Same thing, we were able to normalize. It was a little bit above normal. Then we start to 50 milligram every other day, 60 milligram every other day. And finally, with this regimen, we were able to control GH secretion. Okay, so time goes by. We are now in January 16, and she said she's treated with lenalidomide 102 milligram every month and pegvisomant 30 milligram 2 out of 3 days. And she's young, occur what we expect and also what we feared a little bit. Said, I want to become pregnant. Okay, but you know that you can't give, well, so not that much data, but it's probably not safe to give pegvisomant in a pregnant lady because it may have fetal effects. So we stopped pegvisomant, and she had 3 attempts of assisted reproductive technology 2 weeks after pegvisomant withdrawal. We kept at that time lenalidomide, and you can see each time IGF, we stopped pegvisomant very rapidly. IGF-1 level increased up to 4 times the normal, and she complained of the acromegaly symptom and headaches. So finally, after 3 attempts, she became pregnant. Pregnancy, everyone was happy, so we stopped all medical treatments. And during pregnancy, IGF-1 fluctuated between 1 and 1.8 per limit of normal. She had a mild gestational diabetes, no hypertension, normal delivery with no problem with the baby. And of course, we restate the pharmacological treatment following delivery. I have to confess that this is not the MRI of our patient. I was unable to find it again, but this is the other MRI of another patient that had pregnancy while being treated for acromegaly and a withdrawal of a drug. And you can see here that there was, as published in most cases, absolutely no increase in size of the adenoma during pregnancy. So we know that during pregnancy, the estrogen secreted by the placenta are very strong inhibitor of GH at the liver level and make the body resistant and the liver resistant to GH. And this is why in most acromegalic patient experiencing pregnancy, you see during the first trimester a decrease in IGF-1, and you also see during time, sometime during the third trimester, a mild increase in IGF-1, but since physiologically IGF-1 increased during the third trimester due to the secretion of placental GH, patient almost remain in the normal range and of IGF-1. And this issue from one of the first studies that we published with my friend Philippe Caron, and showing that the evolution of IGF-1 was similar between patients still keeping their pharmacological treatment versus those in clear circles where somatostatin analog were stopped. So in most cases reported in the literature, it's possible to interrupt pharmacological treatment. There is no adenoma growth in most cases. There may be, it's debated, a mild increase in the prevalence of gestational diabetes and hypertension. This is why it's always recommended to equilibrate as far as possible acromegaly before allowing pregnancy. And there are also some debatable data about the possible fetal consequence of maintaining the first generation somatostatin analog that may have an influence on the flow of the uterine artery, but this is very disputed. In most cases, it's safe, but it's probably more safe to withdraw the drug and to let the estrogen do their job and induce a resistance to GH. So with this, I thank you for your attention.
I'd like to thank all the speakers for really interesting talks, and the floor is open for questions. We have 10 minutes, and we'll entertain questions from the audience. First.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask Dr. Antoine about a practical question. Acromegaly management. Some of the centers are not expert in doing the surgery as transperineal surgery. What is your experience about what would be a successful macroadenoma, residual size after surgery to consider it is successful, and you do not need to send it again to an expert center to do the surgery?
Okay.
Am I clear?
The sound is very peculiar here. I'm not sure I understood your question.
Should I,
so
I will repeat again?
Is there a way to send the patient to the surgeon in large macroadenomas?
My question is a practical question. A patient underwent surgery, transperineal surgery for acromegaly.
Yeah.
The residual size of the tumor, whatever is remaining after, I mean, most of the time they're not successful to remove everything, correct? So depends on the center. If they don't have experience, they probably have a larger residual. What is your and the expert maybe can help also, the cut level that this is a successful or a not successful? The reason why do you need to send him again after that if you feel it is not successful to have another surgery with an experienced center?
Okay. Okay. I understand your point is what do you tolerate as a remnant in the cellar? Well, in patients that have been operated but not cured in acromegaly. Okay. Well, usually your patient will be treated with drugs. I think mostly, well, at least it's recommended to use in most patients first generation somatostatin analog. And I think that if there is no tumor concern, if the patient is reactive to the drug, if the tumor is far away from the optic chiasm, if it doesn't grow, or even if it decreases, I mean, it's okay. I mean, there is no real tumor concern. So I don't care about the size. As long as the adenoma is stable or even decreases during the treatment, is far from the optic chiasm, I think it's okay. I don't know if I answered to your question.
I think partially. Maybe my colleague, some of them can add to this. You know, some of the centers are not experienced in doing this surgery, so they go to somewhere, they leave 80% of the tumor out. Let's put it as a number.
Yeah. I mean,
80% of the tumor out. I mean, still there, sorry. 20% taken out, 80. Are you happy, start treating medication, or you can send him to experienced, transperineal surgeon?
Yes, so I think your point is when you think that the surgery could have been better, then do you redo surgery soon or do medical management?
Yes.
I think I would agree with Antoine on this point. I mean, if I think that I can manage it medically, then certainly there is no rush for immediate surgery right away. Obviously, rather than trying to answer the question, pre-planning is usually better, to give the patient the best chance from the first operation. But I agree with Antoine.
Yeah, I think pretty similar, but I think the number you put, if the 80% residual is there, and patient has now a second thought for a higher volume center, I would be still thinking that they have a shot at cure, and a second surgery might be in the offering if that's the case. But then again, as Yasser said, if that's the case, then they should have just gone to the high volume center in first place. Yes, you're right. Yeah.
If I just can add a point, I understand more clearly what you mentioned. I think the 2 points you have to consider is your patient equilibrated hormonally, biochemically, in terms of tumor with simple treatment, like first generation somatostatin analog? And second, discuss with your neurosurgeon what is the morbidity of second surgery. And with all these arguments, I think you can decide whether or not to send it back to a more expert neurosurgeon.
Thank you.
On the same token about the pituitary remnant after surgery, you will go along in your journey to escalate the different molecules for treatment. I didn't see you mentioning about using radiotherapy, i.e. Proton therapy or cyberknife. Can you expand on that?
I will ask to my colleague to translate. I'm sorry.
When would you consider stereotactic radiosurgery, for the residual?
For residual tumor?
Yeah.
Stereotactic.
No, stereotactic radiosurgery.
Okay. Thank you. About stereotactic surgery. Yeah. I had a fifth case that I did not show for the sake of time. This is a very bad story of a patient that underwent radiotherapy, a acromegaly patient, for a tumoral concern. She had a histological characteristic of aggressiveness. And 7 years later, she developed a glioblastoma in the field of radiotherapy. And we know that even if it's a very low probability, the second brain tumor may occur in 3% of patients irradiated for pituitary tumor. This is especially true if patients are young. I know there is some debate because the radiotherapists today say our machine, our way to administer radiotherapy are safe, but we don't have necessarily a very long follow-up. We know from a big registry actually that even with some quite modern technique for radiotherapy, there is probably a non-suppressible risk of second pituitary tumor. And this is most likely to be true if patients are young, because it will develop, the probability increase with time. So for this argument, I think I'm part of the guy who thinks that pituitary radiotherapy should be performed only for tumoral concern. I think that in terms of a biochemical control of the disease, with all the drugs that we have to date, we're able to control IGF-1 in almost every single patient. And so pituitary radiotherapy should be performed for biochemical reason only if nothing works. Nothing against our armamentarium is able to control IGF-1 secretion. So in terms of biochemical impact, I perform radiosurgery not very frequently. And if there is a tumoral concern, it's another story. I don't know, but this is a personal opinion. I'll be happy to know the answer of my colleagues.
Just add a little point here, and definitely that's a very good approach. But some of the patients we deal with, some of the countries, they cannot afford these therapies. And in those cases, I think that's logical that radiotherapy gets higher up on the algorithm because at least they can afford some kind of, even if it's delayed. But definitely that's in this part of the world, if the insurance coverage is not an issue, then yes.
Okay, I have a question for Dr. Yasser about myolipomas. So is the rate, I mean, you said you stop imaging if they're below 6 centimeters, but we know that they grow, right? And is the rate of growth important if they exceed 6 centimeters? We share a case actually here in the UAE of a lady who started with 3 centimeters, and every time she goes to the ED for abdominal pain, she gets a follow-up CT or MRI, and it's growing and growing, and now it's 6, 7, 8 centimeters. And she has these recurrent, non-specific abdominal pains. So how do you deal with these patients?
Yeah, so they definitely can grow. I mean, there are data to suggest that they can grow about something like 0.5 centimeter per year. Most of them seem to grow, and then they stop. There is like a maximal growth potential. The reason I said less than 6 centimeter, you can argue that you don't need to routinely scan again because they may never grow beyond that. So that's the first point. Secondly, my end point for doing something about it is symptoms. So even if I don't end up scanning, I counsel the patients. If you develop sort of significant abdominal pain, persistent corresponding to that side, then that could be the trigger for the scan. The reason my approach is different for larger ones, just because they're more likely to grow quickly, and they are, compared to less than 6 centimeter, they're the ones who are more likely to develop symptoms. So rather than say discharge them and then pick them up a couple of years later if they develop symptoms, they're the ones, there is some increased likelihood that they are more likely to develop symptoms in the shorter term. That's why I do the interval scan. And then I do the interval scan when I still have some anxiety about liposarcoma. That's when I do an interval scan, but that's why I separate less than 6 and more than 6. Do you agree?
Yeah. In most cases, there are no symptoms. Patients are asymptomatic, but of course, when there is abdominal pain, it's a good reason to intervene. Yeah. But sometimes you don't know why there is the abdominal pain. Is it true? Is it because they know that they have something in the abdomen? It might be a psychological pain, but it's still pain. Pain is pain.
That's important. But I think the key message is my approach. I'm not sure if my colleagues agree. I never remove a myolipoma just because it's 10 or 11 if the patient is asymptomatic. Because if this patient undergoes surgery and then develops chylosociety as a complication of adrenalectomy, and then it becomes infected, they can become quite sick. I mean, if you see some of those patients with infected chylosociety, they develop septic shock, they really become quite sick. And then you will ask yourself, why did I operate? So I never operate based on size alone, regardless of what the size is.
We come to the conclusion of this session. I'd like to thank our co-moderators and speakers for a very fantastic neuropituitary session as usual. Thank you very much.
Okay, Masa al Khair, good evening everybody. I tried to find Dr. Aiba, but probably she's busy in another meeting or another session if there is session going on. So the last session or the last talk will be a debate. And thank you for staying till late, but I think most of us liking debate. For those who they don't know me, I'm Salah Abu Snana, consultant endocrinologist. I know Bashar, you know me. Anyway, so we will have a debate for the weight loss, medical versus surgery. I'll start by introducing the first. So for those who don't know me, I'm Bashar. So the first debate will be a medical therapy regarding the weight loss, and I'll introduce the first speaker. That's Professor Alex Miras. He's a professor of endocrinology at Ulster University. His clinical and research work focus on obesity and type 2 diabetes. He has contributed to clinical management policy and research in the field of obesity over the last 14 years. His specialist interests research group are the mechanism of action of intervention for obesity, focusing on pharmacotherapy, medical devices, and obesity surgery. Alex is a member of a NICE Obesity Management Guidelines Committee, trustees of the Association for the Study of Diabetes, and chair of the research subcommittee of MBSR. He is associate editor for journals Obesity and SOB. So with that, I would like to invite Prof. Mizas to the stage. The floor is yours.
Hi, and good to see you all. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. I am very pleased that there is a prominent focus on obesity. So I am an endocrinologist, and what I'll do is, first of all, to say that tomorrow I will be going into the medical treatments, and then I will be giving you an update about the medical treatments for obesity. Today, what I'll be giving you are some of the reasons why I propose that obesity pharmacotherapy should play a key role and probably a first-line role in the development of the vast majority of people who present to us with obesity. So these are my disclosures. This is what we are achieving with medications at the moment and what we will be achieving over the next few years. So in this graph, you will see we have got time in weeks based on the randomized controlled clinical trials. And here we have got the amount of weight loss achieved with each of those medications that are available or will soon become available for the treatment of obesity. And what you are now seeing is that we are able to achieve almost an average weight loss with our medical treatments, which is about 25%. That is the average weight loss that we will be able to achieve in the next 12 to 24 months with the newer GLP-1 receptor-based analogs. 25% weight loss is what is achieved with bariatric surgery, with most of the procedures, but I'm mostly referring to the Roux-en-Y gastric bypass. So in terms of weight loss, we are now able to match the average weight loss that bariatric surgery can achieve. The question is, what about harder outcomes? It is true that bariatric surgery has got a very large amount of literature to support its use. We know from randomized clinical trials and cohort studies that surgery can be particularly effective for diabetes, cardiovascular disease, heart failure, sleep apnea, liver disease, intracranial hypertension, osteoarthritis, but even cancer, fertility, and kidney disease. The data are very convincing. But now, even in the last 5 to 10 years that we have been using the medications for obesity, we have been able to generate very good data for the hard outcomes that these medications can achieve. And we are now seeing improvements in terms of not only diabetes, that is not surprising, but now we have got data about the effectiveness of these medications in all of these hard endpoints, which are complications of obesity. We do not have data on cancer yet, fertility, or kidney disease in the context of obesity, but what you're seeing is that the data is evolving very, very rapidly and making us much more confident when using these medications. Now, you're going to tell me that if someone comes to your clinic and has a body mass index of 50, you're going to say to me, well, what is the point in starting medications? This person is very likely to need surgery. And what I'm going to reply to you is that you're making a good case, but do not forget that the response to medications for obesity is heterogeneous. So there are, here you'll see with liraglutide, semaglutide, and tirzepatide, you're seeing a Gaussian distribution of response, which means that you may get a patient who is a super responder to one of those medications and can lose even 30% of their body weight, which is what you think is needed. And therefore, what I am proposing to you is that you have to give this the benefit of the doubt. I would recommend, therefore, that even sick patients or people with very high BMIs are treated with pharmacotherapy first, because there is a certain possibility that they will respond very well to this, to the point that you may even not need surgery. When it comes to now flexibility of use, this is where medications are starting to have the advantage. We know that most operations that are being performed, most bariatric surgery procedures are irreversible, or they are difficult to reverse. Therefore, if you have a patient who has got a certain complication or issue with surgery, you're a little bit stuck, because it's difficult to undo what the treatment you instituted was. With medications, and that's the beauty of them, you can start the treatment. If there is a major problem, you can always stop the treatment. So there is a lot more flexibility around the patient's needs, the patient's complications, and any issues that you may encounter that we will talk about in a sec. Of course, we don't advise, and I want to stress this very clearly, this concept that medications need to be given forever, and that is a problem, it's a non-problem. Of course, medications need to be given forever, in the same way that we give thyroxine forever in people who have got hypothyroidism. The other thing that we can do with medications is titrate the dose, depending on what we want to achieve or what the side effects are. We cannot titrate the dose of bariatric surgery, and we can switch. We can go to a different medication if the patient is having issues or is not responding to the treatment the way we would like them to. This takes us on to safety. So let's start with the risk of death, which is of course very low with laparoscopic bariatric surgery, and that's great, but it is still a possibility. It happens in less than 3 in 1,000 people who have the procedure. Deaths for people taking pharmacotherapy for obesity is extremely rare and difficult to always say whether it is due to the medication. Now, I hear surgeons around the world say that we don't know much about these medications, the GLP-1 medications. We need to wait to ensure that they are safe. And my answer to that is, we have been using these GLP-1 based medications for the last 18 years to treat diabetes. We have just now changed the indication to obesity, and of course we have new agents. So again, this concept that these medications are completely new, I think is misleading us. Yes, there are gastrointestinal side effects, and about 5 to 10% of our patients will not be able to tolerate the medications because of those side effects. There is a very rare risk of developing pancreatitis, and that's about it. There is no risk of cancer or any other issues that are being raised by the media. But I do agree that even with medications, certainly the most effective ones that we're going to have over the next few years, we will see some medical complications. We will see hypoglycemia. We will see nutritional complications, and we will see psychological complications, which is exactly what we see with surgery. But the difference is that with medications, we can stop, switch, titrate the dose. And of course, we don't have the surgical complications that can be difficult to reverse. And finally, access. Pharmacotherapy can be given to a very wide range of people. It can be given to the millions of people who have obesity and need to be treated. They do not need to be given by a specialist center. People do not need to be admitted. They can be given by a team that has got a certain training in obesity, with access to specialists when needed, but obesity pharmacotherapy is an ideal medication to be given in primary care because this is where the vast majority of people go, and primary care is extremely good in treating long-term conditions like obesity. The injections are once a week. Soon they might become once a month. And soon we're going to have oral medications for obesity that will be much more acceptable to patients. This is in contrast to the need for inpatient admissions, as I said, specialist teams that are treating the patient. And unfortunately, even though there have been some attempts to improve and develop endoscopic treatments for obesity, these unfortunately have either not been very effective or they have caused issues because of risks. It is very true that bariatric surgery is a very, very cost-effective treatment, without a doubt. And it is much more cost-effective than the medications at the moment. So access in terms of cost is a big issue around the world. However, what we know what happens with medications, to almost all medications that we use in medicine, is that when they are coming out to the market for the first time, they can be expensive, but with time, with competition, with patents being lost, they will become much cheaper in the way that statins, for example, have become much cheaper over the years. Accessible by a lot more people around the world. Thank you very much for listening.
Good evening, everyone. It's my great pleasure to invite Dr. Hazem Al-Momani, a consultant bariatric surgeon, the chair of the communication committee at the IFSO, who is also heading the department at the weight management unit at the NMC Royal Hospital. He also has done more than 4,000 bariatric surgeries. So, we have a very eminent surgeon who has done a lot of these surgeries. And today we want to see which is better for weight loss, medications, beautifully, presented by Professor Alex Miras, versus surgery, the battles of the scales. Can I just ask you, how many of the audience are here are surgeons? Any surgeon in the audience? So, Dr. Hazem, you're single-handed here. So we'll see how you're going to take the battle and show us where is the surgery stands today. Thank you.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعد مساكم and a very good evening to you all. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. First and foremost, I apologize for all of those who were looking forward to seeing Dr. Mohammed Jamal. I was told I'm prettier than him, and this is why I've been invited. My name is Hazem Al-Momani, consultant bariatric surgeon from Abu Dhabi, and I'm here to talk about not just weight loss, it's about bariatric surgery versus medications when it comes to patients' health. As we all know, complex disease, relapsing disease, multifactorial, no two individuals with obesity which probably have the same etiological factors. And this is why you and I could have the same amount of food, do the same physical activity, yet one person would lose weight and the other would probably gain weight. And not only that, it's a disease of huge prevalence. A latest report would say no single country in the world is not affected by obesity. Less to say, we live amongst the most heaviest of nations globally. And one thing we've learned in the management of obesity is there to stay. Hence, it's a disease. Nearly every attempt that's been taken to try to treat this condition would probably not be successful on the long term. And this is why our rhetoric has changed, and we stopped saying we're going to cure obesity, we're just treating it, we're keeping it under control. And this is due to various biological factors, hormonal, and some of them are to do with metabolism. Once you've got obesity and you try to lose weight, your hunger hormones will go up and your satiety hormones will go down. Your basic metabolic rate will go down. So, how does surgery and medication stand face to face? Starting with the mechanism of action. Speaking about a disease that is quite complex with multifactorial pathways, receptors, and etiological factors, the medications we've got to hand only target a handful of pathways. And when it comes to surgery, surgery targets many receptors within the body. And if we walk away from receptors and we look at the microbiome, the bacteria in our intestines that are causing obesity, none of the medications available target these microbiomes. What about bile salts? None of the medications target bile salts. So surgery targets more etiological factors to obesity in comparison to medication. And what about when we look at them face to face, real-time data, comparing obesity versus medications? This is a very recently published paper within the last few months, looking at over 30,000 individuals being treated for obesity with surgery or medications in the US. And what we know, since the outset, the weight loss has been superior to surgery in comparison to the medication. And when it comes to cost, as Alex has kindly highlighted, surgery is more cost effective. And later on in my talk, I'll be looking at a head-to-head detailed numbers. And when we say it's more cost effective, it's markedly more effective. And what about the weight loss that Alex had touched on? All the data that we've got, we'd look at these medications, and the longest data we've got is over 70 weeks. However, when we talk about the 23% that Alex touched on, our 23% is at 10 years. And in a recently published paper from the Association of American Association or Society for Metabolic and Bariatric Surgery, they looked at versus surgeries at 2 years. Surgery will achieve nearly 30% weight loss, and medications will achieve only 5% weight loss, for the reasons I'll be touching on later on. What about cardiovascular risk? This is the very famous trial for which we have got the FDA approval for semaglutide to be used for prevention or secondary prevention of coronary or MACE. And when we look at this graph and what they've cleverly done, this is the original graph. And the only way you could see the difference between them is to magnify them. And let's look at the surgery when it comes to the cardiovascular risk. Huge difference. And when they go head to head, and we break down the results in this only published paper within the last month, they look at macro and microvascular benefits of surgery versus GLP-1 over a follow-up period of nearly 5 years. Surgery reduced all-cause death, reduced incidence of MACE, retinopathy, and neuropathy. Surgery is superior. And then we talk about surgery in comparison to these molecules in the treatment of obesity. Both these systematic review, randomized control trials looking at surgery versus medications for the treatment of diabetes at 5 and 10 years. And guess what? Surgery is superior. And as Alex said, what about the higher BMI? No publications about the efficacy and long-term durability of medications for the treatment of individuals with higher BMI. Yet, there are many publications about the safety, efficacy, and durability of bariatric surgery for the treatment of the severely obese individuals. What about cancer? Not a single paper published about these medications preventing or reducing the incidence of cancer. We've got real-time data. The Swedish obesity subject, the largest database of individuals with obesity undergoing treatment with bariatric surgery. And what we know, bariatric surgery is protective against the future risks of development of cancer. And one point Alex did not mention, longevity, prolonged life expectancy. We've got enough evidence to prove that bariatric surgery allows individuals to live longer, yet no data is available with regard to these medications. Again, these are real-time data from the early 80s, the Swedish obesity subjects. They followed them up and they found that these individuals will live longer. And for the sake of time, I'll just move quicker. Finances. I think the numbers speak for themselves. And this is the statement that I like. For you to save one life with medications, you need to treat 66 people. Whereas for surgery, you need to have 1/6 of that. And if you've got $3 million to spend, would you prefer to save 1 or 10? Compliance. And this is the main or the Achilles tendon of the medications. Patients don't take their medications. And these are real life data to tell us that the majority of these patients would not probably take these medications, whether for cost, whether for compliance, for longer than a year. Whereas for surgery, the compliance happened when they walked into the operating room. What we're living is this with medications, a big hype. Everyone is excited. Reality sets in. So what is my take on this? And I'll turn to you all and I'll say, I think we're approaching this the wrong way. It's not a debate. We all took an oath to look after our patients, to offer them the best available evidence. In 2025, surgery remains superior. 2035, I think the story will be completely different. For those who need surgery, I will not deny them the risks of surgery. Surgery is safer than a gallbladder operation in experienced hand. Surgery saves lives, prolonged life expectancy. Surgery is most cost effective. I think patients don't want surgery and have to admit to that. Medications are here and are here to stay, and they will change the landscape of how we look after obesity. This brings my talk to an end. It's been a real pleasure speaking to you all, and thank you all for the opportunity. Sit down.
Thank you so much for a clear presentation and for keeping on time. So first, before we start the rebuttal between the two, from the audience, is there any questions you want to ask for our both great presenters? Please, Dr. Lemki, go ahead. Dr. Jum'ah.
Thank you so much, Lemki.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Regarding post-bariatric hypoglycemia, we see it quite often. I don't know, and probably in this part of the world, is it more common than the West? I'm not sure about that. But it is one of the prices that patients need to face years after the surgery being done. What's your thoughts on that?
So post-bariatric hypoglycemia or reactive hypoglycemia or dumping syndrome is a known recognized complication that happens after a lot of bariatric surgery, not only bypass one, but even with the sleeve gastrectomy. I cannot make comments about the incidence in here compared to the West. We do see it quite often within our practice. We've had incidences where we needed to reverse a bypass because of dumping. However, we've got published evidence to show that the molecules we've got in hand, GLP-1, can be quite active and helpful for the treatment of post-bariatric surgery hypoglycemia. And when you look at the mechanism of action of tirzepatide secretes glucagon when you get hypoglycemia and insulin when you have hyperglycemia. So this is another example where surgery and medications can work hand in hand.
But I wanted to warn everyone in the audience, medics or surgeons, is that now that the medications are becoming more and more effective, we should not be surprised when we start seeing very similar side effects and complications that we are seeing after surgery. So I think that at some point we will start seeing post-pharmacotherapy hypoglycemia. We will start seeing zinc and B12 and other deficiencies after these medications. And we will see probably a small amount, like a surgery, of people having psychological complications after surgery. The only thing that we're not going to see, of course, are the surgical complications. So I want to be a little bit more balanced in terms of what we should expect in the future. But again, the good news with medications is you can stop them, or you can switch, or you can change the dose. And unfortunately, even though surgery is a massive reset to the system, you cannot fine-tune it.
Thanks. I'm glad you brought this point, Alex, because I was going to comment as well. With regard to the care of individuals taking these medications, not before long, you're going to go on a similar pathways to what we do to the post-bariatric patients. We're seeing nutritional deficiencies. Published papers talk about vitamin D deficiency and iron deficiency and anemia in individuals taking these medications because, and I agree with Alex here, the potency of these medications in long term is as effective as surgery. And what I would recommend to all of those who consider starting medications, patients on these medications for a long term, to routinely check their blood test and to encourage them to take vitamin supplements.
Any other questions, Professor Lemke? Short question, please.
So non-compliance to both of you. How do you scale non-compliance after surgery and while using medications?
I'll take this one because it's more of a problem with medications. As you say, the only issue with compliance after surgery is usually when taking multivitamins. And as important as multivitamins are, and general vitamin replacement is after surgery, I'm not saying it is not important, no major harm comes to people that even who don't take their vitamins after surgery. So from that side, things are pretty safe. From our side, in terms of the pharmacotherapy, there are many reasons why we're seeing, I don't think it's a compliance problem. I don't think that people are just not good patients, not engaging or not taking their treatments. They are faced with two issues. First of all, cost, and that is a very practical issue to the point that what I do these days is that if a patient tells me that they are not going to be able to afford the medication long term, I don't start it. Because I don't want to use a medication for 6 or 12 months. That may cause harm. And the second thing that they are faced with is that the people around them, the people not treating them even, or society, considers obesity not to be a condition, a disease, and they think that the medications can kickstart a healthy lifestyle, and then people can maintain it. Unfortunately, all of the studies go. Again, that is the first thing that I tell my patients. In the first consultation, I always say to them, these medications are for life. So this issue of people not taking them long term, I think, stems from the fact that we haven't made that point very, very clear. Remember, when the GLP-1 that comes from the gastric bypass is increased, it is always there because the bypass is there. So that is certainly one of the benefits of surgery.
I will follow on from Alex. We were told, or we were taught, that obesity is a disease of non-compliance. If these individuals can't comply with things, they probably, some of them would not have developed obesity in the first place. What we tend to do, if you're setting up a practice to look after individuals with obesity, you need to have a flexible system in place and need to be actively chasing after these patients. Nowadays, we've got the advantage of telemedicine. We've got the advantage of wearables to follow up with these individuals. You will have dropouts. You will have people who won't be able to comply because of the cost. But unless us as healthcare providers chasing after these patients, the majority will not come for the reason that Alex said. They still believe it's not a disease. It's just, I eat too much, I'm lazy, and I just can't be bothered. We do the same discussions when we operate on them, and we tell them that this is a life-changing operation that's going to need a lifelong commitment. And we know that after the honeymoon period of the first couple of years, they'll stop dropping out. And this is when you start needing to go chasing after the patients. It has to be a chronic illness model. Otherwise, it will not fail. If you're going to rely on the individuals to do it, I've worked in the West and I've been working here, most patients don't come. You need to go after them.
Well, thank you very much. I just want to, oh gosh, what's this? I just want to say now we are debating whether it's medical treatment or surgical treatment. And if you look at the durability of the treatment, so comparing the three modalities, which is the lifestyle and the medication and the surgery, and when it comes to the medications, just to be fair, and we have fair comparison, the effective anti-obesity medication, they were recent, so they still lack the long-term outcome data beyond the weight loss. And we all know since 2003, the guidelines change, it's all beyond weight loss. So what the other outcomes and the quality of life. So maybe in the future, as I said, when it comes to the time and the durability, the medication will overcome the surgery. But my question to you is, if we want to make a fair comparison today with the data we have looked at, the lots of other factors will play a role in this. Is that right? So just...
No, true. And as I said, real-time data for medications are not nowhere near what the clinical trials publish. Real-time data with the most potent of molecules barely reaches 15%. The main advantage of the surgery is you take the power away from the patient. They cannot not comply. They cannot not take the GLP-1 because the surgery produces the GLP-1. And this is why. But I think in 2025, surgery remains to be superior.
I always say, please.
I'll say that surgery, without a doubt, is still superior in terms of weight loss and data on other outcomes. Certainly, medications are coming very close to that. And again, it purely in terms of numbers, even if it is a randomized trial, we will be able to achieve this 25 or so weight loss in the next 24 months. So that's a good achievement. So what I'm suggesting here is that we're going to move to an era when I think the vast majority of people will, in addition to behavioral modification or after behavioral modification, will have access to medications. Before we had diets and exercise and then surgery. Now suddenly we have got a treatment which is scalable to millions of people. And these medications will probably be able to treat about 70% of people presenting with obesity. That is not as complex. But then we're going to have people who don't respond. We're going to have people who have more complex disease. And these people will go to surgery. So even in 2035, I think that if I had to predict that in 2035, you will be treating more patients with surgery because there will be a lot more, because of the scalability of medications. That means that in absolute terms, a lot more people will be coming your way compared to what is happening now. I think there's a question from the audience.
First of all, thank you for your talk. About the medication for life, what do you think about the strategy giving the medication on-off, losing weight around 25%, giving sense of the patient to conserve his lifestyle, and if he feels that his weight is going up again, he cannot control it, he can go again. I think as a strategy for cost issue on the long term, did you try it? What your opinion about it? And the second question about surgery. We have seen also cases of regain weight, mainly after sleeve. We didn't talk about it here. Do you have a percentage of this risk, especially I think more with the sleeve compared to bypass? And about the vitamin deficiencies post-surgeries, we have seen also severe cases for patients not complying to multivitamin intake after surgeries with the severe neuropathic pain and disabilities due to this type of vitamin deficiency. So I think this also is an important issue post-surgery.
Do you want to take that one first?
So the recurrent weight gain after bariatric surgery is a well-recognized long-term consequence. The incidence after a sleeve gastrectomy has been reported to be around 23 to 27%. And I think it's all to do with what the operation does. Our understanding was it's all to do with the ghrelin and reducing the amount of food. But now that we've got a better understanding of the disease, you probably would need to have the intestinal hormones and microbiome to be included. And this explains the recurrent weight gain after a sleeve. And what people forget about the sleeve, it was never intended to be a standalone operation. It was a step towards a second operation, but because it was good, it became a standalone, and this is the pickup. This is something what we discuss with our patients whenever we perform a sleeve. Unless they commit, they're probably going to need a second operation in the future. With regard to the nutritional deficiency, no one should start a bariatric program if you're not committed to follow these patients for long. We have done thousands of these. We don't see advanced nutritional complications, as you've mentioned. Maybe we're lucky to where we work. In other parts, maybe the patients don't comply, maybe the surgeons don't comply or do not offer the follow-up. The incidence is there, the risk is there. You cannot offer surgery if you're not going to educate and follow these patients up with monitoring and adequate supplementation.
Last question from the audience. Alex, I'll get you.
I just wanted to answer question one, which is very important, if you don't mind, which is cycling of medications because of cost, cycling use. The only reason we are having this discussion is because of cost. If the medications say in an ideal world were free, we would not be having this discussion. So this is a very artificial discussion. And I think that in the next few years, hopefully, with the medications getting more accessible, we will be having less of such discussions. But it is a problem now. And it's a little bit like saying, again, as I mentioned earlier on, giving thyroxine to someone or giving someone a statin for 3 months a year. It is not ideal. What I would recommend, the only compromise to what you are referring to would be to probably use a low dose of the medication, but constantly, not blasts of the treatment, just a low dose to maintain most of the benefits. Sorry.
Last question, Professor Bashir, and then please short answer as well, short questions.
Thank you very much. It's just a comment really that, you know that infertility improves dramatically after bariatric surgery or medication. And you have seen many patients who are not told to have contraception and they get pregnant in the first few months, either after surgery or taking the medication, which gives us a great problem as maternal medicine specialists. Thank you.
Thank you. I always say surgeons have discovered the insulin and made a huge difference to the people's of life of diabetes. Surgeons discovered the first people, the remission of type 2 diabetes. So they made, a history to us in the diabetes world. We learned a lot from the physiological timing and understanding. But is it time that PPI has, taken surgeries and really reduced? Do you think Dr. Hazem, that we will have the same scenario of what we have seen in the PPI over the years?
Alex touched on this. I think he's more optimistic than me. Yes,
Just warning you if you need to find a new career.
The most important person that we're missing in our discussion is the patients.
And a quick question to Professor
What we've
Alex.
seen is that patients actually don't want our surgeries. They're happy with the medicine.
And quick question to Professor Alex Miras is like, you know, do you think, so are we prepared enough as an endocrinologist with the new advancements of pharmacotherapy, where we're going to see a much greater weight loss in training-wise of people using the pharmacotherapy, not very similar to where we had the bariatric team, endocrinologists, and the obesity physicians? What do we need to do to train for the future of the coming of pharmacotherapy and how we're going to manage the post, you know, pharmacotherapy complications that we will see? Nowadays, I think everyone is dishing these medications.
Yeah.
To use.
So I think what we need to do is, first of all, at least for now, prioritize, certainly in public healthcare systems, prioritize those that stand to benefit the most. If they cannot afford it. Again, I'm talking about public healthcare systems, but I think the most important care, and I think that's the major thing that I would add to how pharmacotherapy will be shaped in the future, is that we need teams in primary care and the community to look after people with the condition in the same way that we have got very good teams in primary care in the community treating people with COPD, asthma, diabetes, etc. I think it is this local care that will ensure better, hopefully, compliance and safe use of the medications.
Now back to the audience. If you believe 2025, please stand up. If you believe that surgery in 2025 is better for weight loss after what we've heard from both speakers, please stand up. If you believe pharmacotherapy is better, please stand up. Okay, last 30 seconds advice from both opponents. Dr. Hazem, 30 seconds. 30 seconds. You were not paying attention. So what would you tell the audience, 30 seconds advice?
You should have paid more attention to my presentation.
Thank you, great audience, for amazing. Thank you for being there for the whole day. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow with a much more richer program as good as today. And have a wonderful day. Think of your evening and think of obesity as a disease. Thank you both, Professor Alex and Dr. Hazem. You have been great, both of you. Thank you.